201 Chapters Steamboat Arrival. May 3rd, Wu military supply ships arrived in Hukou. Seeing the fleet of steaming ships, Wu Yi suddenly laughed happily. Some people who knew about steamships were also excited at this time. It is a steamship, do not draw paddle steamers. Many soldiers shouted and cheered. It's mold like, just like later American soldiers to see their family aircraft carrier like throwing a hat. See this powerful new equipment, soldiers' mind there will be a sense of pride, a sense of security. Do not draw paddle. Speed is also faster than rowing boats. These ships for the Navy is of great significance. Finally, the people in the university did not live up to the general's expectations and got out the steamship warship. Seeing this, the speed is at least twice as fast as paddling. Wu Yi laughed and said, he has always been obsessed with steam ships, but unfortunately the power of the previous steam engines was too small to be of practical value. But now, the steam engine research team gave him a surprise, getting the high horsepower steam engine out in advance. With this steam warship, you no longer have to worry about not being able to catch up with the enemy. You can wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. Wu Yi's subordinates also all agreed. This kind of steamship without manpower is too cheap when chasing the enemy. The steamboat is close to the water village, and everyone can clearly see what the steamboat looks like. Compared with ordinary sailing ships, these ships have no sails, no wood pulp, and a huge chimney. At the same time, there are two huge paddle wheels on both sides of the ship. Because it's not the pulp, so a lot of these ships vacated position of the mounting artillery. Cannon mounted on top of these steamships sailing a lot more, can be installed 21 than ordinary wind. Not before, this group of 15 steamboat, only 3 cannon installed, others are not yet installed, because the production of artillery weapons square not keep pace with the needs of the army. Now the Wu army is relying more and more on artillery. The army needs artillery, the Navy army also needs artillery, and the remaining troops in Nanjing also need artillery. You have this time to a total of how many boats, how many people? Wu Yi asked. The report shows that our ministry has a total of 40 ships this time, including 3 armed steamships, 12 transport steamships, and 25 other sailing ships. Among them, there are 1,000 naval forces and more than 2,000 civilian workers. People bring 100,000 catties of food, pigs. Fan Kexiui from the logistics department reports. He had not only brought food, but also a lot of meat shipped over. Wu Jun's food is incomparable to other armies, and this depends on their strong economic strength. Fight war. That is play money. Fan brother, we have go to visit the general staff. Army to cross the river had some trouble. I am afraid to requisition you the convoy up. How can this be done? My fleet is used to protect your logistics materials. What if you use it to fight the battle? You don't need to eat anymore. Fan gratifying. Imagine direct refused. Absolutely, kidding, this too risky. Brother Fan, you worry too much. How can it sink so easily? Don't worry. With a steamship we will be more confident that the enemy will be wiped out and won't sink. Wu Yi continued to coax Fan Kexi. After all, the logistics department does not need to follow his orders in theory. Fan Kexi had no choice but to agree. Of course, the rationale domestication theory, the reality is the greatest right to speak the main field, he had really bent to expropriation. Fan gratifying cannot resist. He went up to complain in front of Wu Chenking too. Reference to Sikh Ministry, Dai Jun, who learned of the situation after this fleet logistics, but also to the current situation faced by Wu Fan told the good news. This proposed requirement to requisition logistics fleet. Li Luk Shobin, Ambrose 3rd, June Dai of many other military chiefs, Fan gratifying tears, where he would be willing to say no, can only express full support of the main action. Subsequently, the Senate plan and according to the Ministry of Steamship features slightly modified operational plan. This time they will not only cross the river, but also design a navy to annihilate the king court in one fell swoop. According to plan, Wu Yi's navy intercepts in Hukou the water at the King army, then sent a steamer team to bypass the riverbank, while the reverse flow from Jiangsu waterway north, around behind the Qing Navy, and then the Wu Yi Department carried out a front and back attack to completely annihilate the navy of the Qing court. This circumnavigation action can only be completed by a steamboat. If they rely on manpower, they will be exhausted long ago after they finish the dozens of miles of waterway. The next day, 15 steamships boat team entered Jiangsu north of waterways, and Wu Yi's fleet is go south Jiangsu waterways. The army was loading supplies to dozens of remaining transport ships, and the troops responsible for beach landings also boarded the ship. Wu Jun of these big moves, except that 15 of the steam engine fleet is not exposed, others are falling into the eyes of the king's spies. Later, Li Dian of Zhujiang knew that Wu Jun was going to cross the river forcibly. Ordered, the navy was dispatched immediately, and other troops entered the predetermined position to prevent the enemy from landing. Wu Jun in the study of how the landing time, Wu King is also studying prevent the landing. Therefore, at this time, the Qing army had built a lot of fortifications by the water. That Wu army to attack, King also immediately into action. In Luke Dihan's view, this is also an opportunity for himself. Before Price's figure defeated Wu Jun navy, action has failed. So now Li Dehan can only hope to take advantage of the enemy at the crossing of the time stormed. If the naval attack goes smoothly, then they can attack by the waterway and reap a big victory. If the navy attack does not go well, then they will fall into a bitter battle. However, no one how to not let Wu boarded the west bank. Everyone, life and death depends on this battle. If you can't hold Zhujiang, Jiangxi will completely fall into the hands of the enemy. You must fight to the death. If you don't fight, you will kill you without mercy. Lukta said coldly, with that sharp tone that most timid people would be afraid of hearing it. Not before. Here are some battle-hardened generals. Over the knife each licking the blood is life. Such ruthless words from Liu Dian really didn't scare anyone. Indeed, some people have heart was in the desert, wondering how to save power, or whether they look for opportunities to surrender Wu. This time a large-scale acceptance of King Ming also exposed the shortcomings of the military dropout. When they are strong, these forces are reduced and their lives honestly, very easy to use. However, many people can now see that Wu Jun could not be beaten by the King court in the south. At this time, all kinds of thoughts began to appear in the hearts of those soldiers. Anyway, it's all about selling it. And selling it to someone is not selling it. Selling his life to Wu Jun can get a good reputation, because he is fighting against a foreign race. More importantly, Wu Jun is too powerful now, and fighting with Wu Jun is too dangerous. It said Wu Jun, which have a special forces shot and killed the officers generals and only a few hundred feet cracked shot. A lot of generals, including Aixin Jiaoliu Baloney, are dead in this gun. This is a bit scary. No one wants to die these days. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. Chapter 202, Flying a Kite. The two sides of a large army in action again. On the King court's side, Asli commanded the fleet to divide into two groups, one way straight down the waterway south of Jiangsu, and attacked Wu Jun frontally. The other way is to enter the waterway north of Jiangsu, preparing to sneak to the back of Wu Jun to carry out a sneak attack. He had no steamboat, but they are down the river, so this program also works. Neither about the same man thought about the attack after this tactic, mainly because of the water on the battle is much simpler, and there is no space for much tactical play. Sneak attack, creating panic and chaos. This is already a fairly good tactic. There are times, even able to achieve wonders. True real war, mainly by hard power to fight, tactics can play a role tend to be relatively small. When ordinary people read historical novels, they are always attracted by those wonderful tactics, which leads to a misjudgment, thinking that fighting is based on the wisdom of the two sides, and whoever uses the tactics better. But in fact, examples of winning by tactics account for only a very small part of countless wars. Most of the battles are pure strength competitions. Not only had this pure strength of the competition battle is not the kind of ups and downs of the story, not stunning reversal, far less flexible use of tactics of war stories exciting, so handed down is not much. This also left an illusion for ordinary people in later generations, that is, the ancients used tactics in battle. Wu Jun battle, usually rarely used tactic, which is by absolute power to recklessly face of this rogue play Wu King. There is no good means to deal with tactics, in the face of absolute strength, often can't make waves. Occasionally, if you succeed once, you can use it as a classic. On the waterway north of Jiangsu, Wu Yi's navy and King Court's navy met. Wu Yi Shuijun knew very well that the opponent must be the King army, so he immediately began various combat preparations. But the navy of the King Court was a little dazed, because they saw that the fleet on the opposite side was very strange, without sails and no wood pulp. However, it is this kind of weird boat that is going upstream. This phenomenon is really weird, just like ancient people seeing trains and cars. They will definitely be scared to think that they are dazzled, or they think there are some monsters. No is the case. This kind of thing counterintuitive, no way to explain it. The King army was attracted by this strange appearance, and they all forgot to distinguish the identity of each other. It wasn't until the sound of the opponent's cannons sounded and watching those flying shells that the King army woke up like a dream. The enemy attack is the Ming army. Some generals terrified shouted, "Face of the sudden attack." There have been some confusion. The officers are like this, and the soldiers are even more unbearable. Some soldiers even put down their weapons, chanting that Wu Jun had the help of the Dragon King and River God. It was the River God who pushed Wu Jun forward under the boat, and the River God wanted to punish them. Many soldiers agreed with this kind of nonsense, and everyone panicked. It was the enemy stepping on the two water wheels with their feet, and they were preparing me to meet the enemy. Some will receive heart did not end. Do not know if there really exists Dragon River God. However, this kind of time must not condone the spread of such rumors, otherwise the military will definitely be upset. Ever since, a clever officer offered an explanation. In this era, there are actually boats that rely on paddle wheels to propel them, but they all rely on people to shake the water wheels, and their efficiency is not as efficient as direct paddles. Although what the general said was wrong, it was an explanation that sounded reliable, and it was better than allowing the soldiers to believe in the Dragon King and River God. When he had recovered soldiers, hastily prepared to fight when the two armies have been separated by less than 100 meters. Subsequently, Wu military began firing handguns. The two armies are very close together, and the soldiers on the King army ships are very dense, so the hit rate of the fire guns is quite impressive. Holding the shield, the archer and firecracker counter-attacked. King army generals shouted, after the last navy suffered losses. This time they also carry on board a number of large and thick iron shield, also equipped with a large number of archers. Army gunfire. But he had such firepower to fight back, much worse than Wu Jun flintlock gun. After a round of shooting, King discovered this situation. Go up and fight on the boat. King army know a simple competition range firepower, not far from one's own opponents, only vulnerable to attack, still have to find ways to hand combat. Although they did not take advantage in hand-to-hand combat, at least they would not suffer such a big loss as they do now. Accelerated avoid make, keep their distance and let their kites. Wu army commander ordered the road, can be solved with a flintlock battle. It is best not to carry out melee. He relied on the more power of the steam engine, the faster the ship, and the ability to keep the distance from the enemy, making it impossible for the enemy to approach. This is a new method of warfare evolved from a typical new weapon, and the King army was completely unsuited to it for a while. He who want to access side of war, can always catch up with Wu vessels, not face to face, only vulnerable to attack. This battle was frustrating for the King army. Do not chase. We went directly through the attack he had in Hukou fleet. King army generals in a row after a disadvantage, also saw a rogue enemy. You can only choose the most drastic, to continue to perform attack missions. However, Wu Jun, how to make them succeed? Still relying on their speed, they chased up again. hung behind the King army's buttocks, kept their distance, and then kept firing with muskets. This style of play is a bit like the riding and shooting of Genghis Khan's Mongolian army. It is very rascal, but also invincible. At least, the King army to face this play, there is no way to deal with, so that the soldiers can only find things to avoid. However, on the deck already empty desert, the place filled with soldiers and great, so how can block the way? Shameless, despicable, dirty, timid mouse generation did not dare openly to a dry. King army generals shouted, this time in addition to their anger seems to have no means of. The army is the access side of war, we have to solve them as soon as possible to attack the rear of the enemy. It is our main task. Wu military side, there are staff officers to remind the commander of this army of water. Although flying a kite like this is very cool, the loss is small. However, he had shot and killed the enemy of speed is not particularly fast, at least not fast melee combat. If there is no any other business, they'd be like this have been crushed, hit the enemy until the collapse. But now they have a task. If they spend too much time on this group of people and can't get to another battlefield in time, then the gain will not be worth the loss. It's a pity that with such a good method of tactics, the whole army was ordered to prepare for battle, and quickly resolve the enemy at all costs. Wu army commander ordered the road. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 203 chapters. Beachhead. Wu army suddenly gave up the advantage of long-range attack, offered to take freeboard war. This operation made the generals of the King army stunned, but soon they also guessed Wu Jun's intentions. This is to annihilate their own side in one fell swoop. Although Wu Jun's intentions are sinister, the generals of the King army are welcome. Although the ship-to-board warfare is dangerous, at least it can fight back. If they continue to be beaten passively like just now, they will dive and escape because they are afraid that the soldiers will not be able to bear it. Up and greet war. King army generals shouted, turned, just in time to escape. Some soldiers really cannot find shelter materials, simply lie down on the deck, covered themselves with the bodies of esprit de corps. This time, there are a lot of soldiers do not know Wu has been close by. The face of shouting generals, some of the soldiers chose to ignore, pretending not to hear, some people really did not hear. In short, not many soldiers stood up to meet the enemy. With the Wu army bay over these few hasty resistance, King soon could not stand up. This situation caused many King army generals to almost vomit blood. They fought too hard in this battle, and they refused to accept the defeat. If it hadn't been for only being beaten before, they wouldn't lose so inexplicably now. Unfortunately, no one would care about their emotions. Fighting continues. Defeated the King Wu Qiuqiulaxiuas on most ships. A large number of the King army to surrender was killed, as well as diving to escape. Only a few boats survived the catastrophe and rowed desperately downstream. Those ships obviously couldn't affect the overall situation, and Wu Jun didn't care about it, leaving a ship that even guarded the prisoners and captured, and the remaining army continued to advance according to the plan. At the same time, responsible for landing on a beach of Wu King and prevent landing also launched a battle. The Wu army's landing this time was more difficult than the one in Anqing, and the King army had made a lot of preparations long ago. For example, in the water and lay rows of wooden piles. After the ship encountered these wooden stakes, although it did not collide with the ship, its advancement was also hindered, and it was unable to move on and approach the beach. At this time, we can only send sailors into the water to remove those wooden stakes. However, playing wood pile easily, split stakes difficult. When a person is in the water, there is no point of stress. These wooden stakes plunge deep into the bottom of the lake. King army in this way cannot eliminate Wu Jun, but at least nausea Wu Jun obstruct action. Liu Shipan heard 3 reports. Also could not help but curse King a despicable. Both sides are despicable and shameless, but they are even. Fold Teng small half hour, put a group of people tired of half dead into the water. These stakes was only removed. In order to clean up this batch of wooden piles, Wu Jun lost more than a dozen soldiers, all of them drowning due to strength cramps. Boat team through this obstacle, close to the shore. Near shore water is too shallow side, the ship has been stranded, unable to move. Followed by a large number of soldiers down to the boat, he began to ascend land. At this time, the king troops hiding in the woods emerged one after another, and some archers and fire gun soldiers also began to attack. Cover care! Liu Han shouted. 3, followed by the ship's flintlock troops facing the woods is a pass indiscriminately, they even see where the enemy, but that's okay, firing on the right. King army of long-range forces want to attack, they could not have been hiding behind a tree. As long as they show up, there is a possibility of being hit. If he were not outcrop, so Wu also tantamount played a role in repression. In addition to those long-range attacks, a large number of king troops armed with swords and shields rushed out of the woods and hacked and killed the Wu Jun who had just landed ashore. The kamikaze team sent up, as well as grenadiers. Because for landing Wu too few, far better than the king so much, so it is a disadvantage when the melee. There are some places Wu has been forced into the water. Wu Jun is not entirely afraid of death, in this situation a disadvantage, they are also the battle and retreat. It's pretty good if it hasn't completely collapsed. In order to reverse the situation, Liu Hansen sent a death squad along with grenadiers. He had been accustomed to fighting a war. There must be fire support. There must be equipment advantage. Wu Jun disliked pure cold weapons. Note that insurance protection is good. Grenades, protect the matches, do not be water wet. Wu army officer shouted, these are the points to note when landing. If the grenade lead bullet wetted water, or matches flooding, these grenadiers that they would be tantamount to scrap it in the board when they land, and want to ensure that does not touch the water. In fact, is not easy. With the kamikaze team boarded the beach, King from the woods and out of the group of soldiers. It seems that they are determined to block Wu Jun on the beach. It's realist to kill. King does not account for what is cheap, but they still do it. The reason, naturally, I still wanted to hold Wu Jun's landing troops, and then hope that the navy would make a breakthrough. If the navy can't break the deadlock there, the king army will be dead. In the face when other armies, the defenders still very dominant. But in the face of Wu Jun, the role of the city wall was greatly reduced. Rather than defending the city, it would be better to fight a decisive battle on this beach, so at least the Wu Jun's artillery would not be effective, and the Wu Jun's one-time input was also limited. Relying on the shelter of the woods, Wu Jun's flintlock troops did not achieve much. Looking at the king troops rushing over, the grenadiers began to throw bombs. Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions and screams among the charging king army. In the era of cold weapons, the lethality of this grenade is quite amazing. It is a pity that the number of grenadiers that landed was too small. Although it caused damage to the king army, it failed to stop the king army from rushing over. Subsequently, the king army and the death squads and Wu Jun grew together. This Wu Jun is too difficult to fight. It seems that all of them are not afraid of death. This battle is too difficult to fight. The generals of the king army in the woods were discussing that their strength on the beach currently occupies an absolute advantage, but they can't defeat Wu Jun. This is really a fucking thing. If it is not possible to defeat the enemy, it is simply a matter of exhaustion. It does not make any sense, because the Wu army's landing troops are constantly on the beach. Cannot stop the Wu army ashore, for them, it is a failure. As our ceremony not say a thing, Wu is not the most horrible place weapons, and their morale to fight. Even my cola ceremony so arrogant as people say, enough to appear this Wu Junshi gas high. It's strange that morale is not high after so many victories in a row. Another will lead said. The flintlock unit, hurry up. Send someone to attack that unit, don't let them set up their formation, otherwise we will be in trouble. His time of their discussion, Wu Jun of a flintlock even boarded the shore. RRAs. Wu Jun is the biggest advantage is that these flintlock troops, once landed these people, then the king advantage in numbers will become meaningless. 1 enemy 2, 1 enemy 3, for the flintlock troops, it is not difficult. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 204 Chapter Small Team Fighting. King Army 1,000 people out of a team of Wu's army is quite a flintlock to face. Wu Jun 158 and even the entire company was 130 people. 130 people were divided into 3 rows and prepared to meet the enemy in accordance with the standard three-stage shooting tactics. Even if the enemy has 1,000 people, they can still remain calm. This is Wu Jun's elite unit. People who are not courageous enough to enter the flintlock unit have nothing to do. Wu army recruits want to enter the flintlock part of too many recruits have to go through fierce competition. Go into range and fire, the commander ordered. Afterwards, the 40 people standing in row made a salvo, kick a gun. They immediately retreated from the gap behind the queue. And then loading. Flintlocks are still front-loaded guns. The bullets must be loaded from the muzzle, and their barrels are more than 1 meter long, so it is impossible to squat down and reload. They have to retreat to the back and stand to reload. He had retreated to the back when the second row of soldiers who then opened fire. They kick shot, like soldiers. They retreated behind. Immediately afterwards, soldiers in the third row opened fire, waiting for him when they finished the opening gun back to back. The original first row of people now has completed loading. Only after a long period of training, in order to achieve this speed. This is Wu Jun's three-stage shooting. Although it is not as powerful as a one-time salvo, the victory is continuous. In terms of efficiency, it is better than a salvo. Rushing King Army had tasted the taste of this shot of 3 sections, the course of their progress, although not a large one-time horror's fall, but the fall was in the process of continuing. This means that they are facing danger all the time, which is equivalent to a sharp sword hanging on their heads, and they may fall at any time, which is a torture to the soldier's psychology. Falling down a dozen people at once is not much for their 1,000-player team. But after 4 or 5 shots, the surviving soldiers in the front will find that the robe of his team is almost dead, and some new faces have changed around him. This made the surviving soldiers very panicked. This silent damage was so terrible that a small team was exhausted before they knew it. Woods distance away, sand from the beach also about meters. This team rushed half a minute. Thousands of people rushed to the front of Wu. The amount of change, qualitative change, 1,000 king soldiers. He just relying fell out away with human life. Close combat. Wu army of 158 even stopped loading to begin defense with a bayonet. This time is very dangerous for them, because the number is too small. They can only defensive front junction array of enemies. On the other hand, the enemy can encircle and attack from 3 sides by relying on quantitative advantages. If you want to form a round formation to defend from all sides, their strength is not enough, and the formation will be very thin. With only 1 or 2 rows, it is easy to be overwhelmed. Persevere. Our reinforcements will be here soon. The company commander of the 158th Company shouted that the bayonet of its soldiers and the spears of the enemy's swords and spears have tried each other. The King Army, who was trying to break through the Wu Jun's defense line in the front, was in trouble. Those bright bayonets would not be polite to them. Maybe they can break through Wu Jun's line of defense, but those who rush in front will most likely die. In this case, it is easy to have a shield, and you can use a shield to top it. But in order to rush to Wu Jun as quickly as possible, they did not carry heavy shields. Out of caution, they failed to break through Wu Jun's line of defense immediately. Rush up, and those who are afraid to fight will be cut. King Army 1,000 long yelled at the back of the King Keep Moving crowd, forcing bayonet line. King pressed against the front of the Wu Jun. These people, whether they want to die or not, it is very difficult for these people to live anymore at this moment. Relying on the bodies of these people, the King Army squeezed a hole and broke into Wu Jun's formation. Then came the mixed war, Sisha. All kinds of blades stabbed indiscriminately, and screamed endlessly. The King Army, which had the advantage in numbers, had the absolute upper hand at this time. Without formation, what you fight is the number of people. With one Totwo, elite soldiers will also care about one thing and lose another. Before long, 158 companies lost more than half. For other troops, with a 50% death rate, the remaining soldiers had already surrendered. But there were no soldiers from the 158th Company. They actually understood very well that they were cannon fodder. He believed that one's own will to win, this time to surrender himself, will still be subject to liquidation. If you simply fight, there may be a glimmer of life. If they could quite fortunate to survive, they must be able to receive generous rewards. It will be the focus of publicity and honor. There are many such examples in Wu Jun. So, Wu military among some of these are for generous rewards and ferocity of the people. When the 158th Company was in a bitter battle, a new group of soldiers from the Wu army had already landed. The newcomer is the 159 Company, and they are familiar with the robe that they often practice together. As soon as the 159 Company landed ashore, it immediately began shooting at the King troops. At this time, they would not worry about whether they were accidentally injured. The King army had at least more than 700 people, and the Wu army in the encirclement was only 60 or 70 people. Shooting in that direction at this time is absolutely cost-effective. War is so cruel. Decision-making is always based on the profit and loss. Instead of rushing to the gourd baby to save grandpa in order to save a few or dozens of robes, even the 159 people couldn't be rescued by rushing forward. For them, the most correct choice is to use the advantage of long-range shooting to keep killing and wounding the enemy. As for the robe of the 158 Company, that would only allow them to ask for a blessing. The gunshots sounded, and the chief of the King army was depressed for a while. Right now this small group of people hasn't been resolved yet, and Wu Jun has come with an army of the same number. This battle is really too difficult to fight. Even if one's own side can completely annihilate the besieged unit, it may be powerless to deal with the new force. Their current loss rate has reached 30%. Which is close to the psychological endurance limit of soldiers. They were able to persist after taking advantage of the tailwind, but if they continue, they will probably collapse. Speed up, we will withdraw after killing these people. Kian, head of household to men, drew a pie. He also thought, well, finished killing in front of this force, then these flintlock rush back, barely able to cross. Not to mention that those soldiers don't want to fight again. Even he, the head of 1,000 households, doesn't want to stay on this beach anymore. Sand beaches, too fierce fighting, corpses everywhere, all the blood everywhere. Wu under military muzzle, officer and soldiers are treated equally, not because when the officer even more security heard the retreating condition, clean army soldiers and some more crazy, they will not hate flu 158 a person connected wiped out immediately. Then we can retreat and leave this terrible place. The remaining soldiers of the 158th Company felt the pressure again, but they had no choice but to continue to hold on. Whether it can survive or not really depends on God's will. Accelerate the fire hit. The company commander of the 159th Company could only be in a hurry at this time. The rate of fire was so fast that the soldiers would not be able to increase the rate of fire just because he was in a hurry. Not before. They continued shooting, but also to thousands of people that support the King team under great pressure. Ye round of shooting them coming down dozens of people, this 3 shots, they fell nearly 200 people. King army 1,000 along look at the situation right, and my heart sighed. Then immediately ordered a retreat. Wu rest of that more than 20 soldiers. He too lazy to go kill, then life insurance is most important. When they retreated, they hadn't forgotten to snatch the flintlock from the ground. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 205. Chapter Water Military Interception. The Battle of the 158th Company was only a small part of the entire beach landing operation, and battles of similar scale were also erupting at several other landing sites. Fu ship, Yuhan 3 watching the situation in the whole piece of the battlefield with a telescope. For this landing operation, there are a total of 4 landing points. Currently, 158 2 landing point where even the 4th landing point and have made good progress. has successfully hit the enemy back. 1 Denglu worst point, up 2 company have been brutally wiped out, none left. Wu Juntime cannot be transported too many troops to the shore. This is the biggest problem. 3 Board the landing point. There are dozens of people insist that they need assistance. However, Liu Han 3 latest order issued, it is ordered soldiers to go number 2 landing points, where the 158, 159 and even has beat back the enemy. Continuing to increase troops there, you can gradually establish a core to gain a firm foothold. After that, the outcome of the other 3 landing sites is not important. They can continuously increase troops through the second landing site, as long as he had enough troops to form a large square. Then the enemy want to put them in the water is very difficult to catch. As for the much needed support of Gordon 3 landing point, it is to be ruthless abandoned Ambrose 3. The body is the person must not have any kind of heart. 3 Board if he sympathized with that point of land and dozens of people, the soldiers sent 3 landing point, then they probably would not be slow to establish a solid position. In the end, the price paid will be even greater. Liu Han 3 pairs of soldiers has always been harsh. Do not discuss soldier Hai Huan. However, he is a qualified general. With a new batch of soldiers arrived. Teng 2 landing point. Landing point 2 will put together a team of more than 300 of the camp. This force has been able to withstand and support the enemy for a long time, and they have initially established a foothold in the west bank, and clear their military side. Their generals this time it is that the unauthorized withdrawal of 1,000 along cut his head. If that chain of households to subside and they can also reinforce this point, continue to block us visit. But now, if they want to rush over again, they need even more troops. In the process of recharge, a large number of people will die. Gordon 4th landing points. The army, which cannot stop it. King army of 1,000 along said to Xuexian. If you can't stop it, you can do it. Who made us be placed on the front line? If you block another wave, we will withdraw if we can't stop it. Xueyin said, his will to resist is not strong. Had it not been for X and Zhuliu Gongyi not far away to supervise the battle, he would have ran away with his subordinates. He was originally Zhuo Liang's men. Zhuo Liang had died. His son left Menging Great Army to surrender the Qing dynasty. He also surrendered along the flow of the Qing dynasty, is the only self-preservation for Manking. He didn't have any loyalty to speak of course. He didn't have any loyalty to Ming either. There are many other egoists like him. Almost people are like this. Before clearing army surrendered his powerful king, Wu is now more powerful. He wanted to surrender Wu. As for his family in Beijing, he never thought about it. Anyway, as long as you can keep the power in your hands, there will be no shortage of women. Wife can remarry, son can be reborn, only life is the most important thing. This kind of thinking is not only Xuexian. This time, Gongyi orders arrived, asking him to immediately send troops to support the number 2 landing points, blocking enemy number 2 landing points. Xueyin's psychological side of the Bsing, while obeyed, Gongyi's newer her deficit nephew, the emperor counted on a Pro-Guoki, and do sniper Wu landing commander, in power. If he disobedience, it was when the games are likely to be beheaded. As our ceremony that how about the progress side, my side cannot overwhelmingly much longer. Gongyi say one thing, there are men immediately replied, big. About half a quarter of an hour ago, the messenger to report, and said the navy had met the enemy. Our fighting is excited war. How can not be defeated in one fell swoop it? This is too tough for Ming army. Gongyi slammed the tree angrily. The Ming troops he met before were all very good fights, and often as long as they killed hundreds of thousands of people, those Ming troops fled or surrendered. He had been accustomed to battle the wind. Wu now experiencing is not the same. He felt stuck everywhere. Although the beachhead hadn't been completely lost at the moment, he knew it was only a matter of time. The casualties of the subordinates are too great, and many troops have already appeared in fear of war. Distance collapse, not far away. The governor headquarters to send up the war, played by ear, when appropriate into the fray. We need more time to pin down the enemy. Gongadai continued to give orders, and this time he sent all his direct troops. He knew that the Han army alone was not enough, and he had to rely on his 8 banners soldiers to stabilize the battle. This time, Banyang Lake estuary at 2 sides of the navy has launched a fight. This time the King army did not build any fire ships, but simply assembled a large number of ships to prepare for a frontal attack. Their main purpose was to attack the Wu army's landing troops. They used fireboats to mess up the river, and their advance would also be affected. This time, the navy of the King Court assembled a total of 13,000 people, which is their entire naval force. More than 2,000 of them entered the waterway north of Jiangsu, and the remaining 11,000 were here. And here Wu Jun of the total strength of more than 6,000 only, not to say they do not have much navy, but not so many boats. He had to separate a large number of vessels to carry out landing operations for the army for Sniper King Navy ship only on so much. Of course, Wu Yi didn't panic at all with 6,000 versus 11,000. He had no Wu played at how much less combat bullying has always been to win more than less. 6,000 to 10,000, let alone Wu Yi not panicked. Even his soldiers were not panicked. Open before the war, there are veterans in the comfort recruits, said. Do not panic. Do not look at those bastard people, but they want to close us, have to wait for them to peel a layer of skin in front of us. It would have been too frightened. They have to jump off the boat to escape as soon as we charge. As the veteran's voice just fell, the cannon on Wu Jun's ship also began to fire. Although there are not many cannons on the ship, the hit rate is not high, but it is better than nothing. And one shot counts as one shot. Even if you can't kill many King troops, it's good to be able to scare them. The gunfire sounded, and all the flintlock troops on the ship stood ready to shoot. After the last battle, Wu Yi and the others also learned experience and increased the number of flintlock troops on board. Although in the melee stage, the soldiers with bayonet are not as flexible as the soldiers with sword and shield. However, the flintlock unit can deal a heavy blow to the enemy when the enemy is approaching, effectively destroying the enemy's vitality and attacking the enemy's morale. Wu limited military forces in the flintlock number. Navy pay would some army landing forces will be less. Not over. The army and Wu Yi did not make to the debate, because they want to be assured of landing, must provide water supply military support to enable them to resist the King Navy. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 206 chapters before and after the attack. Raise the shield and speed up the stroke. With the Wu army opened fire, the king sighed and began a defense. He had also learned a lesson. Take some big shield. From 1200 meters, boats down the river, for it is very short. Wu only had fired 3 shots. They had reached the Wu fleet of army, entangled together. Some did not have time to break the car ship. The ship suddenly hit Wu, causing 2 boats have suffered huge rock, and even some soldiers therefore fell into the river. Go on, it's safer to rush over, and you can only be shot if you stay on the boat. King army generals shouted. His words they do not say is pure flicker. Stay on board. Who actually will continue to be a gunshot. After rushing to the Wu Jun ship and fighting with Wu Jun, he would not be shot again. However, to say that rush more secure, which is obviously nonsense. Wu Jun handguns, although long-range shooting, but certainly not compared to the efficiency of the enemy and melee weapons. In close hand-to-hand combat, one mistake or one inadvertently will be killed. Even if he did not make a mistake and made the most correct choice, he still might die in the sword rain. It is so cruel on the battlefield. Not the helpless people, there are a few willing to join the soldiers. Good iron does not strike nails, and good men do not serve as soldiers. This is a folk song. At the urging of the officers, a large number of king troops rushed to Wu Jun's ship. However, Wu army would have to be solemn, sword already waiting for them. All the soldiers who rushed up received one or several stabs. Immediately afterwards, a group of king soldiers with big shields rushed over and squeezed forward against the big shields, which gave the king army a foothold. That kind of hate shield is quite adequate for the protection of the soldiers. If it is on land, with some spearmen behind such a large shield. It is a very powerful formation. Unfortunately, on board an empty room is limited. Not the kind of king also play tricks. Wu Jun also has a way to deal with this big shield. That is when the whole person is pressed onto the shield, using his own weight to crush the opponent. The big shield itself is very heavy, and if one person puts on it, most people can't hold the shield at all. Of course, Wu Jun's such a move is also very dangerous. After all, king soldiers are not wood. Seeing Wu Jun approaching like this, they would also chop with a knife. There is also the possibility of grabbing the shield with your hands, or jumping up and slashing and stabbing the person behind the shield. Having a shield does not mean that it is safe, but it can only be said that there is relatively more protection. All of a sudden, the soldiers on both sides of the ship messed up and turned into a real melee. The only safe ones are those musketeers occupying high places. They hide in the back, hide in high places, and fire shots at densely packed areas from time to time. At such a short distance, the hit rate is quite high. These musketeers caused a headache for the king army, and they could only resist with bows and crossbows. However, the number of crossbowmen of the king army was far less than that of Wu Jun's musketeers. As the battle progressed, more and more ships of the two sides came into contact and engaged in battle. Clear and more number of military weapons. Wu dominant morale, overall view of the situation. Wu Jun to occupy some of the slight advantage. King army number of advantages, not being played out. Not over, as the two sides of the fleet continue to struggle together. In a few places the king army has begun to dominate. In some places, a ship of the Wu army was arrested by two large ships of the king army and then flanked back and forth. Wu Yi has been looking with binoculars watching the war, but also watching the distance, wait for the steam fleet. According to the plan, they should also show up at this time. Could it be that the machine on the road is broken? Wu Yi, from the words from a great language sentence, he knows now barely able to use the steam engine, the emergence of the possibility of damage to the machine. As he was talking, suddenly a wisp of black smoke appeared in the telescope, and Wu Yi suddenly let go of his mind. Steamboat team finally appeared. With the power of the steam engine, coupled with the power of the water, their fleet is very fast. That after wisp of smoke appeared not long, Wu Yi, you can see the shadow of the fleet. The closer distance than Wu Yi as our ceremony, this time naturally noticed that support upstream of the steam engine fleet. And other anti-people should be similar ceremony started as our look fleets, but also stunned God. Why cannot figure out that he would support fleet smoke, that does not look like a fire. More importantly, the speed of this fleet is so fast, it is rushing towards its own side. The army is Wu Jun, the enemy's fleet. Suddenly, Eli, as our men shouted the words, turned out close to clear after the army. Wu fleet of steam engines that support Wu raised the flag. This is to create psychological pressure and panic for the king army. They raise the flag to tell the king army soldiers that you have been surrounded. Regardless of this seemingly harmless action, it actually has a great impact on the morale of the soldiers. When there is a back road, those soldiers who are still fighting will feel more at ease, because once they can't fight, they can escape. Then the road is cut off, there is no way to escape. More importantly, when the opponent comes to cut off one's own back, it means that the other party still has enough power to try to wipe out one's own side, and that one's own side is definitely at a disadvantage. Ordinary soldiers very difficult to see the global battlefield, as his limited means to judge the situation in the field. Who was posterior break is one of the important bases. Posterior is off, cleared. The military among some unrest appeared immediately, not many panic, calm, the small number of the enemy. As our shouted ceremony, Wu Jun steam engine fleet of only a dozen ships only. At present, the king army still has more than 30 ships that have not engaged the Wu Jun. These ships are enough to deal with the fleet that suddenly appeared. While Azari was still dispatching and commanding, the steam engine fleet launched an offensive, and the cannons on the three armed steam ships in front rang out. Dozens of cannons were fired together, and the momentum was quite shocking. Seeing the black spots flying in the sky, Some soldiers on the King Army ship were directly scared to pee. In fact, these black spots are still very few even on the surface of the river. However, this momentum is scary. In this round of shelling, 8 or 9 rounds hit the King Army's ships. These shells are all howitzers. After falling on the ship and exploding, one shell will cost 20 to 30 King soldiers. This kind of dense formation is most frustrated when encountering howitzers. Even more clear military vomiting blood, they can only squeeze on board. You cannot be an emergency-like spread on land. Some soldiers saw the horror of other people who were bombed, and could no longer bear it, so they chose to jump off the boat and escape. Calm. Hold steady, no escape will be killed. Immediately take the initiative to meet the battle, take these cannons. As our shouted ceremony, the body was Navy Commander-in-Chief, he has to calm more than the soldiers. Subsequently, the King Reserve Fleet military into action, trying to take the initiative to close the steam engine fleet. The steamship cannon on the team, once again sounded. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 207 chapter is a losing battle. See clear military initiative to come by. Wu chose to slow down. Be clear after the close military. Wu ship's gun rang again. This situation makes the soldiers on the King Army ship feel like they want to vomit blood, and they are constantly being beaten passively, which is really too embarrassing. That he had yet to even more stuck on. When the two sides remained at a distance of more than 20 meters after, Wu vessels actually began to yearn for change, hang back, and on the countercurrent, and maintain this distance. King let untouchable. Then, he had to keep soldiers on board to shoot against the king, except for a few of them, and King Archer can give some fight back, and the rest are standing room only beaten. This King Army commanders are dumbfounded. They had never seen such a rogue play, did not know how to deal with it. Chasing and not catching up, let's not chase, and there is no way to fight on the side. The new tactics brought by new weapons make it difficult for them to adapt for a while. Order the soldiers to hide themselves and hide their figures. There was really no way. They could only issue a self-insurance order to reduce losses. However, on this big ship, there is no safe place to hide. Even if you hide behind the plank, but at this distance, the plank's defense against bullets is very limited. The use of wooden boards to block bullets can only exist in film and television dramas. In fact, even ordinary firecrackers can shred or penetrate 2 or 3 centimeters thick wooden boards. Anti-wood bomb effect, not like a quilt it. The army, so not to die, do not chase, it retreat. Some subordinates really couldn't bear this kind of beating situation and made suggestions. Such a passive beating has a particularly great impact on morale. Soldiers need a hope of victory when fighting. If they do not see this hope, they will be afraid of cowardice. And there is no hope of winning in such a situation where it is impossible to fight back. King Army Commander, pondering a moment, accepted the proposal, ordered a retreat. He hasn't figured out where to retreat. He just has to make a little change to stabilize the military's morale and let the soldiers know that he is still thinking of a way, not waiting. When they stopped chasing, to retreat, they found a very stuck on a problem. His mission is to destroy the front of this steam fleet. If not destroy it, then cut off their escape route. He who is now back up to the army back into position, and then again in front of Wu. There is no escape route. This is too bad, and the worst is yet to come. When they began to retreat, the advantages of Fleet Wu relied on speed, but also caught up, and then continue to keep their distance shooting. Despicable, shameless, the King Army generals angry at a knife on the mast. This battle, he too stuck up. He never played in this entire process is being beaten in battle. Even ambush in the valley. You can climb the mountain must go to war, nothing more than the process difficult points, but at least there are ways to fight back. But now, they couldn't even touch Wu Jun's body, so they talked about counterattack. Weaponry advantages of equipment, is making the most of Wu, King already miserable. Some black soldiers do not see hope, has gradually diving to escape. If it weren't for the generals guarding, more people would run away. The morale of the enemy has been completely gone. Orders are made to prepare for the battle. Wu army commander said, although flying a kite like this is very cool, the speed of killing the enemy is still too slow. Right now the enemy's military spirit has collapsed, and it is safe to engage in hand-to-hand combat. With the orders, the Wu army boats finally take the initiative to close the vessel king. However, this time the king commander is happy not afford. Look at those weeping soldiers, head frustrated. He also knows that this war is definitely lost the battle. However, he hadn't given up completely yet. He raised his broadsword and shouted, the enemy has come up on the initiative. Their close hand-to-hand combat must be very useless. Our chance is here. Give me the opportunity to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Even so, the soldiers of the king army are not stupid. If the enemy's hand-to-hand combat is really useless, how can they take the initiative to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Moreover, some of these soldiers participated in the last battle with Wu Jun, and had seen Wu Jun's powerful combat power and terrible fighting will. This here that shit executive said, not only did not allow them to rebuild morale, but rather to make them more frustrated. The two sides contacted and entered hand-to-hand combat. Rows of bayonets rushed over, as if they were grabbing credit. Soon King Army discovered that Wu melee combat but also brave than expected. The only fantasy also will be broken off. The king began a retreat. The back of people have been retreated at the boat along, past on going overboard. But in the face of the front face of the threat of bayonets, soldiers wear guandil so much, they are still trying very hard to squeeze back, do not want to rush ahead. The defeat was set, and some soldiers with good water quality simply threw down their weapons and went into the water to escape. As for some people who are not good enough, they are beginning to surrender. Once this wave starts, those generals who are in charge of command will not be able to control it. In desperation, he had only to surrender. They will certainly not stupid enough to go alone to recalcitrant in the end. Only a small number of Manchu 8 Banners soldiers who were in charge of supervising the war were still resisting, but these people were not many. When facing the Wu army, they were quickly suppressed, and some chose to surrender. Although the fighting will of the 8 Banners soldiers is slightly stronger than that of the Han nationality, they are only a little stronger. They are also mortal wombs, with 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they are afraid of death. Wu repeatedly warring army and king, the Manchu soldiers have captured the tens of thousands. More than a dozen clear military vessels were robbed, while several remaining is to continue to retreat. Asli started to panic when he saw the retreating ships being attacked by the front and back. The military's mind is in chaos. In this case, the defeat is set, and the military gods can't save this situation. Loss of defeat are still small, is now facing a rather awkward ceremony as our problem is, he did not want to escape retreat. Forced red strike that support the steam engine fleet. The risk factor is too high. Moreover, just looking through the binoculars, Asli also discovered that these black smoky monsters are much faster than their own sailboats and cannot escape at all. The only way for him to escape was to get to the south and flee to land, not to, so that these vessels to retain his job, to be annihilated. This kind of fiasco, even if it escapes back to Lucy Han, it may also lose its life. Just when Asli hesitated, Wu Jun had already begun an all-out counterattack and stepped up the offensive. The king army hopeless situation, into a film into a piece of soldiers to surrender, run away. The scene is even more confusing than just the melee, retreat, dock. As our ceremony helpless ordered the road, and then drag on. He had to go away this time. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 208 Chapter Board the land. The King Ting Shui army retreated, and Azari fled to the south bank in panic, abandoning the boat and fleeing. With only a few hundred people to join him escape, the remaining water army war either die or be captured. Water army defeated. The news reached the ears Gong Adai Gong followers who are panicked. He who knows these high-ranking officers, the Navy battle plan is the key. Only when the Navy defeated Wu Jun and then attacked Wu Jun's transport troops, They had the hope of winning. If the navy can't do this, their army will not be able to withstand Wu's continuous offensive. First withdraw to the city and then say. Gong Adai said that there is no point in continuing to defend this beachhead. Wu Jun can already allow the navy to transport troops and land from other places. If Wu Jun shipped to the troops behind them, that they may really dangerous. He had between Mizuwan and Jujiang city stationed in only one way, and this road is very small, next to a mountain. The Mizuwan and Jujiang cut off. Wu army only need to send a net 1,000 people take the pass, blocking their escape route in the mountain pass. Then they had trapped 3 million people die in this Mizuwan. Therefore, Gong Adai chose to retreat very decisively. Although he didn't know what to do after returning to the city, he didn't have time to think so much for the time being. More than 3,000 people were left for containment, and the remaining troops retreated quickly. Due to Wu Jun is still landing troops are sure limited. Even if it is found in the king retreat, they also were unable to chase strike, can only stay in the king destroy, earn a little credit. Not being left behind is Xuxian part. He was placed in charge of the stay. The heart not only failed to grievances, but a high heart. Gong and other Adai go back far. He immediately ordered the army to surrender. His men fought the soldiers and did not want to hear the army ordered to surrender them one by one action faster than anyone else. This disappointed Wu Jun, who was about to make a fortune. Many soldiers scolded these people, mocking them for useless and vulnerable. But this cannot be angered these prisoners of war. A laughing laugh was better than good slain. Congratulations, adult flag bloom wins. The next Jujiang is our foregone conclusion. Xu expensive Jnambros 13 took notice. Liu Han-san heard not much fun. No matter how meritorious, the commander also Li Xiaobing. He was only responsible for landing on the beach, even if he had the credit. In the end part of the score was given to Li Xiaobin. You take people to seize the mountain pass to prevent the king army from counterattacking. Brigadier Zhang supervises the transportation of materials. Don't be careless and don't go wrong. Liu Han and Zhang's Gairan 3 scheduled task should Yuan himself is to go rest prior to prepare for this fight. He is also pondering for a long time. Did not sleep well at night. There are too many things to consider in a battle of 10,000 people. His ability is limited, and it is very difficult to command such a battle. Because he was afraid of making mistakes, he had to spend more time thinking and researching than others before the war. Now he himself intended aware of a problem, and that is their ability to keep up with their power-up. However, he will not be willing relegated to 2 lines. This is the biggest opportunity of his life. As long as he followed Wu Chenking steadily and unified the world, he would be the founder of the country, and at least he would be able to make a duke. If Wu Chenking generous enough, the throne instead. Now the general's Wu Chenking men system, he can be routed to the 2nd position, just to keep this position. His future position will be chasing, for the sake of this world's glory and wealth, for the sake of his children and grandchildren. He will not give up this position. Your benevolence toward the man with 1,000 pass Zhao, king is here symbolic left 1,000 people defensive. However, these 1,000 people were vulnerable to Wu Jun. After all, the terrain of this mountain pass is not particularly dangerous, and the king army did not build any fortifications. Wu after the military carried out a wave of assault, king dropped down on the thousands of people, fled to escape. Do the birds scattered. This battle was really easy. Your benevolence playing with binoculars in his hand, feel that this battle, some are not true. The 8 banners soldiers, who were once awe-inspiring, were so vulnerable. In Mizuiyun, a large amount of Wu Jun's supplies began to be moved ashore. Food, large-scale ordnance, artillery, tents, etc. Just moving these materials took Wu Jun more than half a day, and other material resources to move those. It was already dark. Li Xiaobin Den senior commanders gathered in a large tent, began to discuss the attack Zhujiang research programs, as well as the next battle plan. Everyone looked at the map sand table, began to wonder. This map sand table is something Wu Chenking provided ideas. and then his men got it out. This kind of sand table is much more intuitive than ordinary maps. It is clear where there is a mountain and where there is water. The only drawback is that manufacturing hemp trouble, but a matter of life and death of tens of thousands of troops. Wu is also hard to manufacture a large sand table to create a multi-block map. From the sand on the plate, everyone can clearly topography around Zhejiang. If we could send a force this through, to attack the town of Lotus. As long as the occupation of the town of Lotus, they cut off their ties and Nancheng blockade fleet on the water, they would be tantamount completely surrounded at that time. Even if we do not attack the city, they will have to come out of the city and take the initiative to attack. Otherwise they won't be able to eat the little food in the city for long. It was Tao Dongqing who was speaking, and he proposed a strategy based on the topography around Zhejiang. This meter is good policy in place that can reduce losses, although they are very powerful siege, but always to pay a price. Compared to siege the city, they defend the city even more. As long as they occupy Lianhua town and force the King army to fight outside the city, they can win more easily. Although they have the advantage now, there are still 80 to 90,000 troops in Zhejiang city after all, and they still have to be treated with care, or they will capsize in the gutter. Tao Dong into this plan fairly well, but there is one drawback, is that it takes too long. Even if there is not much food in Zhejiang city, it is okay to last for a month. Moreover, at that time, the King army would still grab food from the people in the city, and even do even more tragic things. Those soldiers who were in desperate situation who guarded the city could do anything. There is no need, we will attack them directly, and we will be able to knock them down in 3 days. How many days does your siege plan take? Liu Han 3 do not agree, he wants a quick fix. My plan may take a month, but it is a bit longer. Tao Tongxing said, in fact, his plan for the other armies, it is a very good plan. The enemy can be forced out of the city, which can reduce a large number of soldiers killed in battle. However, Wu Jun of them, this clever trick, but it cannot. After all, we need to balance efficiency. To spend more than a month attacking a city is absolutely a failure for them. So, not only Liu Han 3 do not agree, several other major generals do not agree with the siege of the program, more inclined to direct storm. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 209 chapters offensive and defensive plans. Most people eventually determine the storms program, followed by the general staff can only make plans for this program. After winning Zhejiang, I have just top-pronged, all the way from the southwest of Poyang Lake, destroy Nanchengjian and Fuzhou. Another Poyang Lake road east from the south, seize Jingdezhen, Shangrao and other places. This treasure, have to it's in our hands. After talking about the attack on Zhejiang, Liu Hansen made suggestions for the follow-up plan. Jiangxi's sense of existence in later generations is very weak, and many people in economically developed areas may be confused when talking about Jiangxi. But that is because of the rise of overseas trade and the rapid development of coastal cities. In fact, from the beginning of the Sui and Tang dynasties to the beginning of the Republic of China, this place in Jiangxi has always been a treasure. It not only has a large amount of arable land, but also has relatively developed water transportation, various abundant resources, and profound cultural heritage. Wang Anshai, Ouyangxu, Yanxiu, Wendanxian, Yansong. These celebrities are all from Jiangxi, and the others are not well known in later generations, but there are more officials who hold great power at present. Just Ming dynasty, Jiangxi, out of the two within the court Grand Secretary. Jiangxi Academy is the best in the world. Compared with the number of academies, Jiangxi can beat any other province. Wu Qingqing hurry to take occupation of the northern part of Jiangxi province, not only because this place is in control of the King Court. The more important reason is that this piece of local economic development, population density, accounting for picking up this place, Wu Qingqing's strength can be a full double. Diverge 2 will not take the risk of some, although many of our troops, but spread to such a large place, is also not quite enough. And we have to leave heavily guarded Zhujiang. King counterattack prevent. Dai Zhaijun reminded him that he was worried that if the expansion was too fast, the army would have insufficient strength. Could you please ask the general to let us act cheaply and recruit some auxiliary troops by ourselves? Dong Tanbao mentioned proposed road Wu Jun in the rules, which is not allowed without permission men's generals to recruit soldiers. Ministries out now. The battle damage are supplemented by the logistics soldiers. As for the soldiers who surrendered, they all need to enter the logistics department first, and they will be dispatched by the logistics department. This is required for supplementary soldiers. Don't count on newly recruited soldiers to expand the army. There are as many people as a division. The division commander dares to recruit soldiers privately, not to mention that the issue of military pay cannot be solved. Even if the military pay is not required, Wu Qingqing will not allow it. Once the men will be brought privately with the rights of military expansion, their strength will be increasing. The last case unwieldy prone. Although, sometimes it is more convenient for generals to have the power to expand the army, but Wu Qingqing would rather be troublesome and would not give his men this power. This is the fundamental secret of Wu Qingqing's control of the army, and there is no room for negotiation. Shut up. Don't mention this. Li Xiaobin lenging a cry. Dong Tanbao suddenly want to regret mouth pumping his son. His thinking is still stuck in the past. He wants to increase his strength by expanding the army. With Jiang Xi's wealth, as long as a small amount of money is scrapped, the army can easily be doubled. Change to the previous general, 100% will do this. But now, Li Xiaobin has never thought about it. He knew that the collar is secretly military expansion nil in Wu Qingqing. If you dare myself to do that, every minute is necessary to sit through the jail. He might even lose his head. Li Xiaobin, since that he did not like the Wu Qingqing as the talent and prestige, thought to himself, king. Now following Wu Qingqing, he is very satisfied to be able to command tens of thousands of troops. It's better to wait for the general's reinforcements. There are steamships to transport, and it won't take much time. Moreover, the newly recruited soldiers have no combat effectiveness. Those who have undergone training are more reliable. Wang Deong said, the crowd has not yet taken Zhujiang, but they have already begun to plan for the follow-up actions to take Zhujiang. In their eyes, taking Zhujiang is not a problem at all. When it comes to siege, they have never lost. In Zhujiang city, many king generals with ugly faces gathered together. The water army was defeated, and the Wu army successfully landed and was about to come to the city. He had to do pre-planning of those are failed, then had to rely on the strength of the defense. But the problem is that their strength is far inferior to Wu Jun. Such a head-to-head fight is obviously in the middle of Wu Jun's arms. All tell me, how to do next. It cannot keep Zhujiang. How to keep? Lekard Han took the lead to speak, but after he spoke, there was silence underneath, and no one responded. Not what he had wanted. The ice is to not think of any way to fool Wu Jun. Now the thieves are so powerful that we can no longer resist it. It's better to withdraw to Wuhan and wait for the imperial army to go south, and then counterattack in one fell swoop. It was Asli who was speaking. When Wu Jun came, he was a firm leader. However, Wu and the army fight a few times. He was afraid, and Wu Jun want to escape combat. Retreat. Now that we just want to retreat, it might not be easy. Is it possible to rely on our legs to walk back to Wuhan? Gong Adai ridicule satirized a ceremony as our ceremony is responsible for the military defeat of the water, almost all of the ships lost. He who now wants to go back to Wuhan do not have enough boats, can only go by land. However, from Zhujiang Wudonghan can no road, only hard to go, then go Ruicheng, then over the mountains to Xianing. In this section of the small intestines, let alone worry about Wu Jun chasing behind them all the time. Even if Wu Jun does not chase them, they may not be able to arrive smoothly. There are some places on those mountain roads that even horses can't get through, let alone those thousands of catties of cannons. Even if he were discarded baggage, this section also had to spend a lot of food in the mountains where they could get so much food. In short, They have no way to withdraw now. They can only withdraw to Nansheng. However, to withdraw to Nansheng is tantamount to a path of self-defeating. Nansheng is either the territory of Emperor Longwu or the territory of King Lu, and now a Wu Qingking is added. He had entered Nansheng would be tantamount to Yangrayuku, nowhere to hide. The direct cause of them this is the case, and that is the Navy command ceremonies are defeated. It's not feasible to retreat. I still think of a way to stick to Zhujiang and wait for the ships from Wuhan to come over. Lekidhan said that he had sent a messenger to the upper reaches to step up the scraping of the ship. Whether he can hold it or not, he needs the boat to keep a way out. I have had to send commander stationed in the town of Lotus, Nansheng and Zhujiang hold the throat, to protect our logistics. They are familiar with the weak surrounding terrain. Unit will put out the construction proposed. The town of Lotus is very important for them. I can put Nansheng and other places of soldiers recall Zhujiang, increase the point of strength advantage. No, Longwu ministry team has been marching to Fuzhou. The must-leave troops stationed lost Nansheng. On the other we have here then an isolated city up. After discussing for a long time, they did not discuss any clever plans, and in the end they could only defend the city honestly. This made Li Dian a little regret. He had known that he had just given up Jiangxi and left his troops in Wuhan. At least he didn't need to be in a dilemma like now. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 210 Chapter Zhujiang Offensive and Defensive War. 2 days later, Wu main army arrived at the Zhujiang city, a total of about 7 million people. The King army in Zhujiang still there are 9 million people, occupy advantage in troops, but the King generals have generally pessimistic. The strength of the army can never be based solely on the number. In the past, they often beat the more with less, chasing the Ming army. To now, they met the even more powerful Wu Jun, because as a weapon of reasons, the number of military importance, once again been cut. They even have been aware of the King, now is not more than the number of times, and fighting a war weapon is the most important. In the past, whether it was a knife or an arrow, it would kill a person at best. Nowadays, with a howitzer, as few as a few people, as many as dozens and dozens of people died. There are also hand grenades, which are quite powerful. Although the flintlock gun is a single killer, its rate of fire is extremely fast and its killing efficiency is quite high. These advanced weapons have greatly improved the killing efficiency and made wars more cruel. In order to deal with these advanced weapons, the King army also thought of a lot of native methods. For example, the colonel wear special clothing and armor to prevent sniper-targeted killing. Secondly, the city walls to prepare a lot of wood, wet blankets. These things built a simple concealed place on the city wall to prevent mass shooting of howitzers. In order to prevent the city wall from being blown up, they also deepened the moat. In order to prevent Wu Jun's grenadiers, they also prepared a large number of torches and tung oil on the city. The clever King army discovered that Wu Jun's grenade was afraid of fire. As long as they throw torch tung oil at the grenadier and detonate the grenade on the grenadier, the threat of the grenadier can be solved. Of course, these native methods can only slightly improve their plight, but it is impossible to obliterate Wu Jun's equipment advantage with this. As the offensive order was issued, Wu Jun's artillery began to sound. There are more than 80 cannons on the army side, and more than 70 cannons on the navy side. This time not only the army's artillery began to boom town, navy also of the walls on the river north of Zhujiang fire. King army here to be outdone, they have more than 50 pieces of artillery. At this time are moved to the wall, facing the artillery bombardment of Wu. Not over, the same red cannon, but the King shells is a disadvantage. They all use solid bullets, unless they are lucky, the bullets directly hit a person or hit a cannon, otherwise their cannons will be in vain. The Wu army howitzer, a bomb is a large, requirements for accuracy are much lower, just hit a rough orientation will be able to achieve victories. Boom! With clear some of the shells fell on the Wu army positions, Artillery Wu also appeared a little casualties. The cannon shells directly hit soldiers, basically turned into slag. Sai Zhuang very miserable. Not before. New Junshi soldiers are indifferent. Next to continue the calibration and loading. It's not that they are not afraid, but that it is useless to be afraid. Appearing and indeed continue shooting. Chance of death may not even 5% or not. However, if you run away because of fear, the chance of death is 100%. The supervising team not far away is not for decoration. Any soldier with a little brain can make the right choice. The Wu Army artillery, their brains are normal, unlike other soldiers smart. They can get into artillery battalion. King Army round of shelling, killing a total of only 3 Wu artillery. Artillery 3 of them were still soldiers can always replace the loading and transport of secondary artillery soldiers. None of the most important technical arms, such as measurement and operation, died. As long as these people are not dead, the strength of the artillery unit will not be affected. In contrast, the King Army side will suffer more. There were more than 20 artillery shells that successfully landed on the city. These artillery shells exploded, and even if the King Army did protection, many people were still injured. In the center of the explosion, those thin wooden boards were not big to the left and right. The artillery even worse, he had to shelling without any protection. Ye garnet shell exploded among them, a gun directly reimbursed group of a dozen people. Several of these people are experienced gunners, and they are irreplaceable. Without them, one cannon in the King Army would not fire. Order the artillery to stop fighting back and hide. Luck Dion was observing the situation in the tower through a telescope. After several rounds of shelling, he assessed the results and damages of the battle, and decisively issued an order to stop the artillery from resisting. Too uneconomical. He had an average of 5 people to die in order to kill a Wu. Instead of losing those precious gunners in vain, it is better to save their lives and wait for the Wu army to attack the city on a large scale and let them kill the infantry on the charge. Solid bullets are inefficient in killing scattered artillery, but they are still quite powerful when attacking dense formations. Lucky Dian can achieve this position, and naturally his unique advantages. This he can do rather take a beating, but also to save power. Gun hit the half-hour, Wu began to attack tentative. This time the offensive was not to break the city, but to test out the deployment of the King Army to see which section of the wall had more archers, which section of the wall had more supplies for defense, and which section of the wall was weaker in defense. After detecting this information, the next general attack can make targeted deployment. Of course, if the tentative attack progresses smoothly, it is naturally best to be able to directly win the city. However, during the deduction process, the staff members unanimously determined that this was impossible. It is totally unrealistic to want to capture Zhujiang at once. Zhujiang City King Army too much, even if it is a human life to fill, they can keep for a long time. More importantly, the city of Zhujiang keep the military among the 8 soldiers, the number of very large, accounting for nearly half. Compared with the Han Army Green Camp, the 8 banners soldiers were more tenacious when fighting with the Wu Army, because they were different from the Wu Army after all, so they resisted surrendering psychologically. Although Wu Jun never killed the Manchu soldiers who surrendered, these 8 banners still had an instinctive distrust of Wu Jun. This kind of distrust made them tend to fight to death in battle. The soldiers' will to fight has a great influence on the course of the battle. Previous Wu army to kill the enemy as long as about 20% of people, the enemy will collapse almost to escape. Wu Jun, then you can easily harvest. But this time, they had to kill at least 40% of the defenders before they could break the defenders. To achieve this goal, Wu Jun has to pay more casualties. In short, in the deduction of the general staff, it was not easy to attack Zhujiang city. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 211 Chapter Tragic Shooting. 10,000 people were responsible for the probing attack, each from multiple divisions. After all, in the siege, the cooperation of different arms is required. 1 million people divided into 3-way. 3 sections of the left and right in the city wall at the same time attacked. In front are the flintlock troops. They have to take on all the cover and suppression tasks. After that, some auxiliary soldiers were temporarily recruited, carrying sandbags filling the moat and pushing various siege equipment behind them. Most of these people came from the descendants of soldiers and Minzwang who were enlisted nearby. It would be useless to expect them to attack the city. They had neither organization nor discipline. His task is to fill some of the moat, then push to the city under siege equipment. The remaining siege of any task is towards regular main forces, death squads and grenadiers composed of commandos. Among these troops, there are also beheading squads and sniper companies that can always move freely. These are Wu Jun's more mature siege routines, which have been tried and tested. The artillery returns and fires. With the Wu army siege troops entered the range, the King artillery hurried back on the job and began shooting. With the King army gunfire sounded, some of the black spots down to the Wu phalanx of soldiers. Yi artillery shells fell on the square, continue to roll forward after hit a soldier, did not stop. All soldiers who were touched by this big iron ball were either dead or seriously injured. Even when it seemed that it was about to stop at the last moment, when the big iron ball hit a soldier's calf, that soldier's leg bone was immediately broken. Change to the horizontal team. Wu Jun endured a round of artillery fire, immediately change the formation and reduce losses. The same time, Wu is also immediately zeroed in artillery to artillery positions. King cleanup and repression. It is the focus according to the King artillery, soon suffered a heavy blow. Several gun group is a one-time reimbursement. The legs of the remaining artillery were shaking, and orange urine stains were dripping. The rest of the human heart that the real is also very clear, as long as they continue to stay in the artillery, the dead only a matter of time. Knowing that the case is mortal, but he had no way. Next time barrier troops are guarding them. Technical surgery arms, not so good when artillery from both sides roared, and the Wu army under the city continued to advance. As the long-range troops of both sides entered their firing range, the King army on the wall began to bow and shoot arrows, and the matchlock troops also began to shoot. This caused Wu Jun a lot of trouble, because the King army had a very large number of archers. Riding and shooting are the housekeeping skills of the 8 banners soldiers, and the proportion of archers among their soldiers is very large. Filled the arrows fall Wu army array. Many soldiers have swept down. In order to be flexible and light, Wu Jun's flintlock unit was only equipped with an iron helmet, and other body parts were not protected. This is of course the choice after actual combat verification. Without armor, it is easier to win the battle than wearing armor. Medical under treatment team will carry wounded soldiers. Reserve is to pick up their equipment added to the array, to maintain intensive fire. Column array, salvo. Wu army flintlock forces also stopped a salvo against the city wall, with a front shot, on the battlefield more out of white smoke. The King army head of the city, it is a lot of fallen soldiers. Some fell on the wall, and some fell directly below the city. The power of a volley of thousands of people is quite terrifying. Really a fine sharp R, not even a face arrows of people do not escape, as if some people are not afraid of death. Looking at Wu Jun's performance, Li Dian couldn't help but sigh. The general army must have a shield when facing a rain of arrows, otherwise it will definitely escape. To be able to calmly face arrow rains shooting and killing was quite incredible in Li Dian's eyes. He certainly did not know. Wu Qingqing established military training manuals are in accordance with the standard line-up shot of line infantry columns to train. Rank team shot the soldiers. We must have this face being shot while still maintaining formation of psychological quality. Of course, Wu Jun able to do this extent, also have a great relationship with them logistical support. Wu Qingqing order to save more wounded, deliberately spent a number of resource exchange sulfur out for military use. The bactericidal effect of sulfur is much worse than penicillin, but it is cheaper. Moreover, this poor effect is compared with penicillin, and compared with any bactericidal drugs of the same period. Sulfur is the existence of everything. In this era, no one knows about the existence of bacteria, and there is almost no way to deal with wound infections and ulcers. They can only scald them with red-hot iron. This treatment method is painful and inefficient. The Wu army against this got sulfur drugs. Most of the trauma soldiers can be cured, but the situation will not be infected. The biggest cause of death of wounded soldiers is wound infection. With sulfur, the death rate of wounded soldiers in Wujun dropped sharply. Viagra no death threats. Yu Junshi soldiers when fighting also a bit more daring. Do not worry about injuries. By previous injury mean to lose his life, and now it hurt just a little, so suffer. For soldiers, this pain is pediatrics. It is due to confidence in one's own medic. So Wu Jun in the face of arrows to be able to remain calm. Apart from a few strikes, hurt his dirty head and neck like deadly local soldiers. Most of the other wounded soldiers are able to survive. Obviously, Li Dian is not clear about these situations. He can only learn some of Wu Jun's surface conditions through spies for the time being, such as weapons and equipment, such as unique divisions. In addition, Lek Dian didn't know much about Wu Jun. He didn't know the root cause of Wu Jun's strength, but it could only be simply attributed to weapons. Yi Wheel set shot. The king side, there have been some riots. The casualty rate is too high. People standing in the front of almost breath fell by a third. Although among these people, only a few died immediately. However, everyone understands that there is almost no possibility of survival for a person who has been shot. Continue shooting arrows. King army generals shouting, but the next moment his head would burst out of a massive blood flower. Although he wears the same clothes as ordinary soldiers, for experienced veterans, as long as he observes carefully, he can actually distinguish between officers and soldiers. The method is also very simple. The other soldiers are all preparing to bow and shoot arrows, and this one is constantly observing the city. With such an obvious difference, it can basically be concluded that it is an officer. The death of the officer made the soldiers stunned again. Not before. The king army officers have more than one person, which is a section of the wall by the generals. 5 Zuling responsible has just been shot in just as Yuling and has, as other rank and file back neck to see the man died. He immediately took over those soldiers. Of course, even he took over, Wu that shot of the king army or just had some impact. At the end of the second round, the two sides fell a large number of people. Wu army logistics units in a non-stop lift the wounded. The king on the wall also carried away the wounded. These people do not take them away, and their constant screams will have a great impact on the morale of other soldiers. After watching the wounded soldiers who were constantly lifting from the city head being thrown into the corner and then ignored, the legs of the soldiers behind the city wall were shaking. It's only been a while, and the casualties are so heavy. He who sooner or later have to go up the defense, looking at those wounded were abandoned. They seem to see their own fate will be the same. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 212 chapters. Consider. Under the cover of the flintlock troops, the auxiliary soldiers filled in several sections of the moat, and the siege equipment was smoothly pushed down the city. Without the cover of the flintlock troops, the enemy troops on the city wall can kill and wound the soldiers who fill the river. And now, although the flintlock troops have also suffered a greater loss, they have ensured the safety of the unattached siege troops, and at the same time caused damage to the long-range troops of the king army. These 2 points alone, they cover is very valuable. The defenders of the Ministry of the Team's greatest strength to the erased Department of Cold Weapons under the team arrived in the city. Began the siege ants. Soldiers began building the car of the city board operations. A tentative offense is not meant to be a joke. The soldiers and low-level officers at the bottom do not know that it is a tentative offense, and they are all attacked as a general offense. So, he had rushed very fierce. Of course, only with such a realistic attack can the deployment of the King Army's troops and other conditions be figured out. In the distance, the eyes of Li Shubin and others have not left the telescope. They have been observing the situation on the wall of the King Army. Through observing, Li Xiaobin found enemy soldiers and hand banners. Green camp are mixed garrison. No section of the wall is pure green camp. There is no section of the wall which is purely 8 soldiers. This is probably because the green camp soldiers are too weak to fight and will surrender. This approach actually has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can deter and supervise the green camp soldiers to fight. But the disadvantage is that the two units that usually don't have a tacit understanding get together, and the cooperation is not good enough. Through observing, people also found that the king archers mostly concentrated in the middle of the wall, presumably to facilitate support to both sides. On the wall on the left side of the king army, there were many defense materials such as stones. On the right side, there are more materials like boiled oil. Some information is useful, and some information is not useful. We still need to think about whether some king armies arrangements were deliberately made by the other party to confuse one's own side. All these require them to analyze and judge by experience and sense of smell, and then make corresponding deployments in the next siege. It's almost done. Ming retreats. Li Shobin ordered the road, because the king troops sufficient reason. This wave of attack they did not account for what is cheap, up to be a 50-50. The two sides fought a consumption. Of course, he had as a party capable of siege, and the defenders of the Tai itself is very great, even against each other's morale to some extent. Wu before the rise of the military, has always been the party's siege suffer higher casualties. With the Wu army receded, the king walls are relieved. In this battle, there is no sense of experience of defending the city at all, and no advantage is felt at all. If this continues to fight, not many of them have the confidence to be able to hold on. The enemy is probably just a test. Luck side. Wu army siege of this very short, but not because the soldiers defeat and retreat. Retreat is active, indicating that the Wu commander thought through this siege when Chujiang. All the signs are that Wu army may be just a tentative attack. The following statistics have come out. Our army killed a total of 1,100 people and seriously injured more than 2,300 people. These severe injuries are basically equivalent to death. If the enemy's attack is just a test, it would be too terrible. True to the offensive moment, we probably would attrition battle thousands of people. We will keep up to 2 or 3 times city break. Not too long, Gongadi received a casualty statistics, digital shocking. 3,500 people fold loss, accounting for 4% of their total number of troops. Seem like much, but this is after all just a tentative attack. According to this loss rate, they will lose tens of thousands of people in every total attack. In this case, they can only defend 3 or 4 waves. Soldier to die in half the time, and will definitely collapse mutiny. That time may not leak to Hun control system live. How about the enemy's loss? Have you estimated it? Lucked asked humbly. According to I test each other's corpses team, presumably the enemy at least 800 people had been killed. Seriously injured also has nearly 2,000 people, slightly less than we lose a little bit. Gongade Hui reports. From this point of view, it is still possible to defend one defense, and compare one with stronger endurance. Lukta snorted coldly. As long as Wu Jun continued to cause a lot of damage, then Wu Jun's soldiers would also panic and risk collapse. At that time, whoever can hold on for longer will be able to win. Of course, this tactic can be said to be the most rubbish tactic. The next strategy leaked to Han also is no way. I can only hope that this tactic, not before, he's destined to be shattered this illusion. King Jun Wu estimated the number of deaths is definitely more accurate, but estimates of numbers of injuries, but that there is a large deviation. King Army their inability to treat the injury defined as serious injury, so he estimated 2,000 people injured Wu Jun. Wu sacrificed 3,000 come to conclusions. But in fact, out of these 2,000 people, at least 1,000 or 200 people can be saved. In Wu Jun's statistics, these people were only slightly injured. So, the two sides' real wreck is more than 1,600, 3,500, almost 1 to 2. If you really can't hold on first than anyone else, the King Army will definitely lose. Of course, Li Shobin do not like this tactic to fight consumption. also suffered heavy losses as one's own. The less have to pay 20,000 impairment in order to fight the enemy to collapse, which is obviously uneconomical. That night, Wu Army General Staff. The crowd once again developed a general offensive plan. According to this plan, we may not have enough artillery shells and we need to wait for the next batch of materials to arrive. Dai Zijun reminded. He had though powerful army fighting a war, but the dependence on logistics, KGB other cold weapons forces is much greater. Without cannon shells and bullets, their direct combat will play a triple. Very scary. So, he had to military supplies are concerned, the time to calculate the consumption. Then wait for the next batch of material resources arrive before the offensive. These times we can also create a number of multi-siege equipment as much as possible, to minimize casualties at the time of the siege. Li Shobin consider not only Lei Zhujiang, but also consider other aspects. For example, Wu Army killed pension and disability assistance payment after the soldiers is much higher than the other forces. If too many killed and disabled soldiers, their finances are a big burden. This is also an important factor for Wu Jun soldiers to sell their lives, relying on a good welfare system to attract soldiers to sell their lives. Although Wu Chenking never told Li Shubin to pay attention to the loss rate of soldiers, he wanted to make Wu Chenking satisfied. So he naturally had to take the initiative to share his worries for Wu Chenking. If you want to gain Wu Chenking's trust and reuse, you must take the initiative to solve Wu Chenking's troubles instead of passively accepting various orders. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 213 Chapter Parties Spies. Wu and Imperial armies in Zhujiang into a confrontation, but the two sides battle in Zhujiang. Also forces the parties spies learned. Weiyang, Hoteng Jiao portion. Has been tired out spies helped by two soldiers entered the chamber, was filling a few saliva. How is the situation in Zhujiang? Teng Jiao quickly asked. This time he is concerned about Zhujiang war. Tuibing adults, the King army in Zhujiang defeated 20,000 navy annihilated, the army lost 10,000 people have been retracted Zhujiang city, it seems to want to hang on Zhujiang, while Wu Chenking department conducted a siege. After that, the attack was temporarily stopped, and it seemed to be preparing siege equipment. Spies, then let everyone grin. King defeated them have a more big good at, they can even take the opportunity to go to the capture of Wuhan. Wuhan and area are also plain, are some grain producing powerhouse. The equivalent of Su Shutankzizu is Huguang Shutankzizu, where Huguang refers to the area around Hubei, Hunan. In ancient times, the importance of food production centers was far greater than that of seaside cities. Where there is food, there is a population, and where there is food, the army can be expanded. Wu Chenking's troops are really amazing. They actually shrank the King army to the city and gave up the riding and shooting they were good at. Yan Kuan said with emotion that they were always defending the city in their battles with the King army, and they did not dare to go out of the city and fight the King army because the King army was too powerful. And now, it was finally the King army's turn to hide in the city, and the real Feng Shui took turns. Wu Chenking's powerful army is still among us by surprise, but they also won the navy so powerful, and actually wipe out the Manchus navy. Zudaki said with emotion. It was the Dragon King's help. It is said that during the naval battle, Wu Chenking's navy appeared in a fleet that could go upstream without sails and without paddling. The Manking Shui army thought that the enemy was assisted by the Dragon King, so it was defeated. In addition to discovering the news, his subordinates also bought two treasures from a deserter. Intrinsic spies reported that the same people Flintlock go to bring their own back when grenades fetch. He spent a lot of money to buy this from the deserters of the King army. At that time, the battle was extremely chaotic, and some equipment of the Wu army was also seized and robbed. And among them, the organic deserter brought this thing with him when he was escaping. Dragon King help. Teng Jiao heard some displeasure. They, the people who read the book, naturally not going to believe those in ghosts. Therefore, He was very dissatisfied with the vague information of the spy. From what the spies said, he only learned that Wu Jun had a special ship, which was obviously not enough. This is the most critical weapon of the Wu Jun. They call it a flintlock. Its rate of fire is 5 times that of ordinary blunderbuss. This is called a grenade and can be thrown into the distance by hand. Professionally trained soldiers can throw 5 or 6 Zhang Yuan. After igniting this fuse for a while, the gunpowder inside will explode, and its fragments are enough to cause serious injuries to soldiers within a few feet of it. Spies referral shall with both arms. Of course, he learned from the intelligence are also those deserters' mouth. Yan Qiwan was about to pass the flintlock when he heard the words, and he looked at it carefully. And Zudaki was studying the grenade, trying to understand the mystery in it. It's a pity that they can't see anything just by looking at the surface. Everyone came to the yard, where Teng Jiao let the spies test it under flintlock hair gun. Although the spy had not been trained, he was not very skilled in operation. However, its loading speed is still visible to the naked eye, directly eliminating the step of loading gunpowder, because the bullets and gunpowder are already loaded together. Immediately call the city's craftsman. Will have to put out 2 weapons imitation. In imitation of craftsman, Shang Yi in 5200. He Teng Jiao air heroic, promised generous rewards. Wu army strong in these 2 secret weapons. He has fantasies of military weapons and equipment after these scenes. After the imitation was arranged, Yan Qiwan proposed to raise troops immediately and take the opportunity to capture Wuhan. Anyway, Luke Dian is now in a state of despair, and he must be unable to contemplate Wuhan. They only need to defeat the local garrison, and Wuhan and other places will fall into their hands. This suggestion was finally adopted by He Teng Jiao, and he was not reconciled to stay in Hunan forever, wanting to occupy more territory and expand his strength. Nanfeng, a small city in the south of Fuzhou, Jiangxi. This Zhu Qi when the troops were attacking the town as early as Wujun westward. He has already begun operations. Not too bad to go because of their mountain, until Wu have hit Zhujiang. They are just arrived in Nanfeng. Fuzhou did not even win, but there is a long distance from Nancheng, some distance. This made Zhu Yujian very anxious. He wanted to capture Nancheng before Wujun. At that time, he could use the emperor's name to deter Wu Chenqing's troops from taking action against him. If Wu is to capture the Nancheng military, by the time they certainly will not let it out to the site. Nancheng's Zhuji site is considered to be the foundation of his own rise, very seriously. This time into the flow, and he was quite anxious, or even directly to the army, personally supervised the operation. Not only had no guns, only a few of them matchlock, it means the siege is still very primitive and siege is a disadvantage. Moreover, the quality of their armed forces, compared to Fangguoan, Zheng's and other troops do not like. Most of them are recruits or old and weak, not many elites. A small county seat has blocked them for 3 days. On this day, Zhu Yujian again received a secret report from the spies, saying that Wu Jun had forced the Qing army into the city of Zhujiang, and he seemed to be preparing for a general attack. This made Zhu Yujian even more anxious. If Wu Jun took Zhujiang, there would be nothing to stop them from going south to Nancheng. At this moment, Zhu Yujian couldn't wait for the Qing army to rise up and defeat Wu Jun. For the benefit, he left behind all the aliens at this moment. For him, if he doesn't get this world, then it doesn't matter who belongs to this world. Command Huang Shanling plus tight siege, which must win Nanfeng within 2 days. At the same time, I was sent to Teng Jiao oral instructions and let him send troops to Nancheng, convergence with our military. He Teng Jiao allegiance is now Zhu Qi, so Zhu Qi has the right to command Teng Jiao. Not before, it is in theory, in fact, cannot adjust the move, it all depends Teng Jiao choice. If what Teng Jiao loyal enough, then there is no problem. But what if Teng Jiao not happy? Then there are a lot of excuses. For example, say all mountain go from bad to Nancheng, Hunan, lack of forage, the pay is not enough and so on. These are a good excuse. Today, with the world's bureau potential, Teng Jiao not command respect, Zhu Qi cannot do nothing for him. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 214 Chapter Parties Imitation. In Shaoxing, Zhu Yihai is also discussing with several confidant ministers whether they can take the opportunity to send troops to capture Suzhou Songjiang and other places. These two places, one with the weapon shop and the other with the foreign trade area, are of great significance to them. If they took Suzhou, they could form a new type of army, and if they captured Songjiang, they could obtain huge amounts of tax and silver there, thereby expanding their army and strengthening their strength. Today Songjiang Prefecture of Tax has been officially exceeded Suzhou. Every overseas trade is a big deal, with a few or a dozen large ships at every turn. In addition to foreign trade, Songjiang is also a distribution center for all kinds of goods. With the support of Wu Chengqing, commerce has developed rapidly and it has become a commercial center. Zhu Yihai thought very well, but it was extremely dangerous to realize this plan, which meant that he and Wu Chengqing were officially torn apart. Wu Chengqing's main force in Zhujiang, the rest of the troops in Nanjing, Suzhou and Songjiang are empty. What we see is a golden opportunity. Fang Guoan said that his grievances with Wu Chengqing are now getting bigger, and he can't wait to find some trouble for Wu Chengqing right away. At the same time, he also coveted the weapon shop in Suzhou. Nanjing is not far from Suzhou, and their support will come soon. The time to attack Suzhou is not yet ripe. Another general, Wang Ziran, did not approve of the attack now, mainly because their strength was still too weak. He currently has more than 40,000 troops, Fang Guoan still has 30,000. And Zhu Yihai has also recruited 20,000 soldiers during this time. They add up to a total of 9 million people. The number of touches a lot. However, their combat effectiveness has to be marked with a big question mark. These people, let alone siege the city, are not opponents even in field battles with Wu Jun. If not in the short to win time in Suzhou, Nanjing wait until reinforcements arrive. They will suffer, and did not get any benefit, but also completely decorum skin. At that time, Wu Chengqing even had a reason to attack Hangzhou and Shaoxing directly. Once these places were captured by Wu Chengqing, they would even ruin the foundation of the comeback. Therefore, the matter is of great importance, and Zhu Yihai dare not make up his mind lightly. How about the imitation of the new weapons? Zhu Yihai asked. And Wu Fangguoan last military battle, nor is it a little Harvestan not, at least seized a grenade. Then he also ordered the craftsman imitation. No, in order to imitate this kind of grenades, we have already killed 6 craftsmen. The final imitated grenades are much less powerful. According to some craftsmen's speculation, their gunpowder formula is different from the one we use, and their gunpowder is powerful, bigger. Fang Guoan said helplessly. Grenade bomb actually simple structure. They will soon be out imitation of their research. But the fire medicine formulations of this stuff, but need to go through numerous tests to explore it. This requires a lot of time and capital investment. He is currently their imitation out of exploding grenades, although it can, but little power. There is also a hand grenade that is powerful enough, but it is loaded with more gunpowder, which causes the volume and weight to be far beyond the standard, and people can't throw it far. In actual combat, such a heavy thing can only be used to defend the city. This is their only gain. The greatest progress in imitation still belongs to the Manchu king court. After all, they occupy a large territory, have a large population under their control, and have a large number of craftsmen, so the chances of having advanced craftsmen are even greater. Now, he had not only a successful imitation hand grenades, also successfully imitation of a flintlock, but also temporarily pomegranate shells. Terms no progress. Not before they come out of imitation grenade shells. Its power is only about 2/3 of Wu. The problem naturally lies in the gunpowder formula. He who has a lot of manpower and financial resources, so when looking for gunpowder formula has many advantages. They can continue to find fault. As long as you keep trying, you can always find it. This is a dumb method, but it is also a very effective method. He had imitation of flintlock, its performance is worse than a lot of Wu. In terms of rate of fire, his flintlock slower on about method. The failure rate is about a 20% larger. There are other operating feel, comfort and so on, have a small gap. In general, if Wu Jun's flintlock is 100 points, then their flintlock can only hit 60 at best. Not before, which for King it is already quite good, with this version of the cottage flintlock troops, but also to easing the bit cold steel troops. Relying on this flintlock, and then relying on their number advantage, they are qualified to fight Wu Jun to the death. Not two in solving the problem of imitation after they faced a new problem, and that is speed manufacturing this weapon. They is not up soon. The King government used at least twice as many craftsmen as Wu Jun to participate in the manufacture of flintlocks, but the manufacturing speed was only about half that of Wu Jun, which was only about 2,000 in a month. Want a large-scale armed forces, within the foreseeable future. Not over, in fact. The King court this performance is considered very good. Technology advances. Surgery has always been a need plenty of time to fumble perfect. That is, only Wu Chengking can directly come up with the shaping technology, so that their inventions and creations will not take a lot of detours. Forbidden City, the multi-Erdogan was faced to see Big Jade. Duo Erdogan mood seems good, he said. Weapons Square has been entered on the right track. A few months is expected to be able to create 10,000 flintlock troops. That time can be again. South. Is 10,000 pieces enough? As far as I know, now Wu Chenking's subordinates already have tens of thousands of flintlock units. Moreover, their weapons workshops are also constantly being manufactured. After a few months, they may have 2 or 3. Once flintlock troops are out, according to my opinion, we should send an envoy to negotiate with them to see if we can rule the river. In this way, Asig and the others can also be released back from death. Big Jade does not have the ambition. Formerly in the customs of a small block her sight have been met, and now they got the central plains. In her opinion, the empire's territory is already large enough, and there is no need to expand. Of course, the main reason was that the risk was too great. Wu Chengking, who had risen to the south, kept beating them, making her panicked. You are more concerned. I have ordered to continue to recruit craftsmen, and we will also expand the scale of production. As long as we have enough weapons and the bravery of our army, it will be enough to flatten the south. Duo Erdogan apparently not willing to occupy only the north, still doing unify the world of dreams. Unifying the world, this is probably the highest achievement a man can achieve. As long as there is a chance, who doesn't want it? In his time we talked about, and there are eunuchs trembling handed him the latest issue of the battlefield. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 215 chapters from the King not Zhao. Duo Erdogan's eyes staring at the memorial, his face gradually darken. The above news made him unhappy. Chengchu rebel changed anyway. Jiang Xi war defeat, which made him want to sing. None of these Han people can be trusted. Duo Erdogan took the table a slap in the face. He deliberately did not mention Zhujiang of war, but rather focus on the Chengchu rebellion. The war is to dilute the bad news in front of Big Jade. Not before. Chengchu mutiny blow to the King court also big. Dayu then take over the memorial. See the above message. For Hong Chengchu's rebellion, Dayu was not too surprised. Anyway, she knew who Hong Chengchu was. Expect Chengchu loyal to the king, which is obviously impossible. Therefore, Dayu didn't pay much attention to Hong Chengchu's rebellion. She was concerned about the fighting in Zhujiang. It was defeated again, and tens of thousands of troops were lost, and 80 to 90,000 troops were trapped. This is really not good news. If this army is wiped out, the King court will be hurt again. These are all her son's world and army, and Dayu also cares very much. It's better to let Li Dian and the others withdraw to Jiangbai. If you lose it in the south, you will lose it. Let's save the lives of those tens of thousands of 8 banners soldiers. Dayu Jianyi Road. I have my own measures. Li Dian is a warrior. He will guard the bridgehead of Zhujiang for darking and wait for my army to go south to rescue. Has been a huge victory for Dole's character becomes somewhat self-willed. He has always believed that his army. Subsequently, the multi-Erdogan out of the Forbidden City, he was summoned to the Chora's members to discuss countermeasures. In front of the Big Jade, he did not want to watch exhibit their inability to side, saying it is very tough. But after he calmed down after exiting the Forbidden City, he also felt that it was more important to save the strength first to withdraw the army. That was 8 tiny wonder army. Not 8 tiny million pigs, not take a joke. Duo Erdogan was gone, leaving a large Jade children and Summerlin, the 2 children. Dayu sighed, her final study is just a daughter. In the face of national affairs, there is no right to speak. If so, she really hopes to rule the river and quell the war. Queen Dowager, are you worried that the regent will be defeated? Sumo asked. Dayu couldn't answer this question. Among the men she knew, Dorgan was already the most powerful person, so she didn't know who had fought Dorgan in the world. Not before. Wu Qingqing recent rise south of momentum also super fierce, so she cannot judge. Dayu is also very concerned about Wu Qingqing. There are even several books compiled by Wu Qingqing on her bookshelf. Elementary physics, intermediate physics, world geography, geometric arithmetic. In his spare time, Dayu would read those books. First, he wanted to learn about Wu Qingqing through these books, and second, because the knowledge introduced in those books was amazing, incredible, and attractive. Look after those books too. She is a little more curious about the world. The same time, she also is a very curious Wu Qingqing exactly what kind of person, why young age can grasp so much knowledge. Nanjing, Governor's Mansion. Wu Qingqing Xina's concubine Sun Yangxuan also asked him this question. He had just brought Sun Yangxuan into the mansion, and instead of dealing with official duties immediately, he took time to accompany his family. Accompany her in the backyard of their time. Wu Qingqing nothing to make people go to build some water, and then got a steam engine, manufactured fountains. The principle of the fountain is relatively simple. It is nothing more than using water pipes with different calibers, and then using pressure to create a faster jet speed. Seeing that the jet of water formed a lotus flower, several women screamed. After all, this landscape is still quite beautiful. Where people in this era have seen such tricks, it's almost like a trick. Old God, really angels. This is the classic Xianzu. But I heard people say that Master Wenxing descended to the world. Can Wenxing also change spells? Wenxing also gods. The gods will certainly change spells. Wu servant who saw the magical landscape, one by one all talking about the Wu Qingqing is immortal. In addition to Wu Qingqing got this argument, they could not find other reasonable explanation. My husband, why do you have so much knowledge? Sun Yangxuan asked Wu Qingqing. She thought she had read poetry and books since she was a child, but she couldn't figure out how this kind of landscape was built, and what was the reason behind it. I think you are more knowledgeable. I can't answer if you ask a question. Wu Qingqing little bit of humor. So happy Sun Yangxuan heart of rattling deer. People in this era generally lack a sense of humor, and Wu Qingqing's words are very beautiful love words in Sun Yangxuan's eyes. Little fairy. Chen Yuan and Liu O minutes cursed silently in their hearts, although Wu Qingqing had teased them before. But at this moment, they teased and chose to forget, and stared at Sun Yangxuan vying for favor. Let the people from the Ministry of Industry pick a place in the city and build a fountain larger than this, making it a landmark scenic spot in Nanjing. Wu Qingqing told the Wu San sentence. In the big city, Jiang scenic fountain to get hold of the iconic flag drum. Not enough support Xianqian more. A unique and iconic landmark can often enhance the pride and superiority of locals. Although this feeling is a bit illusory, it is actually good for rule. You can reach Nanjing feel better than elsewhere, indicating that the people approved of those in power. Those in power will naturally be more obey the decree. Of course, This is only one reason why Wu Chengqing wants a landmark scenic spot, and there is another reason, which is to show off. He will let those natives know, it is the best of. Just an idea can make many people wonder. Yes, Wu San ran all the way to work, and he was still muttering in his heart on the way, why do you want to build such a high level and beautiful landscape for those untouchables? It seems, their own old god is still mindful of the people good things out there and people share, is a real saint. At night, Wu Chengqing and Sun Yangxuan together until midnight. Wu Chengqing really doesn't have much resistance to this kind of beauties who are obedient. That what spring night. The audience was not from the king, right to true relup. Wu Chengqing feeling something. The whole world all the best beauty in harem, I want to resist the temptation adhere to the audience was, it really is not an easy task. Let alone 3,000 beauties in the harem in the future. Wu Chengqing currently has 3 beauties. Every day he feels comfortable and don't want anything, and doesn't want to deal with official duties. Puff. It's the spring night and the short day rises. Since then, the emperor will not train early. This is Bai Juai's famous song of long hatred. The Han emperor pays attention to the color of the country, and the Uiyu can task for it for many years. The Yang family has grown up with a girl and raised in a deep boudoir. Sun Yangxuan chuckled lightly. Okay, you show off your knowledge in front of me, right? You will be punished to copy the song of everlasting regret 20 times tomorrow. Wu Chengqing said. Sun Yangxuan naturally doesn't understand such a stem from the 21st century. However, Wu Chengqing's unconstrained way of thinking made her very happy. She had to, for Wu Chengqing would be a rigid boring person, just like her uncle. Those holding a large human rights, often with a face plate, unsmiling. However, after door, she found Wu Chengqing is not the case. It would be a pleasant surprise. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 216 chapters Western businessman. The next day, Wu Chengqing got up in the Sun Yangxuan urging. Sun Yangxuan didn't want to become a character like Daji, and Daji's end was not good. If the delay Wu Chengqing's get down to business, this is his wife Chenya Smoky's reason to pack her. After the meal, Wu Chengqing looked at the memorial. Many things need to be decided by him, and many things need to be reported to him. Nanzili's tax and silver totaled 1.32 million in 3 months. This is the report submitted by the tax office, reporting the tax situation in 3 months of their administration. 1.32 million, which is pretty good. You know, Chongzhen in power when the tax year the country has only 1,400 or so million ounces, with an average per quarter 350 million ounces. And this is the national data. South Zili surface of the product, even accounting for less than 1% of the country. Chongzhen's reign, South Zili be able to receive a quarter of the tax and, probably 30 or so million ounces. Wu Chengqing he's almost 5 times. Among them, it is mainly due to the rapid development of industry and commerce, and agriculture is almost the same without much change. Only after the hybrid rice is officially put into production can there be a leap in agricultural taxation. Nanjing, Dongxi, here is a wholesale market for bulk goods. Today's East Market is quite prosperous, with people coming and going, and countless horsey-drawn carriages. After hearing the news, businessmen from all over came to Nanjing, preparing to buy some unique novelties unique to Nanjing and go back to sell them. There are merchants from the north, merchants from Hunan and Sichuan, and merchants from Zhejiang, Fujian, and Guangdong to the south. Even, occasionally I can see some Westerners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Some courageous foreigners, unwilling to be Songjiang that make the difference edge of middlemen, so they came to Nanjing, personally, want to purchase directly from the hands of the middle-class home. Not before, only a few Westerners do, because unfamiliar, Westerners doing business here, to be 100% pit. Moreover, after being pitted, they also cried out of nowhere, and the yeoman might not take care of them. Now it is not the Manchu of later generations. Huaxia people are not afraid of foreigners at all, and even some look down on these foreigners, thinking that they are the kingdom of heaven. Albert, I said long ago that we can buy the goods directly in Songjiang. You have to come to Nanjing. Now that's okay. Our capital has been deceived. Two Westerners walking down the street in Nanjing, one of the big beard in addition to an annual complain light guy. When the people who came and went seeing them, they couldn't help pointing and pointing, and both of them were treated as if they hadn't heard. William, stop complaining. It's not a lot of money. At least, we learned a lesson, haven't we? Moreover, it's worth spending some money to visit the largest and most prosperous city in the world. Have you forgotten how many new things we have seen here and how much insight we have gained? Let's just talk about the concrete floor under our feet. If we don't come to Nanjing, how can we see such a beautiful, clean and tidy street? Like heaven. Albert sigh, and Western European cities compared, Nanjing paradise is really just a kind. Today, cities in Western Europe are generally small, extremely crowded, and have unsightly sanitary conditions. You run down to the street, the city that are the basic habits of the town residents. Most ordinary residents do not take a bath on weekdays. He had believed, this layer of dirt on the body, can help them prevent illness, and wash will die. He had body odor, have to rely on perfume to cover up. In Western Europe, the perfume line industry very well developed, better than the poor in Nanjing today. In addition to good hygiene, everything in Nanjing seems to be in order. In the most prosperous West and East cities, there are even soldiers specializing in directing traffic. He who is responsible for coordinating traffic problem carriages and pedestrians, greatly enhance the access speed. Obviously it is a very densely populated place, but there has not been any congestion. This is also due to the traffic laws established by Wu Chengqing. Anyone who fails to comply will be fined if caught, and the fine is not small. Slowly, in order to avoid being fined, many businessmen became more honest and walked in accordance with the traffic rules. Wisdom Oriental is too terrible. I now still do not understand why they cannot sail the boat without oars on the countercurrent walking on water. If we know this kind of thing, but also to our ships click on, then can we open up many new routes to avoid pirates? William also sighed. When he saw the steamboat on the Yangtze River, he just sat down on the ground and yelled, "The devil, the devil." In addition to the devil, he cannot figure out what force is pushing and moving the ship forward. In addition to the steamboat, there are many things in Nanjing that opened their eyes to them. It's like that kind of magical match, which can be ignited with a single stroke. This kind of thing is so convenient. When they are sailing at sea, getting fire has always been a big problem. With this kind of matches, a lot of trouble can be avoided, and a lot of space for loading fire materials can be saved, so that more goods can be loaded. It said something like a steam engine called the push. Do not know is that the steam engine look like we're selling something. Compared to other products that can make a lot of money, Albert prefers the steam engine. As a businessman ocean, he certainly understand a way to promote the significance of the ship forward of the machine represents, then that would change the world baby. With the steam engine, he had again have to worry about experiencing no wind band. Unfortunately, Wu Chengqing knows this better than them. Therefore, steam engines are currently not sold privately to the outside world, and they are all in a strict confidentiality stage. Manufactured steam engines, except for should water outside the military. There is the rice mill, and the salt works and other factories. These factories are all merchants that have in-depth cooperation with Wu Chengqing, and they are all trusted people. Albert wanted to buy a steam engine, obviously wishful thinking. Even I know it's useless. I have who may not have much money, or back to Songjiang, batch of goods shipped to earn a ticket to return home, with enough capital, then come to think of ways to buy such a machine. William helpless said, but fortunately he had come to Nanjing did not bring all the belongings in Songjiang also left a large number of goods can be bought. No is the case. This time they traveled thousands of miles of sailing, will be for naught. Although ocean trade has 10 times, 10 times or even dozens of times the profit. But the risk is also super large. There are always various inexplicable reasons that will make people go bankrupt. No, I want to meet the highest official of this city. It is best to get his asylum, so that we can come to Nanjing to do business with confidence in the future. Albert has great ambitions, not reconciled to just doing a small business to make money. He also wants to open up the relationship with the people in power. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 217 chapters. Profits line industry shocked people far more than Western businessmen. Not whenever South Zili local businessmen, for time to Nanjing, must go through a period of shock of the process. Those things in Nanjing appeared too suddenly, without a hint, and without a process for people to adapt. It seemed that these things appeared overnight. Other businessmen still stayed in their previous worldviews, and found that the world had changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. It was hard not to be shocked. Just a steamship has made countless businessmen want to break their heads and have no idea. There are those cement road, fountains, no one is that they can in order to understand something. The changes in Nanjing are so great that they are almost unrecognizable. Xu Wenjing from Huiyan said with emotion that he had been to Nanjing in business the year before, and he was fairly familiar with Nanjing. But now Nanjing has made him feel strange. Old Lord, look, that's what we want to buy, the soaps and soap. A lot of people in the queue. The butler saw a large warehouse with the word wholesale of perfume and soap written on it. At the gate of the warehouse, many merchants lined up to buy goods. A large number of carriages parked on one side, and boxes of silver filled the ground. Chendailin has not yet established a sales channel in the north, so the perfume soap they make will be wholesaled to other merchants in addition to retailing in the south. Batch distributed to other traders, although it will make less money, but wins in quick, fast money back. Chendailin is ready to focus on expanding the scale of production, not to care about sales. As long as he has the sole production right, he will not worry about not making money, and he will still make a lot of money. If other businessmen want to do this business, they have to come to him to buy goods. Those merchants who come to wholesale and retail are making hard money. Approved. The offer has been set very high, and also labor costs, shipping costs. Its profits will become nothing more than a few all other commodities. But just for the tens of millions of profits, there are countless businessmen who break their brains and want to snap up this kind of goods. Look again, I heard recently in Nanjing edition of a thing called a match. Just lightly program will be able to light a fire, very convenient. Xu Wenjing obviously came prepared. He came here deliberately after seeing the business opportunity of match. Not before. The current match has just listed soon, limited production capacity, is goods in short supply. Xu Wenjing didn't find the wholesale office after going around in the East City. After some inquiries, he finally found the Han family. The Han family won the project with an investment quota of 300,000 tals when bidding. Today, this business has become the exclusive sale of the Han family. After the Han family launched matches, they quickly became famous around Nanjing. Goods like this kind of convenience and benefit to the people. There is no worries that there will be no market. Xu Wenjing doesn't have much friendship with the Han family, but in business, he pays attention to multiple friends and multiple paths. Even if Han Sanli is not worried about sales now, he still meets Xu Wenjing, and the two parties exchanged greetings. In the end, Han Sanli declined Xu Wenjing's purchase request. Businessmen in Nanjing now have no shortage of partners, and Han Sanli can wait for the price or set up sales channels on his own. The merchants who came to Nanzili to seek fortune had some bad luck and did not find a way to make money, but many merchants also found opportunities. For example, the great salt merchant Tao shopkeeper in Xuzu, he bought a large amount of cheap salt in Songjiang Prefecture wholesale, a pound of coarse salt. Before his purchase price in the hands of other system Yanfans is 70 packets. But now, the purchase price in Songjiang only requires 60 yuan. It is a difference of £10 paper profit of money, his breath on the wholesale 10 kilograms shipped back to Xuzhou, which earned a 1,002 silver. 1,200 seem like much, but this is pure profit that way. The average annual energy earned 1,200, equivalent to a year later earned 6 times even million. This can already be regarded as a successful businessman, belonging to the truly wealthy class. Moreover, shopkeeper Tao is only one trip, less than 10 trips a year, he said. This is tens of thousands of tals of income a year to reach a net profit of tens of thousands of ounces of silver, which has a rich level. The treasurer Tao made only a small head, and the real big profits were made by Pang Yuanming and Wu Chengqing. He had to use a steam engine pumping salt. The cost is very low. Average crude pound cost of salt, only 20 or so packets. That is to say, they engage in the wholesale sale of a pound of salt can do to earn 40 text, but can take retail catty earn 60 to 70 text. One catty earns 40 liters. At first glance, they don't seem to be much, but their output is high. His are currently in production, proofing and 10 kg of at least 1 month, which is 4 or 5,000 ounces of profits. Moreover, they are constantly expanding production capacity. Pang Yuanming's plan is to first expand and build a salt farm that can produce millions of catties per month, so that the monthly profit can reach 450,000 tals, which is hundreds of thousands a year. Then go to other places to open branch, at least have to open 10 branches, to reach monthly scale production of 10 million pounds. This year's profits in the tens of 1.002 million. Month 1,000 kilograms of food salt, do not worry about not sell. Calculated on the basis of an average person of 100 grams of salt per month, the current total market in China has a monthly demand of as high as 4,050 million catties. A person's 100 grams per month is calculated based on the minimum demand. If calculated according to the health standards of later generations, a person needs at least 200 grams a month, and the northerners need more. Moreover, in addition to the domestic market field, it can also be shipped abroad. As the population increases, this demand will also increase. In short, their low-priced table salt does not worry about the lack of a market at all. System salt steel, that is the real profits. During the bidding, several big merchants competed with Pang Yuanming, and Pang Yuanming won the bid with batch of investment of 1 million tals. 1,002,000 is investment capital. When the future expansion of the plant, he needs additional funds. Moreover, at least half of the profits made by Pang Yuanming should be divided among Wu Chengqing to raise the army. Speaking of it, Wu Chengqing is the most profitable. He doesn't need to do anything. He just provides pumps and a more advanced salt-making process, and then sits and waits for dividends. Fortunately, the other dirty work, annoying things are busy to deal with Pang Yuanming. Of course, even so, Pang Yuanming still has money to make. After the scale is expanded, there will be a lot of money to be made. As shrewd as him, he has naturally undergone careful calculations and will not make a loss-making business. If he is in the cast reluctantly then cut a large piece of meat to Wu Chengqing, he could not have authorized the mark in this business plan book. Today, a few caste marked the failure of the people, can only watch as Yuanming Pang money. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 218 chapters of the King Court Counter. In Xuzhou, a fleet from Suzhou drew ashore. When South Zili out after a lot of good stuff now, not only to merchants in other parts of South Zili purchase, but also to South Zili businessmen freight to various places to trafficking. Ship after the team broke down fixed, coolies on the docks immediately scrape together the past, need to ask whether the handling of goods. My ship is full of high-end exquisite glass, as well as perfume soap. You must be very careful when unloading. You can't afford to break a piece. Did you do this job? Housekeeping age asked. Dispensers rest assured, I have. This is one of the players. I specifically did you arrange a group of veteran came more than 5 years, absolutely no problem. The foreman in the lead assured him, patting his chest. Okay, put these goods move down. 52 silver. Housekeeping age really do not have much choice. The business on this beer are 23 gang to a monopoly. In order not to be bullied, these porters formed gangs spontaneously. Some gang was very powerful, and even a local official had to give a few minutes of face. Those who have not joined the gang will not be able to carry it privately and will be beaten by the gang. To join the gang, he had earned a fortune bit of money, much of it will be turned over. Oh, the treasurer, you really bully. Negative small did not experience it. This town fragrances are goods in short supply. Various shops are selling off the goods, a bottle of it to earn more than a dozen pieces of silver. So profitable business. You just gave us 50 tals of fortunate money. This is too unreasonable. The gang leader is not a rough person with no brains and no knowledge. How can he be no brains if he can sit in this position? He knows the market conditions of various goods better than those merchants. Hey, you are very knowledgeable, so why don't you know that when I bought the goods in Suzu, the price was too expensive? I also made some hard money, and the money was made by the evil manufacturers. I will give you the most. Add 10 tals, it can't be more. If you move rice for a day, you can't make 60 tals. If you don't do it, I will find someone else. Housekeeping age gave added 12, bargaining. This is a national of the process. After some wrangling, the two sides' most final pricing is 6 and the 15th. Finally, help the Lord to greet people with an open eyebrow. As housekeeping age earlier, which they help people back rice from morning to night, one day earn less than 6 and the 15th. Moreover, carrying rice is physically demanding, and it is quite fortunate. And transporting these perfume soaps and glass is easy work. Just be careful not to break the glass mirror, like this live, in all their business which belongs to the finest. All gangs are rushing to dry. This time they are lucky and are closer to the fleet that manages the age of the house. They will not be so stupid to give up this good job to other gangs. The goods are disembarked in piece by piece and moved into the warehouse. Just then, a group of soldiers came. Seize these things, these are prohibited commodities. Take the lead in the overall point to the goods being transported. Said something to the tube housing age ignorant force of words. He didn't understand why these commodities of his had become prohibited commodities. This is actually a private order of some officials in the king court, mainly from some generals in the army. Some Manchu officers believed that it was a big mistake to continue to let those luxury goods sold in the south to the north. This will allow the south to make a lot of money, make more advanced weapons, recruit more soldiers and horses, and hoard more food. At that time, these powerful troops will come over. Therefore, this kind of commercial behavior is just for the enemy and must be prohibited. Of course, there is some truth to this view, but the Manchu high-level officials did not agree to issue such a ban. It's very simple. They also need to use these things. A large part of the perfume soaps and mirrors shipped to the north have flowed into the palace and the mansions of many officials. These things that can make those people's lives more comfortable. They can't lack for a moment now. Therefore, prohibiting the sale of these commodities to the north would violate the interests of many big people and would not work. However, the face of the loss of this wealth to the south of the situation, a number of the king very loyal die-hard activists on privately action, gave the order to collect the south of luxury. This is not the case. The house age has unfortunately caught up with wave. Stop it. You have to say what it is. Contraband. You may have court documents. Housekeeping age is not what humble farmer, what soldiers say what you believe. Without official documents from the court, he would not believe that there was such a ban. I say that these are contraband and are contraband. The leader said, big tone, that I would go to Liu Patrol. Ask the family to ask, is this Xuzil? You adults have the final say, or do you always put the final say? Housekeeping age Der Hauhing, not because of the large natural pure courage. He also has personal connections. In Xuzil, he and the governor knew each other. In Suzu, there are even more officials who have friendship with him. Officials and businessmen who cannot, collusion, businessmen these days no point connections, you can only do small business. No one is connected to this kind of bulk trade, which is to give meat to other people's mouths. You heard the patrol ask the name of the team of soldiers, some apprehension. However, the leader was still very tough, and he insisted on confiscation of the goods. Guys, these soldiers are not allowed to do business. This is to break your jobs. Without those of us in business, how can you move goods in the future? Housekeeping age to see that the total turned out to be really handsome. Air can only incite those dock workers. This trick was really effective. Suddenly hundreds of coolies gathered on the dock, surrounded by more than 30 soldiers, and were not allowed to collect the goods. Naturally, these Wolfgangs did not find that their conscience wanted to help manage the age of the house. But the actions of the soldiers did harm their interests. He had these commercial activities do not care how much silver can cause flow to the south. The situation will lead to change what happened. They only care about their own income. If these soldiers confiscated the merchants' goods indiscriminately, no merchants would dare to stay here in the future, and they would still have work to do. He who are professional movers, it is counting on to make a living. The collection of these soldiers is just cutting off their rations. No acceptance. No acceptance. Hundreds of people wielded poles and wooden sticks and shouted loudly, making this unit of the King army very helpless. The two sides deadlocked. Not too long, Xgzuzzy local business persons who also sent over to negotiate, they are the buyers of these goods. So, he had also strongly demanded the soldiers to put down the goods, also said to be reported to the governor, tell them favoritism. There were many king officials and generals who wanted to prevent the inflow of southern commodities. However, in the actual implementation process, they would always encounter a lot of unsolvable troubles. So, almost no official member of success. Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 219 chapters. Southern goods in the north. Under the interference of the Xi family and many other forces, the soldiers finally failed to intercept this batch of perfume soap. When the goods were delivered to the shop was already full of customers waiting to buy it. The name of perfume soap has long been spread all over the country and throughout China. This kind of thing that even the Queen Mother and the Queen Mother is using today is extremely attractive to ordinary women. Those rich merchants of the women have long been inseparable from perfume and soap, as well as chunks of super through vanity mirror. Previously able enough to see a clear picture, they have been very satisfied. But that the whole person can put photos into a full-length mirror, and these women of heart. Women have never rested in the pursuit of beauty, especially not in low status of women in this age. Their beauty is almost the only capital. These nearly tomato-high floor-toasling mirrors are expensive on each side, and they are scarce in number. Being able to buy such a mirror is not only a way to better appreciate and dress yourself, but more importantly, it is able to satisfy one's heart of comparison. People like to get happinesses by contrast. Only you live better than others, in order to produce happiness. An ordinary family in later generations used a TV, refrigerator, air conditioner, and went out in a car or airplane. Their material living conditions were 100 times better than that of any wealthy businessman in ancient times. But his sense of happiness was as strong as that of the wealthy businessman. It is absolutely impossible. The simple reason is that in later generations, almost every family has a TV, refrigerator, and few people will feel happy because of these things. In ancient times, ordinary people even have enough to eat, that can be enough to eat meat. Often wealthy, they will naturally feel happy. Competition. Human nature classes. Chen Daolin has well grasped this weakness of human nature and divided it into 3 levels in the newly launched perfume. The last one is the low-quality perfume. Each bottle only needs a dozen silvers. This specification can be used by ordinary merchant families and small landlord families. The medium-level top-grade perfume costs 30 pls per bottle. This must be a little rich family to be willing to buy. The top-grade and low-grade perfume, it's real and not much difference. Nothing more than top-grade perfume bottles used more delicate and beautiful, and then some more pure scent. Although the gap between the two, but the difference from 12 and 32 not so much. The cost of a bottle of top-grade perfume is at most about 50% higher than that of the lower-grade perfume. Bojang is the best perfume, which is approximately equal to the later Chanel, LV, Rolls-Royce, the luxury of the king. A bottle of superb perfume costs 100 tals of silver. It's real. By the best perfume people know that it contained little perfume, in fact not so much the value of money. But what does it matter? They only buy this face. You know, in the Chen family's propaganda, the annual output of the best perfume is strictly regulated, and the number of bottles to be produced is fixed, and there will be no more production. Each bottle is engraved with a number, and each bottle is unique. Like this time, there are 10 bottles of the best perfume distributed to Xuzhou. These 10 bottles of perfume were sold out as soon as they were launched. Others who still wanted to buy could only stare at them. Soon, these 10 bottles of superb perfume were fired up to 200 bottles each. Moreover, there is no need to worry about no one buying. Xuzhou not a little more than light Messina large staff have 3, 4 or more products of a high official is 7 or 8, plus a dozen wealthy worth hundreds of thousands. These 10 bottles of superb perfume are simply not enough. Will you patrol ask in order to own wife buy a bottle of perfume best, even at the turn to Xuzhou. If the female households of other third-tier members are using the best perfume, and their female households use only the top-grade perfume, then when the female households gather, they must have no face. It's just a shame, but it's also easy to give others an impression that Governor Liu's methods are not good, and his ability is not good. Otherwise, why can other third-tier members be able to get the best perfume, but he can't? When a commodity is endowed with many meanings, the value of its commodity can easily become unthinkable. Later luxury are basically the same kind of truth. In Beijing, this kind of comparison is even more serious. Today, the capital of the Sheriff Elegant, are proud to use Nanhuo. It's not just for the sake of face, but the southern products are really easy to use. For example, the pendulum clock used to tell the time is more accurate than those of hourglasses, coronas, etc. And it is also beautiful and more convenient. These pendulum clocks have the function of telling the time, and they can tell the time every hour on the hour. Large families, such a seat pendulum clock, cook meals and all that is not easy when a mistake. For those masters, with this pendulum clock, it is even more difficult to make mistakes. A beautiful pendulum clock can be placed in the lobby of the home, which is also very stylish. In short, there are many benefits. In addition to the pendulum clock, there is also a mirror, which is also important to those big people. He had to go out or go towards friends, are important instruments. Whereas the previous bronze mirrors could only see a vague shadow, how could there be a mirror like the present one that could clearly photograph people? Of course, the most in Beijing popular specialties also comes as BMW. This kind of BMW, which is extremely comfortable to sit up and has no bumps, is the favorite of those old officials. Today's treasure carriage in Beijing has sold 5,200 high price, but also there is no market price. Bao livery production is limited. Even some southern markets are not on the supply, either because to be able to sell 5,200 in Beijing's high-priced, Tonghou Malaysia to BMW cars shipped to Beijing to sell. Shipment of treasure coach only 50 units, dignitaries had already been sold out. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, which was responsible for the procurement of the palace alone, snapped up 5 vehicles for use by the Queen Mother and others. The other princes and nobles, the 6 ministers, each of them is gone, and many princes and nobles are not even assigned. 5,000 tals is a sky-high price for ordinary people, but it is just a piece of cake for those real high-ranking officials. But now Beijing has gathered a large number of mansion nobles and important court officials, and their spending power is very scary. Now in Nanjing, because of the number of BMW changed much, so take the BMW car also cannot represent anything. But in Beijing, here is a copy of the early Nanjing situation. Riding in a BMW is a symbol of status. As long as enough to take the BMW car travel, to know other people met, The owner of this car is not a cabinet minister prince's, its powerful position in the capital can discharge into the top 50. Not special, not accurate, but that far. Zihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 220 chapters all aspire Nanjing. Due to Nanjing constantly emerge all kinds of new things. So people elsewhere in Nanjing are quite concerned, curious watching everything Nanjing. Ordinary people want to know Nanjing very difficult, but some scholars, businessmen, officials have had their way. For example, buying the Minbao, Dibao, and books in the Nanjing area. A single Minbao can let others know Nanjing in detail. After all, no matter what major event happened in Nanjing, it will be published in the People's Daily. Even if a certain big official accepts a certain concubine, the Minutes Daily will publish it. As for the new invention, it will be published on the front page of the Minutes Daily News. Xuzu, a group of scholars are getting together, reading newspapers and discussing together. The Nanjing Ministry of Households announced that because of the substantial increase in steel production, they will provide free hoes, iron plows and other agricultural tools to the people in the surrounding areas of Nanjing. I don't know if this news is true. If it is true, then this Wu Qingqing is really a good official who loves the people like a child. A scholar said with emotion that the latest issue of the People's Daily published the news that the Ministry of Households in Nanjing will provide the people with farm tools for free. Ironware, which is very common and cheap in later generations, is actually very expensive in this era. People may not have an iron pot or hoe in their homes. Some people cook rice only with pottery. Arable land will need to hire a hoe, on with a wooden farm tools, extremely inefficient. The status of iron farm tools in this era is a bit like the threshing machine in the countryside in the 1970s and 1980s, not every household has it. If you have a little asset at home, you can buy a threshing machine. Farmers who can't afford a threshing machine have to please the family who has a threshing machine. On weekdays, they must first help each other with work before they can borrow the threshing machine. In this era, many farmers did not have, or only had a few simple iron farming tools. The farming was very hard and the efficiency was very low. There is no other way. The nation's iron-making capacity is so great, and the ironware that is made is given priority to the army. As the fighting continues today, the army needs more iron tools. The current steel output of China land is about 10,000 tons a year. Calculated on the basis of a hoe weighing 5 catties, this is only enough to make 4 million pieces. If it were to make iron plows, it would be even less. In China land, the number of farmers is more than 4 million. What's more, most of the 10,000 tons of steel are supplied to the military. There are only a few that can be used to build farm tools. Wu Qingqing, after several joint business persons who founded the southern steel mills, iron and steel production gained a soaring. Light is now southern steel mills. Monthly steel output could reach 1,000 tons. A year up to 10,000 many tons. The output of a factory exceeds that of the whole country. This is the power of science and technology. This is only the initial stage, and the Jiangnan iron and steel plant will continue to expand. With the development and progress of society, there is no upper limit to the demand for steel. The Jiangnan iron and steel plant has expanded 10,000 times, and the steel produced by it cannot meet the demand. Wu, at that point in time Qingqing come across, global annual steel production capacity is 18 million tons, is the era of 10 times. For the steel smelted by Jiangnan iron and steel plant, Wu Qingqing requested priority to build farm tools such as hoes, plows, rakes, and threshing machines. Anyway, his current army is invincible, and the demand for cold weapons is not high. These farming tools can greatly improve the efficiency of the people's farming, save time, open up more wasteland, increase food production, and have many benefits. The most important thing is to release labor, increase the urban population, and increase the number of workers. In order to support their families, The people in the past needed a family to plant a lot of acres of land in order to sustain the family's life. Now, with these farm tools, 2 people can do the work that was originally done by 4 people. The 2 extra people can go to the city, work in factories, and produce more steel, thus forming a good cycle. If the rural labor force is not liberated, even if Wu Qingqing has technology, he will not be able to recruit so many workers to set up factories. Many people do not understand Wu Qingqing why give people tools to provide free, after all, want to see which of logic, nor is it an easy thing. However, Wu Qingqing still firm to develop such a policy. As a crossing, he knows this is the most correct path of development. This is naturally true. The Minbao is open to everyone. If the report above is false, it would have been exposed long ago. The Minbao has been in existence for more than half a year, but no one has heard that the report is not true, said another scholar surnamed Wang. Then Wu Qingqing is really a good official. Blessed are the people in Jiangnan. The speaker was Wei Chenjian. When he was studying, he had the dream of becoming a good and honest official in the future. Now, seeing Wu Qingqing considerate for the people, he naturally admires it very much. Even greater than the people blessed, businessman in Nanjing is also very good fortune. He had against Wu Qingqing earn a lot of money. It is one of my friends say, Wu Qingqing excellent reputation in Nanjing, people not only like businessmen. Look at this article again. 802 BMW cars, 5 and 2 bottles of perfume, $3 and 1 stone for food, and 70 cents a caddy for coarse salt. Are the prices in Nanjing so cheap? BMW cars and perfumes are understandable. After all, they are their unique goods, but why are the food, coarse salt, cloth, and civilian materials so cheap? Everyone was discussing. They couldn't figure out why the prices in Nanjing could be so low. How can businessmen make money at such low prices? If the businessman can't make money, how can he like Wu Qingqing's rule? An article describing prices in Nanjing made them more confused and emotional. A good place to live. To see the price is the most direct view of performance. Where prices are low, the cost of living is low, and people's lives are better. I really want to go to Nanjing to take a look, or to settle in Nanjing. Wei Chenjian said. People's daily newspapers almost described Nanjing as a paradise on earth. There is no mud on the ground and the so-called cement road is paved. How can people not yearn for it? He had these people in control of the territory in Manchu. Not how life is okay. Recently, in order to increase the speed of weapons manufacturing, Dorgan ordered an increase in taxes in the north, and these taxes will eventually fall on these Han people. Or my brother, why go hand in hand away? I would not want to stay. This is the place of the Manchu rule. With our scholarship, if it can be found in Nanjing, a chance to serve the court, that we came to this worthwhile once in the world. Heart-moving. There is more than Wei Qing'en, Wang Gongzai, who also want to go to Nanjing to see. If Nanjing is really as good as the Minbao said, they will plan to settle in Nanjing. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 221 chapters. Inspection industrial zone. Longing for far more than the northerners. Nanjing, Hangzhou, Fuzhou, people. How taste is not the case. It even native of Nanjing, Nanjing change is also very satisfied. More and more like the city. Most of the businessmen in Nanjing have made money, and ordinary people have a lot more ways to make money. Those factories provide a lot of jobs. Most people's lives are getting better, so the satisfaction with Nanjing is naturally higher. All of this is due to the development of Nanjing industry. West, engineering industry area. Wu Qingqing and many officials are inspected. Engineering industry are concentrated. Those big factories in Nanjing, including the Sun Rice Mill, Southern Steel Mills, Textile Mills, Jinling, Convenient Match Factory, Printing Plant South. This is probably industrial zone in the world, and inside are real factories. Hundreds of workers are working in the rice mill. A large number of workers kept moving the dried rice to the dozens of rice mills, and a large number of workers were grading, weighing, and bagging the milled rice. The original rice, most hemp trouble, most of the aspects of human consumption, but did not. This time how many workers? On average, there are 5 people for a rice mill, 2 people add coal and water, and 3 people operate the machine. Tusk. This is really a great weapon of a big country. A weapon of the country. Human power is really not worth mentioning in front of machinery. Rwanda Cheng laments. That kind of rice milling machine only needs to pour the rice in from the mouth of the machine, and the rice that comes out of the exit in a blink of an eye becomes rice. This kind of rice milling speed is really fast. Wu Chengking a handful of rice looked and found out grind rice than the original water mill grind out much better. Not too many fines and chaff. The biggest problem with hydraulic power is that it is not stable enough, and the speed is sometimes too fast and sometimes too slow under the influence of water flow. The steam engine is much more stable, and its power can be set. It looks good, but I can't stand still. Every year we should spend a part of the profit to develop and improve the quality of the steam engine, or find ways to improve production efficiency. For example, get an automatic grading device, automatic bagging device, etc. Wu Chengking put the sentence, mesh before the rice mill is still relatively primitive. There are many areas for improvement. Of course, this kind of thing can't come in a hurry. Wu Chengking just mentioned it, hoping that the people below can keep investing in scientific research. The governor's instructions, remembered in my heart, will definitely increase investment. Sun Doming said. Subsequently, Wu Chengking went to a pedestrian mills. There are 5 workshops in the textile factory. On average, there are more than 300 people working in one workshop at the same time. This plant alone has created nearly 2,000 jobs in Nanjing. In here, people who work, pay a lot of money, almost capture 9 officials from the Feng. Entering one of the workshops, the scene of hundreds of textile machines operating at the same time is quite shocking for people in this era. The officials who saw this scene for time couldn't close their mouths in surprise. The weapon of the country. The weapon of the country. With this divine weapon, there are no more people in the world. These are the contributions of the grandpa of the country. Kiani also sighed. The spinning speed of those machines is too fast. They are making spindles at a speed visible to the naked eye. After that, he had also visited the printing plant, such as a public match factory plant, and finally came to Southern Steel Mills. This factory that Wu Chengking values most is of great significance to him. The scale of this steel plant is still too small, and the expansion must be accelerated. In my next plan, there are too many places where steel is needed, and the amount needed is huge. Wu Chengking said. Today, the steam engine power increases, the distance can be enough to pull the train is not far. At the current rate, it will take about another year to build a practical locomotive. If the fire with the front, still no tracks, it's funny. Laying railroad tracks requires a lot of steel, and making trains also requires a lot of steel. Shibing governor, not busy do not want the expansion. It is not so much money. Busy suggested that an appropriate portion of the steel can be used to sell, gather funds for the expansion of the need. It was Jiang He, the general manager of Jiangnan Iron and Steel Plant, in the face when Wyming Wu Chengking. He is actually some fear. However, he had to raise this question again. Without money, no matter how hard he worked, he would not be able to complete the task. Today, the steel produced is used to make farm tools for the benefit of the people. Their steel plant does not have much income, which is very unfavorable for the steel plant. The businessmen who had invested in the steel plant were already complaining. It's just that because of Wu Chengking's power, he didn't dare to raise objections. Master Jiang, the country is based on the people, and the governor's move is also for the people of the world. As the governor of the steel plant, you should try your best to share the worries for the governor. How can you blindly complain? Ma Shiying said that he is now in charge of the household affairs and naturally supports Wu Chengking's policy. The more farm tools provided to the people, the more land the people will cultivate, and these achievements will be counted on the head of the household. Things are urgent. First raise money for expansion, increase production and then support the people. This is the best solution. Moreover, compared with other places, The number of farm tools for the people in Nanzali is already far higher than other places. It was Kiane Taoli who was in charge of the Ministry of Engineering. The expansion of the factory is his political achievement. Therefore, he is more inclined to develop industry first and temporarily stop blood transfusion to agriculture. There is some truth to his view. Others, do you have any other better ideas? Wu Qingqing asked one. Regardless of industry or agriculture, he wants to accelerate development. I think we should increase taxes appropriately. At present, the tax revenues under our rule are low, and there will be no complaints from the people if we increase them a bit. No, low tax is the best proof that we are better than other places under the rule, and it cannot be easily changed. Or promise, we can borrow money to people and businesses. To borrow money to carry out expansion after expansion of production capacity is used to make iron sold and the profits used to repay debt. The Ministry Assistant Minister Cheng Chu stood out, made a very bold construction recommendations. Prior to this, the court can be very few people borrow examples of money. In the eyes of those scholars and officials, the imperial court borrowed money from the people, which is detrimental to the face. And it is not as simple as a direct tax increase. Not before. Wu Qingqing. This proposal is very good. Mainly due to him from the future generations. To borrow money from the people in future generations, the state is too normal. The issuance of a limited amount of national debt is very beneficial to the construction of a country. Issuing treasury bonds can make use of the free money in the hands of the people, so that the country has the ability to engage in all kinds of profitable construction. While it is convenient for the country, it can also bring certain benefits to the people. As long as the state has invested capital projects that can make money, issuing treasury bonds is a good idea. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 222 chapters. Decision to business people to borrow money to households, which whatever next. I'm afraid that the people will not easily trust the court and dare not borrow. If it's really impossible, you can start a donation, or start a new coin. Everyone is not very optimistic about Hong Chengchu's suggestions. Some people think that the court will lose face to the court if it borrows money from the people, and some people feel that the people will not borrow. He is worried about all and not without reason. This time the credibility of the court poor. Borrowed money for the people of the court. The court will not have time to worry yet. Even if the court does not return it, they have nothing to do with the court. Others want to implement the method of taxation, which is actually tax collection in disguise. And casting new money is actually equivalent to printing money. Of course, the new money is not cast in the normal way, and a small amount of copper is mixed with other worthless metals to make new money. In this way, more money can be cast with less copper, and a penny can be cast into 2 articles, 3 articles or even more. Many dynasties have done this kind of thing. Ancient court taxing non-money, basically taxes, mint coins in several ways. Wu Qingqing view, this is some bad means. Tax increases will increase the burden on the people. The people's spending power has declined. More cannot drive the economy, and casting money can easily lead to inflation and cause new money to be worthless. The number of small or promise there is little role in promoting the economy, but a large number of leads to currency devaluation. Economic blow is fatal. This can refer to Zimbabwe in later generations. 1 trillion bills are flying all over the sky, but there is still no bread to buy. In the Ming dynasty, you can also refer to the Ming treasure notes. Ming Bokao is a kind of paper money issued by the Ming dynasty. Because of its low cost, money comes quickly. A group of officials who do not understand the laws of economics desperately print when they see short-term benefits, leading to a flood of treasures, which eventually depreciate to worthless. The people don't recognize it, and the market does not recognize it. In the end, it also led to the most bizarre phenomenon. The people worked for the court, and the court paid wages with treasures. The common people could not buy anything on the market when they got the treasure. They used it to pay taxes, and the court did not collect it. Ordinary people encountered such a thing. I am afraid that my heart really have 10,000 sheep, camel rushing past. Wu Chengqing, not an economist, but he also knows that a basic principle, the quantity of money, should be linked to the total wealth of society. The amount of money is less, and the problem of deflation is not big. But if the amount of money is too much, it will cause inflation, and the impact on society will be devastating. Because statistical methods are backward, so Wu Chengqing do not know at present we are in deflation or inflation, so he does not cast Ganelyuan new money. Even if it is to cast money, the copper content of the copper coin must be sufficient, and the silver content of the silver ingot must be sufficient, so that it will not have much impact on the society. Do not fight. He puts people to borrow money this another way, I would call it national debt. Both national debt owed to the people. Try to pre-borrow objects aimed at merchants and officials, as well as in the field of rich people, can give a higher interest rate, 50% a year, to attract others to borrow money. Wu Chengqing interrupted their debate. He did not so much time for them to fight it out right or wrong. Moreover, Wu Chengqing do not think they will be able to argue such a dispute right and wrong, not as a direct road to the right to tell them, then let them in practice to learn and understand the benefits of government bonds. 50% of the interest a year, this interest will probably laugh those investors to death in future generations. In later generations, the company's 99.99% annual interest run do not 50%. Even more than 20% enterprises are few and far between. In general, he said annual profit will be 15% of the company, are regarded as a high-quality companies. 50% interest, I am afraid that no one will believe it in future generations, and will think this is a liar. Not over, in this day and age, 5% of the interest can be considered high, but not outrageous high. Some private loan sharks have higher interest rates than this. Moreover, with the current economic prosperity in Jiangnan and other places, with money investing in business, profits can easily exceed 50% in a year. Therefore, at present, the interest rate of 50% is really not high. Wu Chengqing amount of this interest is due to have to play with confidence. The current 5 jinho is about 400 yuan. And a 5-ajin good knife is about 2 tals of silver. Ironware is very valuable, while stainless steel is even more expensive. At the Jiangnan Iron and Steel Plant, the cost of smelting 1 catty of iron is only about 20 yuan. Direct sales of iron are 3 times the profit, and a little processing is 4 or 5 times the profit. In Socan profit front view, which is 5% of the loan interest, naturally, it is worth a mention. All of this is due to technology and large-scale production. That is to say, the cost of iron making in Jiangnan Iron and Steel Plant will be so low. In other places, the cost of making a pound of iron by others is at least about 50 yuan. Wu Chengqing had said this, other people will not immediately dispute. In this regime, Wu Chengqing is truly eloquent and powerful. Previous Chongzhen Emperor, do you want to do something, has obstructed the minister. Wu Chengqing cannot have here. After all, we are all smart people, know the kind of Chongzhen Wu Chengqing not waste. Wanting to try to challenge Wu Chengqing's authority is undoubtedly deciding one's own future and seeking a dead end. Another very important point is that everyone also believes in Wu Chengqing's leadership. At least, the previous major decisions, without exception, have proved Wu Chengqing's correctness. Many government members are in fact a kind of vague idea that that is the fate of the return Wu Chengqing, otherwise how could everything right thing to do? He had certainly never imagined that Wu Chengqing has far more experience and knowledge of this era, but also want a system that does not guess Wu Chengqing thing. Wu Chengqing support Chengchi proposal. Not everyone thought Wu Chengqing decision is correct. Think more of what this could mean. Does this mean Hong Chengchi will be reused? Does this mean that Wu Chengqing will continue to suppress the forces of the Donglin party? This means that Wu Chengqing also support a number of loan ministeriate, weight and so on. When a superior coughs, the people below can't help but think more, let alone make such a major decision. There are too many things to figure out. Unfortunately, he had this time is bound to guess. For Wu Chengqing and other traditional rulers are very different, so he cannot understand the surgery under the multi-royal, take advantage of this kind of thing will not carry out his trickery struggle. He used Chengchu built meeting, this proposal simply because Chengchu best, nothing more. However, because of his work and the traditional positions of the many different, but to many men a feeling of kings unpredictable. Among the many official member of the eyes, in fact, Wu Chengqing is a conniving person. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 223 chapters set capital. Hong Chengchu took the task, and while he was happy, he was also a little worried. This task is a test for him. A good job can be appreciated and reused by Wu Chengqing, and a bad job may miss the best opportunity to rise. Moreover, this task is actually not easy to do. It is a bit difficult for ordinary people to believe in the court. When Hong Chengchu returned home, he began to think hard, looking through various cases. In the end, he chose to turn to the Ministry of Rights Sui Izi Wen Qian, and hope that they can be enough to give his own opinion on some help. An officer is a very important capability to pay the occasion, and Qian, Chengchu, Wizewin can be no friendship. However, after Hong Chengchu communicated with them, Qiani and Wizewin both agreed to help. This is Hong Chengchu's ability. The next day, the People's Daily began to popularize the concept of national debt to the general public and officials. If the national debt for the court to explain to the people to borrow money, then it is surely not many people buy it. Who does not like to lend money to other people, let alone lend strength than his tyrannical no court several times? Therefore, Hong Chengchu forcibly changed the concept and interpreted the national debt as an investment behavior. It was Wu Chengqing who pitied the world and wanted to lead the people to do business together to get rich. This explanation cannot be said to be nonsense. An annual rate of return of 50% is indeed considered to be a business. After changing an explanation, the people's interest greatly increased. After all, this is a profitable business. Moreover, the guarantor is Wu Chengqing. The people did not trust the imperial court, but they still believed in Wu Chengqing. This was the result of Wu Chengqing's long-term adherence to the people, and it was the result of Wu Chengqing's frequent speeches in front of the people and the result of long-term public opinion propaganda by the people's newspaper. In a restaurant, a few scholars drink and read newspapers together. Duke Go wants to raise funds to expand the steel plant, and there will be 50% interest. This is a good thing. You must support it. Not only can you make a little money, but you can also make a contribution to the court. The more steel you produce, the more troops you can equip, and the more hopeful it will be to regain the north. No. The newspaper says that the steel produced is mainly used to make farm tools. This is not bad. At least it is a move that benefits the country and the people. Some known intellectuals, out of support for the regime, chose to buy support. On the Qinhuai River, some prostitutes also gathered to chat and read the newspaper. There are two types of prostitutes. One is pure prostitutes called prostitutes, and the other is talented prostitutes called prostitutes. Prostitutes sometimes sell themselves, but they do not sell themselves easily. Most prostitutes who sell themselves have no culture. But prostitutes are about the same as female stars in later generations. They are all proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and their talents are not much lower than that of scholars. The downside is that women cannot participate in the imperial examinations in this era. Women are better than men in rote liberal arts. If a woman can participate in the imperial examination, the champion will probably be fine with a man. In short, these top prostitutes are not only very educated, but also like to pay attention to current affairs. Reading newspapers has become an important entertainment activity in their daily leisure. Multi-read newspaper, at least you can know which officials recently got the upper hand. Sugar daddy have to first choose the right goal is not Wu Guogong to set own steel plant expansion, to lend money to the country as well as company secretary to the end of 5% interest. A new generation of 8 Qinhuai Yan Yang Xiao Xiao surprised Liu Rushi, Chen Yuanyun, and Dong Xiaoan's Qinhuai Bians of the generation have already married as other women. Nowadays, the new generation is better than the old. and a new generation of Ginhoaibine has been launched on the Ginhoai River. And among these, 16-year-old has been hailed as young as 8 Yanin. Not only is the appearance as beautiful as a fairy, but also the any-handed peepo is sultry. How much wit in her a wealthy businessman throwing daughter, is already not statistics. What's even more powerful is that Yang Xiao received so much money and still remains a virgin. Among them, you can't do it without a wrist. If there is such a good thing, then can we lend money to Lord Go, borrow 100 tals, and get 150 tals by the end of the year? Another prostitute said that the rate of return is quite impressive. Of course, the most important thing is that they have no other way to make money, and these money can't be increased by keeping it in their hands or in the bank. Is this true? What if the court doesn't return it? Some people put forward their own bare worry. Since ancient times, people do not fight with the government to lend money to government officials do not, yet they can only look on in despair. This is the grandfather of the country who is borrowing money. How could he not repay it? The grandfather of the country is a good official who loves the people like his son, and is first class for the people. Yang Xiao retorted that, anyway, she had never heard of Wu Chenking's bad things, and every day she heard words and articles praising Wu Chenking. Yes, Lord Go is a very good official. If he hadn't invented the mirror and perfume soap, we wouldn't have made so much money. There are Wu Chenking endorsement. Some spare cash of ordinary citizens are tentative purchase 1 or 2 or a few pieces of silver, and some business households courage necessary to much larger, 24 to several thousand have to. Among them, the girls from Ginhoai River have contributed a lot, and each of them is a small asset. All they earn are youth money, and they are all taking advantage of their youth to make money to provide for the elderly. So, she had to be well off compared to other people in the hands of many. In the past, these money were kept tightly in their pockets, and they would not use it lightly. But now, out of trust in Wu Chenking, they are very active in spending money to buy national debt. Verification of a sentence in Stephen Chow's movie, prostitutes are also patriotic. Their words is, anyway, the money also are relying on extra perfume soap company Secretary of State earned, even if the loss does not matter. Of course, to say so, the most important thing is that the current Nanjing business market is good, and most of the business is making money. The business led by Wu Chenking is even more profitable. Less than 3 days, Chengqiu in people between raising the 200 and 2000. Among them, business users is the main Ginhoai girls also no small contribution. In addition to this 100,000, Hong Chengqiu also raised 100,000 tals from officials. You don't need to ask them. Directly according to the size of the official position, the salary is directly deducted from a certain percentage. Wu Chenking's set of programs, where those following officials dare not support it. Even if they didn't support it in their hearts, they resented Hong Chengqiu, who proposed this plan, rather than Wu Chenking, who made the decision. This is the same as Emperor Hongguang acquiesced to Ruan Daking to clean up the Donglin party. The Donglin party only dared to resent Ruan Daking and did not dare to say that Emperor Hongguang was wrong. Just like Wan Li Emperor Weizongxian by hand to clean up the Donglin party, like Donglin party Weizongxian are only willing to hate, cannot curse Wan Li stupid. And now, those who were originally unwilling to pay, secretly scolded Hong Chengqiu for being a treacherous bastard. Hong Chengqiu doesn't care about this, anyway. As long as he can handle the errands, Wu Chenking explained, it is nothing to be scolded. When he surrendered to the king court in the past, he had already been scolded indefinitely. Now that he rebels again, he has no reputation for a long time, and all he can do is to be Wu Chenking's lone minister. Hai Huan Ming made aircraft carrier. I please receive possession. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 224 chapters. Begin offensive. In mid-May, the second batch of material from Nanjing, capital, arrived in Zhujiang. This batch of supplies included a large number of shells, bullets, grenades and food. In addition, this time the fleet also brought 10 new cannons. These 10 cannons have a larger caliber, a longer barrel, and a heavier weight. They are 8-chin guns newly developed by the Weaponry Workshop. The solid bullets fired by the previous red cannons weighed only 4 kilograms, and these 10 cannons can fire 8 kilograms of cannonballs, which are more than twice as powerful as the previous red cannons. In the cannons of this era, the initial velocity of the shells flying out is almost the same, so the power of the artillery is determined by the weight of the shells. Gun heavier the bomb, the greater the power. Therefore, the division of power are often used artillery cannon projectile weight, rather than later with caliber. TSK Tusk. If this shell goes down, the walls of Zhejiang city may not be able to stand it at all, but it is a pity that the number is too small. Artillery Brigade long laments Zhang Yixuan. He shells the size of a watch, as well as the caliber of gun can roughly estimate the power of this gun. Even the 4-pound red-clothed cannon will tremble with the enemy. This 8-pound cannon, the King Army may have to pee his pants. It is a pity that the number is too small, only 10. Brigadier Zhang, please be content. You don't know how much money these 10 cannons cost. People from the Musketeer Division are about to make trouble with Lord Go. They said that the money for making cannons can be used to make firecrackers. Equip one more division. Liu Jin from the Logistics Department vomited. Confused. Playing war as long as the Gun King do. This is not the cannon and gun down the walls. Many people still do not know the light gun death yet. You have to keep an eye on the point, which is used to make cannons. Resources may not be another sector's grandson snatched it. Zhang Xuani exhorted. There can be no monoliths in any big power, and there are all small groups of their own. Water differences between the army and the army. The army gunfire and artillery troops will compete for resources. In the civil service system, there are the Donglin Party, the Surrender Faction, the Zhejiang Party, the Imperial Party, and the Lone Minister. Fortunately, the current interests of these small groups are the same, that is, to grow and regain lost ground. Wu under chinking deterrent. Although there are differences between the various departments, but also in time with no Mr. Big Deal. Do not make a joke of the land dispute later. The Sea of Japan. Later in the Sea of Japan, army and the army simply is a pair of enemies. Both sides not only uncooperative, but also to obstruct each other, making for many jokes. For example, the two sides did not provide support to each other during the battle, and the army was forced to build its own warships, and the navy was also forced to form a marine corps and build its own tanks. Indeed, he who whereabouts when buying technology in Germany, are each separately to each buy, the same data have to buy too, do not share with each other. Even the Germans are stunned and want to ask if they belong to the same country. Why are they like this? Rest assured, he steal the resources who did not dare grab the head of our artillery. Liu Jin said. Other help transport was owned soldiers to hear their words, and my heart could not help but swore fuck artillery. The artillery is not only safe, the military pay is high, and logistical support can also enjoy preferential treatment. This, soldiers of other arms are indeed a little difficult to balance. Was owned arrived. Siege equipment is also well prepared. Li Xiaobin decided to launch a general offensive at the beginning of the next day, for 2 days at the Zhejiang break. He did not like Huan war of attrition, scratch onslaught want to end, in one fell swoop to break Zhejiang. Next morning, Wu army began to move again. Based on the power of the 10 8-pound cannons, Li Xiaobin changed the artillery offensive strategy. Instead of letting the artillery use howitzers, they all used solid bullets, hoping to make a gap in the city wall. With the guns sounded, several major refers to the commanders raised their binoculars, want to see the power of this 8-pound gun. King Army side, they soon discovered the Wu generals are using a solid shells, which makes them a little bit puzzled. In comparison, howitzer shells on their threat is much larger than solid shells. Although solid bullets can knock down the city wall, as long as a death squad is sent to reinforce and repair the city wall at any time, the city wall will not collapse so easily. Even a shot down the city walls, They can also send massive to block the gap. As long as the Wu army breached the city is not a one-time, after the war, and they can quickly fill the gap. In short, the effect of solid bombs is far inferior to howitzers when facing Zhejiang, which is a large defensive force. Is it because the enemy's bombs are gone? It is said that the manufacture of that bomb is not easy. Gongad, I guess, measuring channel. The army. Have you ever noticed that the enemy artillery power than ordinary red cannon seem to be some of the more violent? It was also observed feel out some unusual, after all, the shock caused by the shelling 8 pounds on the wall. Big guns than 4 pounds more. When you say this, it seems that you do feel this way. If you come, check it out immediately. Lekdian ordered, arranging for someone to check the damage to that section of the city wall. The Supreme Commander ordered that even if that section of the wall was extremely dangerous at this time, the selected soldiers could only rush to that section of the wall with gritted teeth. Just stepping on the bombed section of the city wall, it happened that an 8-pound cannonball hit the city wall, directly flying the female wall. Phenion kinetic energy and therefore shells, depleted shells falling in the city wall. This shell seems to be bigger than ours. The soldiers who came to check were not professional artillery. They were not particularly clear about the size of the shells, but based on their feelings, I felt that the shells were larger than their own. Get some cloth and water. I have to get back to the cannonball. The shell that has just been fired is very hot, so you can touch it directly with your hands. As he is busy for a while, finally he got water to cool the iron ball, then with a cloth wrapped up ready to get back. It's heavy. Picked up the gun bomb soldier to cow sentence. At this time, another 8-kilo cannonball hit the front of the city wall, and shook this section of the city wall. That holding gun bomb soldier shaking a bit, and then did not stand fall. Shells directly hit the foot of the leg to hit out of shape. This was not the worst. A shell fell on the city wall, hitting some unlucky soldiers, and directly killed them. When the other soldiers saw this, their faces pale in fright, and they quickly picked up the shell and evacuated from here. As for the soldier who was still screaming, they couldn't take care of it. Anyway, the legs are smashed like this. It is very difficult to save. Ordinary soldiers are wounded like this, and the army generally does not waste precious medicinal materials and manpower to treat them. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 225 chapters strong potential cover. Artillery shells were sent to the front. Leak Han. Someone immediately see the differences between these shells. This shell is so big. So saying, he touched this shell, continued, so heavy. Since the code we have twice the shells of view, the enemy has got a new weapon. This remark made everyone's heart stunned. What they were most afraid of right now was that Wu Junzhong suddenly appeared some inexplicable new weapons. Right now, this new artillery is okay, but it's more powerful. Everyone is at least familiar with it, and there is a bottom in my heart. If the addition of a sudden like a sniper attack guns, such weapons, in case they do not know, it is highly likely to suffer a great deal. Do a good job blocking gap quasi-prepared. Never let the enemy get into it. Wu army artillery had great power. Leak Han suffer for that part of the wall's bombers have any hope, only to prepare in advance. The artillery bombarded for several hours, and finally collapsed a section of the city wall more than 10 meters long. Subsequently, Wu army artillery shells to replace Liu began to kill the enemy. The enemy deterrence based the Wu army siege forces with the commencement of formal operations, responsible for the cover of flintlock troops approached the lead, followed by a large number of troops fill the river. The last time he had just filled the motor short, for building cars and other siege equipment through other infantry by pontoon across the river. But this time, they dispatched several times more reclaiming troops than the last time, preparing to fill up most of the moat, which will make it more convenient for the army to attack and retreat. See Wu army flintlock troops approached. The king archers on the walls of his legs began to tremble. They hadn't forgotten the previous battle so quickly. They lost more than 1,000 people in just a short shot. Yes, also the total number of archers to only 6,000 people. The breakage rate is very scary. Today, Wu Jun, this attitude clearly is to be offensive. The battle would surely last more tragic. Calculating based on the situation last time, they will at least die more than half this time. Thinking of this chance of death in battle, everyone would be afraid. He who fights the enemy bravely, rewards. He who is afraid of fighting, retreats without permission. King army generals back and forth among the soldiers, shouting slogans. Unfortunately, these soldiers are not stupid. What rewards have no meaning, only the rewards that survive are meaningful. If you die on the battlefield, it will be a big problem whether those rewards can be successfully delivered to your family. Even if it was delivered, the wife would remarry, and in the end it would be cheaper for some other grandison. Quasi-equipment, archery. With the Wu army, flintlock troops entered the range. The king was to attack. Immediately afterwards, Wu Jun also stopped and began to fight back. Something indeed. They range, then the king archer takes much longer. But in order to ensure the efficiency of the enemy, they chose to enter the king's range. The station is too far away, would not achieve very good results. Cover. King can withstand casualties to troops to shoot those who fill the river. By then they will be safe, but the reclamation troops will be bad. Now waiting for, so he had to bear some casualties to guarantee the security forces fill the river, killing at them at high efficiency. The king archers no longer empty hands troops to fill the river, they must work hard to cope with the Wu Sui, the firing force. With the sound of familiar gunfire, the king army began to fall down. A large number of soldiers. Do NT squat down, stand up and shoot me. King general's whip army able to get a soldier's body. Squat woman can hide behind walls, can greatly reduce the risk of being shot. However, squatting and archery couldn't exert any force at all, and the arrows shot were weak, and they couldn't even shoot Wu Jun's formation. The assaulted soldier stood up again, but the one who did not stand up was hacked to death. The king army is not joking. The army, altogether, we let them fill the river, stop wasting archers. When they near the soldiers after the siege began, and then sent to these archers killing the enemy. Asli observed for a while and made a suggestion. Wu is currently with archers and flintlock army troops on the radio is to lose, might as temporary avoidance. Wu and other military after the siege began ants. Wu Jun flintlock forces, in order to avoid harming one's own soldiers, will no longer head of the city, were pressed at the time and then use the archers too late. These archers are not ordinary soldiers. Each of them has been trained for more than 2 or 3 years. In the past, the value of an archer was at least worth 3 or 4 ordinary soldiers. And now, because of the rise of the firecrackers, the value of archers has dropped greatly, but they are still much more precious than ordinary soldiers. Wu archers go in military handguns. Hand fight consumption, it is not a good idea, is not worthwhile. Lekadhun looked at the tragic situation of the archers, and could only helplessly order them to evade first. This is tantamount to giving up a major advantage in defending the city, and the moat is tantamount to digging for nothing. Without archers, why threat? Wu landfill moat speed is faster. Before long, the moat on almost this side was filled. This flintlock is really overbearing. No unit is their opponent. Give me 50,000 flintlocks, and I can fight directly to Beijing. Liu Han King saw 3 archers back, could not help feeling 50,000. At the current manufacturing speed of the weapon shop, it can be completed in less than a year. Li Shoubin estimate a bit. Counting this way, we can regain Beijing and unify the world in only 1 year at most. Liu Han San said, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. I don't know how much time it will take to march on the light path. People have said that they're laughing and chatting battle unrelated topic, as they are now very relaxed. In his time they chat. Wu army launched a general offensive began. At this time, Lekidhun could no longer sit still, and sent the archer up again, trying to kill the enemy on the way close to the city wall. However, the archers shot before wave of arrows, Wu army troops began to cover the walls aligned on a crazy shot. Seeing those archers fall down one by one, Luke Dian couldn't help but curse a swear word. This is really bullying. Wu Jun really does whatever he wants with a flintlock gun. And he had it, but it is really no alternative. With the strong cover of the flintlock troops, Wu Jun's siege troops successfully arrived at the foot of the city wall. This section of the road was originally going to have killed thousands of people, but at this time they did not even die 100 people. To the next city, Wu army troops cover this stopped. Some of them are preparing, ready to participate in the siege at any time, and the other part is to act as the supervising team. Whoever dares to retreat without authorization will be shot. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 226 chapters precise fit. Wu Jun siege troops divided into several parts, which is the focus of attack that collapsed the walls of the gap. The gap is responsible for the attack is the 2nd Division of 22 brigades and kamikaze team. The brigade pure matchlock forces. Yes, warfare is close to the enemy, and then a volley from the enemy in about a few meters away and then attack him. This tactic may seem simple, but it is actually very effective. Close a volley, it can cause horrible killing. In that kind of scene, it is easy to frighten the enemy. As long as they frighten the enemy, they will rush up to fight melee easily, and they can crush their opponents in momentum. Even if they did not frighten the enemy, they would not suffer in hand-to-hand combat. To assist them in attacking this gap are the death squads and grenadiers. If they encounter strong resistance from the enemy, they will have to send the death squads and grenadiers to fight. In addition to this gap in the key attack, Wu Jun in other places launched an ant-attached siege. Various ladders and carts leaned against the wall and started the cruelest siege. Without the cover of the flintlock troops, the King army on the city wall came up and started to throw stones, boil oil, pour gold juice and shoot arrows down the city. The grenadier prepares, the others prepare, and the bomb immediately climbs. A company commander of the army shouted. They were assigned to the company 3 grenadier do support. These 3 grenadiers are not ordinary people. Their arms are a full circle larger than others, and they are as thick as their thighs. This is the result of long-term training, in order to be able to throw the grenade farther. Only these people are able to throw the hand grenade on the walls 6 meters tall. The change for ordinary grenadiers did not. The arm strength. Throw grenades also requires skill, requires experience. Time cards need very accurate. It explodes without throwing it on the top of the city, and it can only injure one zone. It was thrown too fast, and it was easy to be thrown down again by the enemy if it hadn't exploded at the head of the city. Early King army do not understand grenades. Grenade encountered are flee and escape. And now, the King army has summed up some experience. Seeing the grenades thrown up, the best way is to rush to pick them up and throw them down. Of course, this requires great courage, and most people don't dare to do this at all. For this reason, the King army formulated rules. As long as they successfully wiped out a grenade, they would directly reward 5 pulls of silver after the war. The reward is very high, but it is also worth it. Grenades. Sometimes the situation in the battlefield can play some impact, can succeed where the grenade back into the enemy, reducing losses while killing the enemy. Income is very large. What made the King army helpless was that Wu Jun had also been improving. The grenadiers were not training their arm strength every day, or they were training to control time. After long-term training, it takes almost 1 second for them to recite a number silently in their hearts, which is very accurate. Sand grenades were thrown into the city wall. Suddenly appeared in the King flurry. There is a grenade near the taxi. Soldiers have run away. While the other 2 keys the soldiers want to seek wealth and risk, trying to pick up and throw it back. However, it did not escape the escape. You want to throw it back in did not have time. Grenade bomb had just thrown the city's head. Then it exploded. Suddenly, this part of the city was emptied, and a large number of soldiers lay on the ground screaming. At this time, Wu Jun under the city wall had already taken the opportunity to start climbing. I support that side. On the head of the city, The generals of the King army saw this situation and immediately sent reserve troops to supplement them. At this time, Wu Jun had just climbed halfway. Climb the ladder of speed. Certainly not as good as the King army running on flat ground. Those and King rushed to attend to when lying on the ground screaming esprit de corps. Have picked up a stone and threw it at the head of Wu Jun is climbing. Face attacks on this condescending. Soldiers are climbing, nothing can be done. It was useless to lift the shield, and the huge impact could not be held at all. And in one hand and a knife in one hand and had to climb through the limit, no extra hand to come and collect shield. The operation of biting a large knife weighing several kilograms with your mouth is limited to film and television dramas. Seeing a large number of soldiers falling off the ladder, the company commander of the 334th Company stomped angrily. Almost, just a little bit before they could climb the city wall. As long climb, he had already won half the battle. Do it again. The 334 Company commander shouted that they had figured out the most effective way to siege the city, and there was no other better tactic. So this time without success. All they can do is do it again and try their luck. Anything can happen on the battlefield. If the enemy's reaction slows down a little bit and the support slows down a little bit, they might be able to go up. The grenadier rubbed his arms, and then started a second throw. He had archers are similar and the number of times you can throw a battle is limited. After 7 or 8 times to vote, they will be de force of arms. After all, they are not children playing houses. And throwing stones is done according to their ability. Every time they throw, they need to use all their strength. Throwing a heavy object of several kilograms to a height of 6 or 7 meters is not so easy. This time, one of the grenadiers failed to control the intensity and did not throw it up. In the fall of his way, grenade bomb exploded. The shot at that piece of iron Wu City to a lot of accidental injury. This is also no way. The current weapons have so many defects. Of course, even a weapon with such defects is a big killer in this era. Those 2 grenade was thrown on the wall again exploded, killing and wounding at least another 8 tiny King soldiers, but also created some confusion. City wall. Originally injured soldiers have not been to drag on, which in turn increases 6 or 7 wounded. The city's head in charge of directing the King general's face with bitter tears as you want. This battle is really too difficult for him, such a terrifying consumption speed, let alone whether there are so many reserve soldiers. Even if there are, those soldiers will be frightened by this rate of damage. Where is the fight? It is clear that it is going to die. Hawk's support. Fast. 8 soldiers among the small team with a number like Han 1234 but in a variety of animal names, hawks, tigers, bears team and so on. The number of this kind of troops alone would lag behind Wu Jun. An eagle's team has more than 100 people. It is impossible for more than 100 people to rush directly to supplement it. If Wu Jun, they can directly named before a flight or a class. More precise and concise commands can allow soldiers to move faster. Don't underestimate these subtle differences. On the battlefield, the accumulation of these subtle differences can sometimes affect the situation on the battlefield. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 227 chapters Gap Excitation War. In the ants attached to the city, in addition to the troops climbing the ladder, there is also a car team, and that the city as high as the car floor, wall, full of a dozen soldiers. When the battle was lowered, they were greeted by a large number of arrows. The surviving soldiers jumped onto the wall and started a hand-to-hand fight with the King army. He who touches the walls then climb the ladder easier, but the danger is not lower than climbing a ladder. He hid on the wall. It may no escape route, only to blaze a world desperately in the wall, or we all lost their lives on the city wall. Things in fact, they play more of a kind of checking city of troops of the role. To break through this city wall, the main thing is to rely on soldiers to climb up the ladder. Building the car number of soldiers is limited, while the house wants to climb on board, is not less than climb a ladder. Moreover, These locomotives are also key targets of the King army. Some huge crossbows that are so powerful that they require 4 or 5 soldiers to operate are aimed at these stairways at all times. As long as a bolt will be able to destroy this building car. Building cars and ants are to contain siege. Wu Jun. The focus of attack is that the break. At the gap, the 22nd Brigade dispatched a battalion to rush up. More than useless, it then 10 meters wide gap. A battalion are already extremely crowded. The reason for prospective prepare a trip, mainly because there will be a field of ground meat. The two sides will certainly be under the original capital in order to compete in this place. At that time, the battle between the two sides will evolve into exhaustion, and which one can't hold it first will lose. Another point is that in case a breakthrough is completed here, a large amount of troops will also be required to rush in to build a position to prevent this gap from being retaken. The 212 battalion sent was arranged into 10 rows, each with more than 30 people, and then walked towards the ruins. Only just reached the half, they ran into this gap, came to the defense of the king. Shoot 3 rows, pay attention to the angle. 212 battalion shouted. They have only 3 rows of people, easy shots behind them, and did not shoot attack angle, firing just hit. The little things are not human, they might also easy to accidentally injure his comrades. The people in 3 rows fired volleys, and the people in row were all half kneeling, so as not to block the sight and shooting range of the comrades behind them. With the sound of gunfire, more than 90 bullets flew towards the King army. At such a close distance, most of the bullets had not had time to turn and fly elsewhere, and most of the bullets hit the enemy. Right in front of the King army fell at least 40 people, but the king did not stop. They continue ahead. He who knows, and handguns army fighting a war, rushed to the front of each other. Fight is the only choice. Standing in the distance is a chance to reload the opponent. King army had little condescending superiority, new Junshi gas exuberant, larger advantage. Weapons and people on both sides collided together. On this rugged ruin, the battle was more difficult than on the flat ground, and there were more accidents. The two sides collided together and each suffered heavy losses. Many people fell on the rubble in a mess. Commands are connected from both sides of the retreat. Ear-end pressure up. The commander of the 212th Battalion ordered that the leading company had been broken up, and fighting with the King army was not dominant. Rather than spending all this in vain, it is better to let them retreat from the sides of the team to the battery group. Wu army fighting a war, very dependent on the formation. Once it becomes a melee, their combat effectiveness will greatly decline. Even battle and retreat, ear-end pressure on. King army into 2 parts, one to chase a row, the other part is rushed Wu Erlian. 2 did not open fire even before. This time the bullets in his gun. 2 even after volley of ant, with the orders, and second, even the soldiers pulled the trigger, immediately rushed to the king after the bullet hit out in an attempt to overwhelm the other on the momentum. In hand-to-hand combat, momentum is also very important. This is the same as a fight between 2 people. The one with the more fierce expression can often take a little bit of advantage. King army salvo in a large number of soldiers fallen in, then immediately see Wu rushing toward you, was very natural to produce an enemy-dominant feeling. Gas potential on a weak King Wu sprint cannot stop some lucky not dead king back up. However, he had just retreated to the top of the ruins, was hacked to death. Barrier troops immediately. Those who retreat, kill without mercy. Gongadai shouted. In order to guard this gap, he personally came to the front line to supervise the battle. At this time, a bullet flew past him, killing a king army. The army careful. The 2 soldiers hurriedly squeezed in front of Gongadai, covering him to retreat into the army. He had clear. Wu appeared among the snipers. This can be said to be the place where the king army generals vomit blood the most, and they must always be careful to be assassinated when in command. Damn it. Wu kick that military sniper's air flying pieces of stone, appeared to hand the credit so missing. It is exasperating. More importantly, if he never wins this battle, he will be replaced. In order to motivate the snipers, Yan Chongla formulated new rules. If a king army general is not shot and killed in a battle, the next combat weapon must be handed over to the deputy to use, until the deputy is killed or the deputy is not captured. This undoubtedly puts a lot of pressure on the sniper, knowing that only the main force with weapons has the opportunity to make a contribution. After Yan Chonglu worked out this rule, his deputy also had a chance. And if the main force wants to keep their jobs, it must rely on the record to speak. TSK Tusk, it's just a little bit, Lao Xing, you can accept your fate. Just let me come now. I'll give you half of the credit. Deputy Xiao Jiang laughed, binoculars in hand. From the perspective of the whole battle, he cannot be happy. However, the former personal way to say, he did not quite want Luxing battle gains. Do what you dream. Hope telescope brought. Reload. Lao Xing grabbed the telescope to find the target, and the sniper rifle was handed over to Xiao Jiang to continue reloading. Spy hit even in pairs are active in every corner of the battlefield. To the king, generals brought great psychological pressure. From time to time, a general is targeted for removal, and chaos will appear among the soldiers. In order to deal with Wu Jun's snipers, Liu Dian promoted a large group of deputy positions in the army. Deputy post commander, and together, once the commander was shot, deputies can immediately take over the command of the army to ensure that confusion does not occur. This system greatly weakened the role of Wu Jun's sniper. After all, Wu Jun's sniper shot and killed an officer. It did not mean that the officer's military strength was superior, and how strong the combat effectiveness was, mainly because the opponent was able to command. He had shot. The biggest benefit is to let the officer commanding the enemy is not to create confusion. You know, the king army of them do not want to have a lot of soldiers are fighting, because there are officers in the supervision, can only be forced to fight. Once the officers are lost, these soldiers may run away in the chaos, or hesitate to fight. Once this happens, it will be quite beneficial to Wu Jun. Unfortunately, the king army, which is not entirely stupid, though made no advanced weapons, but for some advanced weapons Wu Jun, they also want a lot of ways to compensate for the disadvantages. Today, Wu troops shot and killed 2 officers at least have continuously to be able to achieve the effect of creating chaos. Of course, even so, he had the role on the battlefield is also very large. Bring deterrent also very scary. Those who are officials are actually more afraid of death than those who are soldiers. Luck Dian stipulated that officers were not allowed to hide, but in actual combat, some officers still cowered. In this way, the control of the battle situation and the control of the army are naturally not the best. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 228 chapters. Very tragic. At the gap, the killing of both sides continues. 2 Even after the rush gap, and above king into a bitter struggle, the weak momentum and soon it down. Gas potential of this kind of thing is the case. We have been able to maintain our competitive edge. We can gangbusters. Whenever encountering some difficulties and obstacles, the aura cannot be transformed into an advantage, and the aura will quickly disappear. King army against the number of blocked rush Wu Jun, Wu cannot be washouts. Momentum quickly drop down. After a fight, most of the people in early in were killed and injured, and the loss rate was close to 50%. If the fight continues, the soldiers of this unit will definitely be unable to hold on to collapse. To both sides of the retreat, pay to triple. The company commander yelled, and the soldiers of the second company immediately retreated to the sides, handing over the battlefield position to the third company behind. King army did not go to chase. They rushed in front of the soldiers' super heavy losses. To escape the soldiers do not know is how many cut barrier troops. They barely Kangzu did not crash. It is impossible to expect them to pursue it at this time. Gong Dai also took advantage of this opportunity to withdraw the soldiers who were in front of him and replaced them with a group of people. This does not change, does not work. Do not change the words. top in front of soldiers may be necessary due to too much pressure and insane. Now withdraw these people and give them some time to rest and vent, and they can return to normal afterwards. Moreover, there is another important effect of removing these people, and that is to give other soldiers a little hope. This means that as long as they can hold on to this gap for a period of time, there is still hope of survival. If Gonga Dai didn't remove these people, wouldn't he just tell the soldiers behind that those who got the gap must fight to the last bite? If Gonga Dai really did this, he might encounter a situation where soldiers would refuse to go up later. Some soldiers in the back would definitely run away or directly mutiny. No matter how big the reason is, no matter how strict the military order is, it is impossible for soldiers to die willingly. At least they have to give them a glimmer of hope, even if this help is a little slim. Some of the soldiers who were evacuated could not even stand firmly, some of their crotches were wet, and some of them were numb and their eyes were dull. The group of soldiers who had just been dispatched was the same as they were going to the execution ground. Fold 50% loss rate of the country, which means that at least half of them live down. Wu military situation there is not very good. Stepped down early and soldiers one by one in a sweat, scared in my heart. Even soul also some eyes stay stagnant, or surface, such as Ash's soldiers. Arrange these soldiers to go to rest, pay attention to their emotions, and don't cause problems. 22 Trip Long told road. Then, he ordered kamikaze team ready to continue to impact this gap. He had to do is to hit the enemy collapse. Soon, Sanlian also retreated. The gap is so big, the King army has enough troops to defend, it is not easy to break through. In order to open up the situation, 22 Brigade Long to send up the death squads. Too late, the team carrying large knives and shields rushed up, followed by the grenadiers. After the two armies contacted, the grenadiers began to throw grenades into the King army pile on the opposite side. In this crowded gap, the killing effect of a grenade can reach an astonishing dozen people. Archery, archery. King army generals shouted, they knew Wu among them such a tactic, so it has long been ready for several archer. We are in the rear of archers, from the Wu army grenadiers in fact, also less than 20 meters away. At this distance, there are still many people who can accurately hit. A wave of arrows shot out, and several grenadiers fell directly. More unfortunate is a grenadier just lit the lead on an arrow. Hand grenade shells also fell to the ground in pain. Grenade bomb then exploded, killing and wounding 7 or 8 people to Wu. Thanks to the explosion of sparks that did not ignite other people's grenades, otherwise the consequences would be even more serious. Despite this blow, the grenadier did not retreat. Compared clear destruction, they caused destruction of the King much larger army of archers caused to them. The second wave of grenade bombs thrown. Some King soldiers see those black spots, simply throw away the weapon, turned and ran. This kind of battle is too scary, and it's all about death. It is a pity that these escaping people were beheaded by the supervising team without exception. Now Gonga Dai can't care whether such harsh military laws will force the soldiers into mutiny. He only knows that without such harsh military laws, he can't keep this gap at all. Too late. The team, where the war dead, family few free years. Seeing that the situation was not optimistic, Gonga Dai also sent the death squad they prepared. His small number of their death squads are more attracted to people who are rewarded. The temptation to exempt family members for 10 years is great. Some people whose families are really struggling will also be willing to fight for it. Too late. The team of the death squads, both sides are not life-cut each other. The fierceness of its battle is no less than that of some hot weapon battles in later generations. King army which is also pushed to the dead end, no way out. If Zhujiang fall, he had not even retreat. In this case, they broke out with a strong will to fight. If there is a way to retreat, they would have retreated long ago under this kind of death rate. The two sides fought to death for a while, and then backed back with each other tacitly. I didn't dare to fight. The whole ruins had been stained red with blood, and the mud had been covered by the corpses. Many people stepped on the corpse to fight the enemy. Fold loss of nearly 70% of death squads to step down. 22 Brigade Long only anxious, and then continue to send new troops up rear. With the Hope telescope has been watching the battle. Li Xiaobin put down the binoculars, sighed, this really is a tenacious king. Lost this fight too. Because as they have no escape route, perhaps we can to beat retreat, and then lift the blockade on the water, give them a little hope of escape. As the saying goes, around 3K, completely enemy cornered, likely to arouse the enemy's will to fight. Dijun of construction proposed road. This is probably not appropriate. We have lifted the blockade on the water without any signs. Wouldn't they doubt it? It is not so easy for them to get involved, and it is easy to waste time. It's better to keep fighting like this. I don't believe they can compare. Our army is more tenacious. Liu Han 3 do not agree. Dijun of this plan requires a little bit of luck. In case Lu Xihun hadn't thought of running away, and just wanted to stick to it, then their strategy would seem a little funny. Li Xiaobin headache this time. He is no better way. This is beyond the scope of his abilities. In desperation, he had no choice but to fight again. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 229 chapters. Injury barracks has been hit dark. Wu Jun also failed to break through the defense of the king. Ministry teams have all been dismissed, waiting for tomorrow to fight another day. Night between siege to siege. The adverse party, Li Xiaobin, who have not considered this time the siege. He took turns playing as many as 3 million troops. The ministries have suffered some degree of impairment. Among the costliest undoubtedly serve as header A22 Brigade, the brigade 6,000 people, taken down to only 4,200 people, which also includes the 700 or so heavy injuries of soldiers, as well as 1,100 or so minor injuries. The casualty rate exceeded 50%, and the battle death rate exceeded 30%. This casualty rate can be considered quite tragic in future wars. Being able to not collapse in this casualty rate is definitely an elite. Together with other ministries of casualties, the number of Wu offensive killed more than 4,300, the heavy number of injured more than 2,000, minor injuries no statistics, has no need to. In this kind of battle, it was only slightly injured, that is really thankful. Ancestors bless. A battle sacrifice to 10th of troops. Wu is ever the costliest battle, than to attack Nanjing and Danyang field. 2 combatants have lost more. And that 2 battles were all won a great victory, and now they have lost so many people, but it is even the city have not won. This is the most terrible. This kind of record made Li Xiaobin blush, and he encountered a setback time he coordinated such a super large battle. Compared to Wu Jun, king loss of more heavy. Even if he were a party of defenders, but under a variety of new weapons to bully Wu Jun, who have been at a disadvantage. Able to defend their towns, pure essence of life is to use to fill out the results. King army overwhelmed, killed a total of 5,400 people, more than Wu, just more than 1,000 troops. However, the king army soldiers injured up to 7,500 than people, Wu almost 4 times the army. This was mainly due to the differences in the weapons and equipment of the 2 sides. The king army killed and wounded the enemy mainly near the swords of war. In close hand-to-hand combat, being stabbed to the point is basically dead. At that time, everyone didn't have time to treat and fight, and the main purpose was to kill and injure the enemy. Many of the wounded soldiers who fell to the ground were trampled to death. The soldiers who were wounded by the sword and did not die are all slightly injured in Wu Jun's statistics and can be cured quickly, because for this reason, among Wu heavy casualties is relatively small. The Wu army anti-king is relying more guns and grenades. Fire a gun unless it is a direct hit the key. Otherwise very difficult, shot and killed. Those soldiers who were shot and limbs were also put into the ranks of severely wounded by the king army. There are also hand grenades, unless soldiers who are very close will be killed, and the rest of the soldiers hit by waves are basically injured. However, it is very difficult to treat these injuries. How to take out the shrapnel shot into the meat is a big problem, let alone disinfection. King army soldiers injured equivalent to killed. So doing, a battle, The king sacrificed 13,000 people. The battle damage was as high as 16%, and if some lightly wounded people who were temporarily unable to enter the battle were added, their losses exceeded 20%. It can be said that a battle is almost equal to crippling them. At night, the wailing of the wounded camp continued. If you listen carefully, you can still hear some low-pitched crying from the wailing. It was the cry of some soldiers whose wounds were not so painful but were actually unsaved. They may be homesick, or they may feel worthless for their life, or they may be afraid of the coming death. Thousands of people mourning, crying ululation, the city people scared and shivering, like living in hell. Large continue to have the bodies from carried away injured barracks, some corpse and even its real have not breathed. But it corpses are also lazy, struggling again. Rather than continue to live and be tortured by pain, it is better to die early and get free. Of course, not everyone enough so free and easy. Most people have to live very nostalgic. You have not heard, Wu Jun, a kind of medicine which can treat gunshot wounds. As long as the medicine to the wound a coating, the wound will not rot. Several soldiers with gunshot wounds gathered together to chat. Before the wound was infected, their injuries did not seem to be very serious. Of course, you all know, this is an illusion. Once the wound becomes infected, it can only be done. How is it possible that this kind of poisonous injury can also be cured? Others don't believe it. You who do not believe this is the last time we fire wood out of the city. Outside the city people divulge secrets. Some of the wounded Wu is scheduled to recuperate some of the people in the house, and it was some of our gunfire hit, but it is said that they all recovered later. That by the injury of 100, he continued. Then what do you mean? Others have guessed what he meant. We all want to die at a time when there is only one way, and that is to surrender them to Wu. That kind of medicine must be very expensive. Are people like us who surrendered in the past qualified to use it? Someone has raised a very realistic question. Recruiting soldiers has always had the least human rights. Wu army which, unless it is actively anti-positive prisoners of war, can be directly converted into the main formal establishment. And those captured alive often have to be enrolled in a death squad first, or they have to complete some hard work before they can become normal. I want to get treatment once in the past. But there is no such a cheap thing in the world. So, after I had such a direct surrender, the past is useless, but also have to set a credit to the Ming army. Bai of households said. How to make merit? Others asked. If there is a chance to survive, they don't care about so many. This is their straw, whoever dares to grab their straw, they dare to desperately. Anyway, it's a death to them anyway. You are determined. If, let me stand vow. Then I went above and adults liaison find a way. At that time, you can listen to my command. Bai of households said. I who must listen to adults. Adults go quickly, it wound up to a day or 2 episodes, we cannot wait that long. See the hope of survival, others are very excited move. Later, the 100 families grew out of a wounded camp and came to the residence of Guerrilla General Li Lianfan. Want to set a great service workers? They rely on more than 100 to a wounded soldier is certainly out of the question. We must pull his associates. And Li Lianfan, who has mastered nearly 10,000 green camp soldiers, is a good target for instigation. In today's battle, the loss of the King army in the green camp is greater than the loss of the Manchu 8 banners. Many Han soldiers are dissatisfied, and some green camp generals are also angry. Under this circumstance, there is great hope for provoking the other party anyway. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 230 chapters. Secret plan anyway. Late at night, Li Shobin still awake. He is still a headache for tomorrow's war. At this time, a personal soldier came to report that Xu Yuxian asked to see him and had important military information. Then, Xu Yin soldiers entered into with a large account, salute and said, the army, this is the city of Zhujiang Green Camp. General Li repeated guerrilla men. He brought Li repeated the message, hoping to return. I drop the military. This matter seriously? You why they want to surrender our military? Li Shobin heard rejoicing. He was in the throes of Zhujiang is no way to take the time. I did not think there is actually such a good thing to send home. This time his mood, Cao Zhu just saw the same. Do not wear shoes only. Wed got up to greet him. Hui Bing the army. The green standard soldiers in the army are often oppressed by Manchu soldiers, the soldiers more than a resentment. Today, Wang Shi arrived. We necessarily want to fight in the king of the division. The liaison officer said very well, and he should work for Ming. But everyone knows that the reason Li Lianfan really wanted to surrender was probably because he couldn't hold it and wanted to find a way to survive. Li Shobin ought to point out, after all, people are to face. To save face they can get them anyway. The idea is quite a bargain. Then you are ready to surrender it? How? Li Shobin asked. I hope that the adults at home enough to help the general's hand, so be prepared in tomorrow's siege warfare. Led his men in defection. General help break the city, the liaison officer said. But, according to my observation, when you guard the city on the wall, there are 8 banners soldiers supervising the battle. Can you succeed in your defection? Li Shobin continued to ask him not only specific plan, but also to test each other's actual situation. He will not be for the other word. It is easy to believe that the other side is really want complimentary. A little bit of risk. My adults are willing to take it, as long as the general can give a promise, the liaison officer said. His words relieved Li Shobin a lot. Since there are conditions, it shows that he is sincere. In Li Shobin's view, the promise Li Lianfan asked for was nothing more than an official position or military power, and this was all easy to discuss. Can be enough to reduce the loss of troops. Sent several official out a good deal. My army before the battle, there are a lot of wounded are in a gunshot wound. So, my family adults hope, anyway, after a meritorious service, surrender over the wounded can get treatment. Li Shobin was surprised by the request of the liaison officer. Such a request is really rare. He thought for a moment and said, treatment. Drug treatment of gunshot wounds is extremely rare in our military. Of course, if you can help us break Zhujiang, I can consider give you 500 copies of people drug. Li Shobin does not know the source of this sterilization sulfur drugs. He only knew that the drug they cannot build, thanks to Wu Chengqing obtained from special channels in limited quantities. He didn't know how many wounded Li Lianfan had under his men. If there were thousands of people, he would not dare to promise. If sulfonamides are used to cure therapy prisoners of war, the department did not get the treatment that the soldiers also not Trebelier. Only 500 copies. The liaison was taken aback for a moment. This was too little. There is really no way to do this. Let's not tell the truth. We can't make this kind of drug yet. It is bought from overseas merchants at the expense of the governor. It is very expensive. This kind of thing can be verified after you return. I didn't lie to you. As long as the Legion willing to surrender anyway, except that 500 drugs, I can keep Li's military power, to give him a brigade commander position. Anyway, soldiers can be directly adapted into the main force. Li Shobin also think that 500 was lacking, so they added some benefits. That's all there is to it. The liaison officer estimated that Li Shobin did not lie, and there is no point in bargaining things on reality, and now they want to surrender. The mood is very urgent, even without that drug. Li repeated wants to surrender, and they do not want to be the kind of Wu Jun bitter fighting. Subsequently, Li Shobin and Xu Yuxian alone chatted for a while. Li repeated the man, from the character of the other aspects to determine the likelihood of whether Zhejiang. Xu Yuyin said Zhejiang possibility is almost zero, because the conflict between the Green Camp and the 8 Banners soldiers in the King Army has always existed. There are many Han soldiers and generals who want to surrender. At least, he knows there are several, not only had a chance to surrender could not find it, but his luck was better, and he surrendered after being left behind last time. Xu Yuyin opinion, Li surrendered. The series of very credible. Hear his judgment. Li Shobin is no longer entangled. Sent a man called General Staff, according to Li, stationed repeated position tomorrow to discuss the focus of the attack. The next day, Wu army shelling began early. Luke Yitan, who had only fallen asleep in the middle of the night, was awakened by the shelling and kicked the chamber pot angrily. He is fighting yesterday's so tragic. Wu also how the rest of it a day or two. Wherever I thought, Wu Jun continued to attack the city today. With this intensity, he worried that his staff would be overwhelmed. Boats are quasi-prepared properly yet? Lekadhun asked the soldiers. He was less and less hopeful of defending Zhujiang, so he arranged for the soldiers to prepare early. Once restrained, they will find a way by boat into Long Old Bund. They would be safe as long as they fled to the north bank of the Yangtze River, and Liu Dian didn't want to be captured. Even playing a losing battle, he would flee to, rather than a judge, become the laughing stock of others. I have been ready, the soldier replied. Afterwards, Lekton put on his clothes and prepared to supervise the battle on the wall. He doesn't worry if he doesn't go in person. The pressure on the army is too great nowadays, and accidents may happen at any time. Before switching to this situation, he had already abandoned the city and fled. This time there is really no way to escape. He can only grit his teeth and insist. City walls. Wu kept shells fall in addition a wall. Li Shoubin feel a notch or too little, you want to reopen a gap, to the king create more pressure. The same kind of routine. After a few hours, that section of the wall also collapsed thud half. Subsequently, Wu army began a comprehensive siege. This time there is only one main point of attack, and that is the southeast where Li Lianfan is stationed. As for the two gaps, they were used to confuse and contain the King army's strength. In view of the dangerous situation at the gap yesterday, Lekidhun dispatched more soldiers to the two gaps today, and the proportion of the 8 banners soldiers among the soldiers was greater than yesterday's. Lukdian was worried about the fighting will of the Green Camp, so he had to send the 8 banners soldiers to take on such an important task. There are more 8 banners soldiers at the gap, so naturally there are a lot fewer 8 banners soldiers on the wall. To the southeast where Li Lianfan was garrisoned, there were already less than 1,000 8 banners soldiers, whose main role was to supervise the battle. Wu looked at the crowded June. Li repeated, all my heart tense up. I will turn back later, which is a high-risk job. If Wu Jun did not rush to support, or 8 soldiers were found in advance, then they would be in severe danger. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 231. Chapter Lane War. At the beginning, Li Lianfan's troops were still resisting symbolically. Wait until the Wu army near the walls and gaps overall pick after the war, Li repeated, suddenly cut down their banner. This was their secret signal of action. When the banner fell, his soldiers and the backbone of the plot immediately waved their swords at the King army. He had this sudden action frightened uninformed soldiers. The people are not shocked. Is in disarray. Escape. Brothers who clean the dog does not take me have as human beings, want to survive them upside down with me. Li Lianfan yelled, and his generals also yelled. And those Manchu bannermen who were suddenly attacked finally understood what was going on at this time, but unfortunately it was already too late. His number should not have much. It is such a surprise attack. There are hundreds of people directly decapitated. Some of the remaining people are either fleeing or being besieged. This in the face of so many rebels on the walls. Under the walls so many Wu Jun, they can only flee in disarray. The whereabouts of Li Dahan messenger. Seeing this, Li Lianfan lazily chased after him, and ordered the soldiers to carry out several boxes of white cloth and let them wrap a piece of white cloth around their arms to distinguish between enemies and friends. In him they rebel anyway, when Wu Jun's siege in fact, had never stopped. When they saw that the enemy troops stopped throwing stones down the city, they knew that a rebellion had been launched on the wall. And then they also accelerated the speed of climbing the wall. When he had climbed the wall, this wall has been Li repeated control. Needless to say, both sides took a different direction and continued to clear the enemy from the wall, while a large number of soldiers poured into the city. City under the wall. Wu issued a successful strategy flares. Siege. Other forces have suspended offensive direction, reducing unnecessary losses. As long as the King army that other parts of the city wall fall, will certainly fall into chaos and collapse. At that time, attack the city again, and the result will be twice the result with half the effort. Now siege would have been clear stubborn resistance army, very worthwhile. The army, Li repeated mutiny. The Ming army has scored the city. A soldier who had escaped came to report, causing luck to shake his whole figure. 1021. Before the final are still out of trouble. Immediately send the remaining reserve team, be sure to drive the enemy out and retake the city wall. At the same time, block the news so that soldiers in other places do not know. Luke Dian still wants to struggle, he still has enough troops under him. As long as he can retake the city wall, he can hold on for a while. As for what to do later, he didn't think so far. With the order of Liu Dian, the reserve team used by the King army to prevent emergencies rushed to the place where Li Lianfan was stationed. This unit is composed of pure Banner's soldiers, and its combat effectiveness and fighting will are much stronger than the Green Camp. Not over by the time they arrived at the incident site, Wu has more than 2,000 soldiers rushed to the city, suffered after the two sides immediately started street fighting. In lane war, too many obstacles, flintlock power play out. In this respect Wu eat a little loss. However, grenadiers play a very important role in street fighting, and often throw a grenade in the past to explode a piece. Not over, there is nothing to protect themselves. Grenadiers force in this street fighting, as long as it is close basically finished. They need the protection of other arms, but because of their lack of street fighting experience, they are not as cooperative as they were when they were in a siege. In general, Wu Jun can continue to have a little advantage in street fighting, but the advantage is not big. The two sides launched a tier on the streets to kill. People are hiding in the house shivering. There are times in the fight but also some soldiers in houses fell. The house of the people scared pale. Of course, it is good luck to be frightened. Some unlucky people will be shot dead by flying arrows when hiding in their homes, or shot by shrapnel after a grenade explodes. And when this happens, there is nothing with the people, no place to argue. Lane war still continues evenly matched, Wu relatively calm, as long as they hold the position not retreat. Not a steady stream of reinforcements can be off into the city. The generals of the King army who were in charge of the counterattack would be much more anxious. If they could not quickly defeat Wu Jun and retake the city wall, then their current battle would not make much sense. Kill, retake the city wall. Each rewarded 10 tills of silver, and the official was promoted to 1 level. Clear as Yuling army shouted, which is basically in the light of the gap. Shangyi in 12 cities and towns, all the people promoted to level, who will as an ordinary soldier. Not before, fighting among soldiers did not have time to think too much. Heard so rewarded, some of the outlaws broke some bloody, lifelike rush to do crew. However, this small outbreak can only achieve a small partial advantage, but it cannot affect the overall situation. As more and more Wu army entered, some Wu army soldiers also climbed to the roof and used guns for long-range shooting, which increased the danger of the King army by a few points. Look, brothers opposite, you have failed, the city wall has been completely lost, and the officials have run away. There is no need for you to give your life to those noble lords. Surrender. General Wu treats us Manchu soldiers the same. We are here. I've had a great time. In shock war, Wu side there is a man with a big horn in Manchu propaganda. These are the Manchus who surrendered to the Wu army in the past. Some of the Manchu soldiers who surrendered were still relatively convulsive, struggling to resist. But there are some than the more selfish people. The nation has been thrown out the window or something. For his own prosperity and wealth, he was willing to be a pawn of Wu Jun. This time the Manchu king propaganda in North Korea using Manchuria, then the effect is much better than the Han soldiers to capitulate. For people of the same tribe, the King army instinctively would have an extra layer of trust. Do not believe the traitor. I had to surrender, absolutely no good end, and they might as well fight. We have not lost. King army generals rumor quickly, trying to stabilize the military. However, the bureau potential is good or bad, the soldiers are more or less able to have some judgment. Wu army have scored the city, This situation is undoubtedly a big bad, and they are still unable to take back the city wall. Failure is already a high probability event. He had not yet determined to surrender, but it has the will to fight among the invisible weak and a lot more focus to keep his little life, rather than struggling to think of the enemy, thinking to win the war. Some clever soldiers have even been in disarray, slipped into the houses, going to hide the war ended, and went out to surrender in residential areas. Anyway, Wu army not to kill the prisoners. Able to keep a small life is better than to die on the battlefield. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 232 chapters. Arson massacre. Haven't the wall taken back yet? Lucky asked anxiously, but his subordinate stared not answer. Want to regain the city wall? How easy it is. The longer the delay, the more disadvantaged they are. Luck Dian wanted to conceal the news of the fall of the city wall, but in such a chaotic battlefield, how could it be possible to conceal it? Not too long. Soldiers on the other walls also know that there are some walls fall. The influx of a large number of the city of the Ming army. The news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone's hearts. He had no reason before the crash, is relying on this side of the walls of which can bring some sense of security to them. But now the city walls are the fall, also declared the collapse of the last line of defense, not the soldiers already controlled into a panic. Just at this time, Wu began a new round of offensive. Had already been the verge of collapse of the king. The moment there is no fight. Everyone wants to escape to save their lives, not to fight the enemy courageously. Wu Jun took the opportunity to attack on the city wall, began a full-scale attack. The army, QA is shit, cannot stop. Bing defeat as a mountain down. Even if they are in town at the moment, at least, there are about 60,000 troops, but to no avail. Once the army into defeat, the soldiers just like a mess, not organized resistance. Now let alone offensive, that is, those who want to organize an orderly escape cubing are difficult to achieve. When people are in a panic, it is difficult to maintain their sense. In this era, there are neither telephones nor telegraph machines, and the communication between the various units is very difficult. After being in chaos, it is very difficult to send orders to the troops below. Oh, losing so many troops at once. What face do I have to run away again? Lust sighed. Even if he fled back to the north, he couldn't bear the blame for the defeat. It would be like to slash a nobleman and go to an official position. Maybe it's possible to go to jail. In this battle, he lost a full 110,000 troops, on a seventh of the total strength of the king army. Is a battlefield beating. Before Boligna's defeat, the king still have not got it together, and he now again a defeat. It is simply worse. The army, there is life, there is hope. Do not withdraw too late. His subordinates quickly reminded. In other words, Lekidhan said that he still didn't want to die, otherwise there would be no ship ready to escape. The messenger listened to the order and ordered Gong Adai to gather the remnants as much as possible, retreat to Nancheng, defend in Nancheng, and contain the enemy. Order Azali, gather the remnants and set fire to the city, resist to the end, and buy time for Gong Adai. Tell them both, I will give preferential treatment to their families. Before leaving, Liu Dian also made some arrangements. He himself didn't want to go to Nancheng, the dead place, so he told Gong Adai to go. As long as the withdrawal of some soldiers, more or less able to contain the play of Wu for use. The same time, he also set fire to frenzied massacre of command ceremony Azar, create chaos, but also revenge Wu. Anyway, Zhujiang has been a foregone conclusion. Wu Jun, Li Dahan want to use this approach to nausea Wu. What you can get, others can't even think of getting it. This is probably his last struggle. Apart from disgusting Wu Jun, he can't do much else. Arranged for the funeral, Liu Dian led some soldiers and some important generals aboard the boat that was prepared for the matter. Although Wu Yi's navy blocked the Yangtze River, it was mainly the large fleet. There were too many boats coming out for fishing, and it was impossible for Wu Jun to search them one by one. He didn't have that many troops. Luk Dian and others took advantage of this and tried to escape by fishing in troubled waters. In Zhujiang City, Gong Adai and Azali both received orders. Gong Adai kicked a helmet when he received the order, and he knew he had been abandoned. Luk Dian asked him to take his troops to Nancheng. Obviously he wanted him to die. After arriving in Nancheng, there is really no way to escape. Enemies are on all sides, and they are all mortal enemies. Moreover, whether he can withdraw to Nancheng alive is still a question. Although he knew it was a dead end, Gong Adai didn't dare to violate it. Luk Dian has said that he will treat his family favorably, meaning that if he does not execute the order, his family will become slaves and his wife and daughter will become prostitutes. And he that reality did not choose. Even if he disobeyed the order and fled back to the north, he would not be able to bear the punishment for disobeying the military order. Therefore, Gong Adai could only grit his teeth to execute the order. He began to collect the rope that also organically and be able to control the troops, and then began to retreat from the west. Today, Wu Jun Gongpo just east of the city wall, west wall also rests in their hands. And Gong Adai kind of depressed. There is our ceremony. He received a fractured command, even worse than some of Gong Adai, means he has to finally retreat. The danger in this is too high. There is almost no possibility of retreat, and leaving behind is equivalent to waiting for death. Not before, and he is also faced with the same dilemma Gong Adai, afraid to disobey orders. Unless sufficient enough selfish, regardless of family, they care only about their own fate with wealth and status. In that case, he could surrender to Wu Jun. To clear his position in the army, he surrendered. Wu will be very welcome. It is another example of propaganda can bring. It's a pity that Azari couldn't let go of his family after all. Ever since the ceremony began, Azar ordered the fire in the city, the same time open the beginning of the massacre, launched crazy revenge. With this order, the people in the city suffered. Face of vicious, psychotic Manchu soldiers. How many of these people? Almost no power of resistance. I can't even find a decent kitchen knife at home. How can I resist? Some Manchu soldiers were unwilling to fail, and at this time they had to vent their resentment of failure to the people. Men and children were killed directly, and some soldiers would release the animal desires in their busy schedule when they met women. In addition to killing people, these people also set fires everywhere in the city, causing chaos and causing trouble to Wu Jun. Most of the houses in this era are wooden houses, which can be easily lit. All of a sudden, the city was full of flames, and people like headless flies rushed around, and the city was completely in chaos. There are experienced soldiers. The city saw the fire. We know that King has been defeated. Only if you are defeated and want to escape, will you deliberately create chaos like this. Ever since, the remaining King soldiers who were still resisting began to flee and surrender in the chaos. Even if the coach ran away, it was even more impossible for these soldiers to continue to resist. It was not worth it. Only part of the ceremony is our team, this time because of the presence of our ceremony, still forced to resist. However, this kind of resistance is also temporary, and the mood of soldiers in the army has become more and more unstable, and there is a risk of collapse at any time. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 233 chapters. Remnants. Has the Lotus town been taken? Li Shaobin looking city emerging black smoke, he asked one. Today, the city has been broken, cleared. The military of large forces fled south is only one choice. Therefore, when they attacked Zhujiang, they had already sent a force to attack Lianhua town. It has been won. Not even think about them, run. Liu Han-san said. The fire in the city is a problem. Fighting the fire requires a lot of troops. I'm afraid our troops are not enough. He had again containment residual king, but also to put out fires in the city, but also cleaning up the city's marauders. Not enough manpower. It is possible to organize the people in the city to save themselves. As long as they are saved, The house can't manage that much. The remnants of the encirclement and suppression King army are more important. After they escape to Nancheng, we need to work hard to attack the city. Liu Han proposed road. The crowd is no better way. Only the interests of the people throw aside. Gong Adai rushed to Nanching with more than 15,000 remnants. When he arrived in Lianhua town, he found that the flag on it had become that of Wu Jun. Gong Adai exploded and ordered an attack. By now, he who has no escape route, only to rush. If you can't rush over, you can only die here. Gong Adai predicts that there will not be too many Wu Jun soldiers in Lianhua town. After all, the total strength of Wu Jun is not very large, and most of them are invested in the siege. He estimates count is not wrong. Wu Jun is only one group in the town of Lotus, around 4,000 people. Not before. They have the advantage of terrain. They just need to hold a few hills and 2 junctions can, focusing on the intersection. Shan head without having to spend heavily to defend. King want to cross over the road from the mountain nothing, at least, was tired out half-life. At that time, Wu Jun behind will almost be able to catch up with them. So, the King army once fled south. It must break the a few dozen meters wide intersection. At these 2 intersections, Wu Jun's flintlock troops stood respectively. Rush over to be safe. Gong Adai shouted, but men will lead the soldiers and not because of his propaganda would cheer morale. He who is not stupid, know the impact of Wu flintlock troops is a terrible thing. Those who rush in front of almost no possibility of survival. In this case, no one wants to be ahead. For if you don't charge and wait, you will be overtaken by Wu Jun behind. It's only those high officials who care. For soldiers, it is better to surrender if they are caught up than to send them to death now. So, when the King army generals shouted to the soldiers assault when the soldiers were standing in front of the king refused to even move. The army, not rush it, and rushed to certain death. The army put us on a horse, and let us surrender. The army bypassed us go from the hills. The soldiers pleaded, and some soldiers even knelt down. Unfortunately, these begging for mercy did not shake Gong Adai's determination. He stabbed several kneeling soldiers to death with a sword and shouted, left and right side soldiers, fear of war, kill without mercy. Adai Gong under coercion, in the governor under the urging clan, launched an assault against the King Wu Jun. Gunshots sounded, and the King army rushing in front fell a group. But they were still rushing. They could no longer stop. Once they stopped, they would be knocked down by people behind and trampled to death. King army rushed. Wu shouted, tried to shout to cover up the fear. Unfortunately, this kind of shouting had no effect on Wu Jun. Wu Jun just put down his guns step by step, continuously killing and injuring the King army. Quasi-prepared. The final round salvo. Wu after the army shot 3 consecutive segments, arranged a final salvo. Nearly 1,000 guns fired at the same time, and the King army, which was only a dozen meters away from the Wu army, fell one after another. The soldiers rushing in front were not spared and all fell. 200 or 300 people fell directly in this wave, and the King army behind, seeing this, could no longer withstand the pressure of death, and directly climbed up the hillsides on both sides. Before there is a strong enemy, after the barrier troops, they can only escape to the mountains on both sides. This way of escaping, the King army supervising team and officers could not stop it. Even some low-level officers also joined the ranks of fleeing, and they did not want to charge to death. This kind of accident almost looked silly. Wu Jun. They were all ready to countercharge and prepare for a bloody battle. As a result, the King army had already rushed in front of them and even escaped before the battle. Loaded bombs. Remain vigilant. Wu army commander shouted. Anyway, their task is to guard this pass, no more than the other tube. If the enemy does not rush up, they can still have fewer casualties, which is a good thing. Those soldiers climb the mountain. Basically it has been no threat. This kind of hillside with no roads and lush trees is not so easy to go up. Basically, the people who climbed the hillside were already tired and half dead. When they climbed the hillside and faced the Wu Jun stationed at the back of the hillside, They could only surrender obediently. Maybe bad. Gong Adai stomped straight, but it was a pity that his morale had fallen to this point, and he couldn't help it. The army, Wu Jun cavalry behind to catch up. When Gong Adai was having a headache, the messenger behind reported a worse news. The army, surrender. Far as this case, no one has been willing to fight. Gong Adai's subordinates persuaded that the army was defeated, and the morale was gone and there was no chance. Now even if Gong Adai ordered the supervising team to kill those soldiers one by one, they would not charge again. Maybe those soldiers would mutiny on the spot. After all, Wu Jun's firecrackers looked much more terrifying than the supervising team. The supervising team still used cold weapons at least, and everyone was still 5,050. But the impulse to strike Wu Handgun's army, that narrow escape. Gong Adai was still hesitating, but the King army that had fallen behind had already surrendered spontaneously. Surrender does not work. Wu army cannot be polite with them. Do not surrender directly. Opened fire, grenades. Wait. In order to survive, some of those soldiers got to know their commander directly, then threw down their weapons and surrendered. In order to save their lives, some officers took the lead in throwing away their weapons, leading their subordinates to surrender to the Wu army. Someone took the lead, and the remaining soldiers began to follow suit. Others have surrendered. What's the point of struggling? As more and more soldiers to surrender, Gong Adai has been completely out of hope. Several of his men see Gong Adai is still not determined, simply Xi Heng, a direct knife to Gong Adai body. The rest also have pro-Gong Adai towards the soldiers' greeting. After Gong Adai and his soldiers were resolved, there was no resistance to surrender. The King army threw away their weapons one after another, and then the big stone in his heart also fell. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 234 chapters. Alive leaked a Hun. In Zhujiang, the purge is still continuing, and at the same time there is a firefighting operation. Wu under the force of soldiers and people. The fire was eventually extinguished. However, at least a third of the houses in the city have been burned down. As for the dead people injured, Wu temporarily do not have time to count. After several hours of suppression, Zhujiang city finally returned to peace. The stubborn King army has been killed, and the rest have surrendered or fled in chaos. Arson, as evil as our ceremony, had died in the chaos among. According to statistics, the Wu army killed 11,000 people in the King army and captured nearly 50,000 people in the King army. Nearly one King army was missing. I don't know where they fled. The number of the prisoners was a little too large, and Li Shubin would have a headache to deal with, because for this group of prisoners of war among the many Manchu soldiers, a full 20,000 of these people are very dangerous. The Manchu soldiers lack a sense of identity with the Wu army, which is several times more troublesome than recruiting Han soldiers. It takes at least 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers to guard the 20,000 people. And Wu Jun is now facing the problem of insufficient troops, cannot spare so many soldiers to deal with these prisoners. The campaign Wu army was killed more than 4,000 people, injured in training need not have to fight another day nearly 2,000 people. Today, Wu Jun is also capable of sustained combat troops, probably only 64,000 people, compared to the time of departure of the army from Tongling. The total number of full nearly 20,000 people less. True real figure is actually far more than 20,000, because they are in the process of fighting also surrender a lot King, such as Xuxian department, as well as some scattered prisoners of war. The numbers are more than 20,000. Of course, this is not to say that Wu Jun killed 40,000 people in battle, and it is not that terrifying. The reason why Wu Jun is currently able to fight with only 60,000 troops is mainly because many soldiers have been injured and are temporarily unable to enter the battle, etc. These wounded soldiers recover their strength actually increased the ratio departure. From Tongling to the present, Wu Junchun has only about 15,000 soldiers killed in battle. This loss is not small. Not over, compared to the victories achieved, this loss is totally worth it. The army, We captured the Ligue de Hun. Wu Yi smiled, and risking a group of people, are some clear high-ranking officers of the army, is headed by Ligue de Hun. Luc Dion and others were not lucky, and happened to crash into a patrolling fleet. The dress and appearance of Luc Hun and others are too different from ordinary fishermen. The patrol team immediately discovered the problem and arrested them. Had been surprised situation scold people, but eventually plummeted to a plain navy hand's platoon leader. This leaked a muddy when the disheveled face, such as ashes, no longer its former beauty. Send someone to Nanjing and dare to order the city to be set on fire. You don't even have a chance to surrender. Li Chengdong is your fate. Li Xiaobin lenging a cry. They dispose of a completely different way using different drop army. Main move anyway. Gixiang directly with the capture of the prisoners to go through screening. Adaptation. Some people cannot be used, and can be used to clear the military exchange property. If the King army cannot pay, then those people will be sent to mine, build roads, and do coolies. At present, due to extensive use of the machine, the southern region, the demand for coal soared. Those coal mining are increasing efforts to very short-handed. And these captives without human rights are the best coolies. Do dug mine to do hard labor is not the worst fate. Those heinous crimes, even the opportunity to surrender did not turn over, to be pushed directly into the food market mouth. Beheaded, for example, Li Chengdong and others who slaughtered the city. Although they also surrendered, they were eventually beheaded. If Luc Dian did not order the arson of the city before escaping, even if he was arrested, Wu Jun would first persuade him to surrender. If he was really unwilling to surrender, Wu Jun would also ask the King Court whether he was willing to redeem him. Even if the King Court is unwilling to redeem him, Wu Jun will continue to raise him, just like Asik. But now, there is only one fate for Liu Dian, and that is to push to the Xiku and behead to relieve the people. Here his next field, leaked a muddy expressionless. By now, seeking Rao has no effect, not as good as dead a decent point. After all, as a prince and noble, there is still some pride. The army mercy, leaked a Hun massacre is a man of ideas, we are all opposed. Gen. Seek mercy. I am willing to surrender, like a full Tatsumias for the general cattle and horses. Several other king army Blebai child did not make the kind of spineless, still want to survive. And these people, Li Xiaobin will also give them opportunities. King army's senior generals to surrender. The more the greater blow to the king. The dust of the Zhujiang war was settled, and spies from all walks of life also set off, rushing back to report the big news. There are many forces concerned about the battle in Zhujiang, because this battle directly determines the ownership of Jiangxi. The scale of the battle of nearly 200,000 armies back and forth is also very rare. King Army and Wu Jun battle. The military may be different from other forces. The troops of other forces will retreat if they die hundreds of thousands of people, and if thousands of people die, the remaining tens of thousands of troops will surrender. There are very few particularly fierce battles. The King Army and Wu Jun battle, hundreds of thousands of casualties, tens of thousands. No other forces can hold up a battle of this scale. The generals will follow the orders. Master Liu, you led 30,000 people to go south from Chezang, and captured Nancheng, Xiniu, Fuzhou, Jian and other places. Master Wang, you led 15,000 people into Poyang Lake from the waterway, and captured Yingtan, Jingdezhen, and Shangrao. Wait for the place. Note that those who meet the Longwu Imperial Court will directly grab the site without any worries. Those who meet the King of Lu will follow the principle of first come first serve. The next day, Li Xiaobin issued a new operational command. Ambrose 3 zones main South Nancheng, and Wang Deong with second-line troops to the capture of Jingdezhen and other places. He himself led the remaining 20,000 people to station in the important town of Zhujiang, where he treated the wounded soldiers, reorganized the prisoners, and restored the people's livelihood in Zhujiang. These tasks are no easier than capturing Nancheng, or in other words, for those of them who can only lead soldiers to fight, it is much easier to siege cities and land than to manage places. Of course, Li Xiaobin fortunately do not suffer too long after getting the news of Nanjing. should soon come to take over the civil service pie here. Prior to this, Li Xiaobin only be imposed martial law on this, then the original appointment of officials to maintain the normal operation of the yeoman. Captains took out a command, and then they set out the rate of force. The rest is time to grab the credit. The main force of the King army has disappeared, and the troops stationed in the place are only miscellaneous troops, and there is no difficulty in attacking the city. Those generals like this opportunity to grab credit the most. No points to either service officers, can only envy at their departure. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 235 Chapter Zhu Qi Frustration. Wuhan, where attacking Yu King Tengjiao received Zhujiang telegraph. The army, how the fighting? Asked the minister Yan Qiwan. As expected, the King army defeated 90,000 troops, annihilated. Looking back, this is battle. The King back and forth on the loss of nearly 20,000, can be described as disastrous. Badly hurt it. He Tengjiao sighs. This was a big victory for other people's families, and it was my turn to attack a Wuhan that had only 15,000 troops stationed. In contrast, Wu Jun record is too brilliant, and in Nanjing wiped out 120,000 of the main king, Zhujiang, and the eradication of 120,000 in the main. Plus a few other places on fighting, ins and outs have been eliminated. Wu King army of 300,000 troops. This record made countless Ming troops ashamed, and naturally He Tengjiao was ashamed. He has personally fought against Liu Dihan's army, knowing that the 8 banners are so powerful that he is not an opponent at all. However, such a powerful 8 banners soldier was now beaten by Wu Jun without any strength to fight back. He didn't know what to do if he met Wu Jun. Fighting is impossible, and those who are in the brain will fight Wu Jun. Zhu Jian asked him to send troops to support Nancheng, but he did not agree, because he was worried that sending troops to Nancheng would conflict with Wu Jun. After all, Wu Jun's goal is obvious, that is, to occupy Jiangxi. At this time, you still go to the tiger's mouth to grab food. He Tengjiao, reluctant to attack Wuhan, seats and seize territory from the hands of the king, is not willing to go and Wu Chengqing conflict. As for the future of things, what Tengjiao also has no clue. As in today's great chaos, various forces are intricate, and the situation makes him completely unable to see through. He Tengjiao to inquire into the news, and Wu Chengqing Luan seemingly is not of one mind, and now just follow it. On the surface, in fact, Wu Chengqing did not even allow Zhu Yihai to stay in Nanjing. This behavior, regicide, not track it. This world is completely messed up. He Tengjiao couldn't see where he should go in the future, so he could only take one step and count one step. In the south, Zhu Jian had already captured Nanfeng after a bitter struggle, and his army had arrived under the city of Fuzhou. Zhu Jian has a lot of troops, with a total of 25,000, while the King army guarding the city in Fuzhou has less than 4,000. However, by over-siege warfare in Nanfeng, Zhu Qi also recognized the combat power of his army, and captured Fuzhou. Want to know is very difficult. But at this moment, Wu Jun defeated Li Dian, and the news that he had captured Zhujiang reached him. So fast, doesn't the King army still have 90,000 troops? Why can't it even defend the city? Zhu Jian said in a gaffe that if his words were seen by outsiders, it would definitely be wrong. With that regretful look, I don't know if I thought he was in the same group with the King army. Your Majesty, today's war has changed drastically. I deduced Wu Jun's fighting methods from various battle reports and found that cold weapons had no chance of winning in front of Wu Jun's flintlock troops, and the number was meaningless. To army before the war, then, the opportunity to face flintlock military forces in the course of the assault, red in front 23 platoon of soldiers, almost did not survive. As a result, when facing flintlock troops, the army is very easy to collapse. Huang Shanling said, "What can we do? If we fight with Wu Jun, a king can solve it." Zhu Jian asked. "Well, we have no chance of winning in the plains. We can only introduce them into the mountains, use the complex mountain terrain to approach them. divide them into small pieces, and engage in melee. Huang Shanling had obviously gone through in-depth research and knew the weakness of the flintlock unit. In the mountain woods, the power of the flintlock is really hard to play. Hearing Huang Shanling's words, Zhu Jian breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't completely invincible. Mountain well, he was the trinumerous. No on Fujian, Jiangxi and Guangdong or, we have a large mountain of defense. Needless to say, Guizhou and Yunnan are all mountain plateaus. Let alone fighting, just marching in those places is not easy. So, if the fight is not really over, he can retreat to the rear, and then use these to defend the terrain. However, this also has a disadvantage. The economy of these mountain territories is very backward, and agriculture is also very backward. It is difficult for the local people to feed themselves, and it is even more difficult to collect taxes to feed the army. Do not take up Nancheng, such a place. He did not rise in the capital. However, you want to occupy leading Nancheng. They need in Plain and Wu war. There is no chance of winning. When Zhu Jian thought of this, he could only sigh. He was regretting why he didn't go north as soon as Wu Qingqing had just risen. At that time, Wu Qingqing hadn't developed yet, and he was sure that he could control Wu Qingqing. But now, Wu Qingqing has completely grown up. Before he sent messengers and Wu Qingqing contact, he has committed Wu Qingqing. As long as they're loyal to him, he can let Wu Qingqing do like Dole as regent. Big country, by Wu Qingqing to decide. And he only asked to do a puppet, made a name emperor to the righteous. This concession can be said to be the limit of an emperor. This is also because he is much older than Wu Qingqing, otherwise he might agree to let him call Wu Qingqing a sub-father. Anyway, as long as enough to keep to nominally orthodox line. Zhu Jin's thoughts are also wonderful. As long as he retains the nominal orthodoxy, he can do a lot of things, and he may not be able to withdraw his power in the future. Moreover, even if he can't take it back, he can give this task to future generations. This orthodox name still has a great effect. Once Wu Qingqing dies, and Wu Qingqing's descendants are not capable or prestigious, their collective forces will fall apart. And at that time, their royal family can regain power. Zhu Jian likened it to the courage of Wang Gujian. Unfortunately, he thought very well, but Wu Qingqing didn't pay attention to his messenger at all. Its rebel emperor of the heart is obvious. In Zhu Jin's eyes, Wu Qingqing and the King army are actually indistinguishable, and they are both deadly enemies. Who dares to go to Fuzhou City to persuade surrender? Zhu Jin suddenly asked everyone that now the King army in Zhujiang has been defeated, and the King army staying in Fuzhou and other places has the possibility of surrendering. Therefore, Zhu Jin was also moved to persuade the surrender, and wanted to give it a try. In the event of success, not only can you win Fuzhou without losing your troops, but you can also increase your own troops, which can be described as multitasking. All the courtiers were silent when they heard the words, and it was still very risky to persuade such things to come down. In case the others' generals were irritable, the messenger's life would not be guaranteed. The atmosphere in the big account was suddenly embarrassing. In desperation, an old man who seemed to be in his 70s or 80s stood up and expressed his willingness to go. Anyway, he is almost enough to live at this age. To be loyal to death and to leave a fortune in the history books is worthy of death. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 236. Chapter Manchu afraid. Beijing, Forbidden City. The news of Lu Ked's defeat was delivered at an urgent level of 800 miles, and there were several horses that died at the station along the way. In just 3 days, the battle report was delivered to the Forbidden City and the Regent Palace. When the multi-Erdogan reading when the battlefield, a long time did not speak, the following additional staff seeing one atmosphere is not out. He who could see, not what is good news on the battlefield. This time, if talking nonsense touched the head mold, it may be too not worth it. Long, multi-Erdogan spoke up, the battlefield. You also take a look, think about countermeasures. After speaking, he went back to the back room alone. not knowing what he was doing. The remaining people immediately picked up the battle report and saw the content of the battle report. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on everyone's back. He was defeated again, and the entire army was wiped out. And the coach prince was killed or captured again. This is already the third prince they lost in Wu Chengqing's hands. You know, there are only a dozen princes in the Qing dynasty. Among them, there are only 8 princes in charge of soldiers, in charge of the 8 banners. Today, Luo died in battle, and Asig and Lekidhun were captured. This shame is time since the founding of the Qing dynasty. He had previously in the customs and the Ming army battle, that is to win more than lose less, but not only scored the customs, prince-level figures killed even fewer. But now, they have clearly occupied the land of the Central Plains and their strength has greatly increased. Instead, they have suffered such a big defeat on the battlefield. The occurrence of such losses is really frightening. This Wu Chengqing, I will break his body into thousands of pieces. Positive blue flag Jia Hulang bite, causing them to lose all. This is a person, Wu Chengqing. He had a hatred of Wu Chengqing. We have reached a peak. If it is not due to Wu Chengqing, this time they almost to unify the whole of China. Now that the enemy's morale is booming, we can only avoid our strengths for the time being, and we can hide our power and bide our time. Duo Erdogan hands of councillors Wu Wei were said. A field failure also cannot explain what the problem, but the 2 consecutive defeat. This has been sufficient to show 8 soldiers than Wu Jun opponents. If this is the case, then we should keep a low profile and negotiate to gain time for development. Wait until one zone is also helping to create a sufficient number of advanced weapons enough. Again a showdown, rush up now. That is to die. It's just that Wu Chengqing's development is too fast, and the development of keeping a low profile may not be a good strategy. Fan Cheng little different meaning to see. In fact, when the idea of his views and Chengqiu defeat just about the same, that this time you should give the country and Wu Chengqing a showdown, compared with development speed and potential. Fan Wenqing and Hong Chengqiu are not optimistic about Darking. There are many reasons. The most important point is that Wu Chengqing too clever, novelty after another. Pham Van Cheng from asking them King no such talents, cannot compete with Wu Chengqing. The longer the decisive battle is delayed, the smaller the gap between the 2 sides will be. This time taking advantage of their overall strength is still occupy advantage. Decisive battle for the Qing dynasty is very dangerous, but it is also the last chance. If they keep a low profile for another year or 2, their advantages will no longer exist. When he later had fully equipped with flintlock, also Xu Jun, we have a new weapon. The military gap will only grow larger and cannot be narrowed. This is still at the military level. In terms of economy, the North is not suitable for keeping a low profile. Nowadays, the economic center of gravity has moved south. In the Chongzhen era, the North was in a mess because of natural disasters. Every year, food from the south was needed to help the North. More not to mention after the scourge of rebel Li Ziqing, the North is an erosion. Land on the plate they do great, but not many of these taxes on the site can receive. With the prosperity of Jiangnan, the longer the time delay, the greater the gap in economic strength between the 2 sides. Moreover, Wu Southern Chengqing also from time to time under the rule of some money-making new products, which accelerates the loss of wealth in the North. They can't even stop this loss of wealth. In short, in Fan Wenqing's view, it is the best choice to use the power of the whole country to fight Wu Chengqing at this time. Missed this opportunity, the day after will be more plus difficult. However, knowing that this is needed, Fan Wenqing did not say it, because as he knows, no such courage told, the Qing leaders do not have this vision. No one has the courage to bet the fate of the country into a battle. If you don't hide your power and bide your time, do you want to go to a decisive battle now and use backward weapons to deal with the enemy's advanced weapons? Wu Wei retorted. Now a decisive battle is impossible. We can't attack easily until we fully understand the enemy's situation. Jia Hulang expressed the attitude of the military. At this time, going to a decisive battle would be tantamount to sending him to death. No matter how much he hated Wu Chengqing in his heart, he would not do it. Pham Van Cheng heard him their discussions, heart sneer at, and a group of short-sighted people competing theory does not make sense. They do not see Wu Qingking who frightening pace. Explain to them clearly. Fan Wenqing just looked at it coldly, while other counselors were using their own wisdom to think about countermeasures. I have to say that some of the countermeasures they came up with are actually quite good at first glance. For example, and talk about delay, send to the beauty and the pro, let Wu Qingking guard. At the same time, they dispatched counselors to instigate rebellion against the forces of King Lu and Emperor Longwu and create internal fighting. Although he had not quite understand the relationship between Wu Qingking and Luang and Zhu Yujian, but it does not matter, they understand about human nature. Understand your thoughts. Whether it was King Lu or Emperor Longwu, they would definitely not like a powerful official. And when they tried to reduce Wu Qingking's power, judging from the perspective of human nature, they also believed that Wu Qingking would not be arrested. As long as Wu Qingking family and the South fighting together, they can seize the time to develop. Indeed, according to Bureau of Changes in Potential, but also opportunistic troops southward, Zhu and Wu Qingking off with his family to say. In fact, the success rate of this strategy is not low. At the time of entry just Manchu, they used a similar trick. First, under the banner of avenging the emperor of the Ming dynasty, paralyzed the Ming regime in the south, and then concentrated on destroying Li Ziqing. Once we get Li Ziqing, who were then led his army south. At that time, the Hongguang regime was completely deceived by the Qing army. Not only did it fail to defend against the Qing army, it was still doing its utmost to encircle and suppress Li Ziqing, and so clear military control of the north, revealing fangs when Ming wake up too late. Now, he had these people who want to replicate the success, continue to provoke infighting Ming dynasty. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 237 chapters of the population across the border. Duo Erdogan, a personal in the back room after all out, returned to the chamber, and then listened to the views of people. Finally, Multi-Erdogan decided to adopt him their plan, first with designated river and rule and talk to paralysis Wu Qingking, then go south instigation internal Ming dynasty. The same time, secretly development, power savings, waiting for battle time. To make such a decision, Dorgan felt very uncomfortable. This is tantamount to him being softened to a hairy boy, which is very aggrieved. If he replaced his previous temper, he would definitely fight it without hesitation. However, after the master of the destiny of a country, he would have to do things to test considered comprehensive. He couldn't do that kind of impulsive thing anymore. For the fate of the Qing dynasty, he was willing to sacrifice himself and begged for peace with Wu Qingking. This is an external decree. Internally, Dorgan also promulgated a new system of auxiliary officials. To put it simply, every place managed by a Han official will arrange a Manchu to assist in handling government affairs. In fact, it is to supervise them to prevent them and the Ming army in the south from eyeing each other. Previously, the King's strong potential do not need to do so. They do not worry about Shaodixia officials' mutiny. Smart people will follow the general trend, and after all, only a few will go against the trend. But now, the continuous defeats of the Qing dynasty will easily make some turf grass judges stronger in the south, which tends to hook up with the southern forces and leave a way for themselves. Although he distrusted those Han officials, Dorgan was unable to replace them directly. After all, he couldn't find so many talents to replace those officials to manage the locality. This time Duogun only 2 Mongolian families can trust, and far less than the 2 ethnic Han Chinese population, most of which are small. Those who practice riding and shooting. Soldiers who can fight are easy to find, but it is very difficult to find a cultural person who knows how to govern a place. Governance of a place is not something anyone can do. So, Multi-Erdogan had to depend I drop Chen Han. Sending people to supervise these Han surrenders will naturally make these surrenders feel dissatisfied and renounce their morals. But the Multi-Erdogan has been not care so much. His now the primary task is to ensure the stability of one's own territory, then accelerated military build-up. As long as Wu Chengqing in the south is defeated, these clumsy civil servants will be easy to deal with in the future. When the news reached the Forbidden City, Dao learned of Liu Dihan's defeat, and was a little worried that Wu Chengqing would fight all the way to Beijing. Life in Beijing is much better than Guanwei, and she doesn't want to go back to Guanwei again. Moreover, this world is still the world of her son, and she also wants to keep this foundation for his son. But, thinking about it, she is a woman who can't participate in the decision-making of those major events. For example, multi-Erdogan do not even need to ask her. You do not need to tell her directly develop countermeasures. If she has the right to speak, she hopes to reach a real rule of the river with Wu Chengqing, and will send people to negotiate sincerely, rather than treating this kind of negotiation as a time delay strategy. She even more disagrees with Dorgan's sending people to monitor Han officials. In her opinion, this will undoubtedly lose the courtesy. As Big Jade expected, when officials from all over the north when members received the news, my heart is really with the dog a day like nausea. Officials. No one wants to have a person staring at him all the time. Even those who haven't thought about betraying don't like it, because it's easy for them not to betray, but it's absolutely impossible for them not to be corrupt. Being an official is not for the sake of greedy money to live better. So what is the significance of the cold window for 10 years? Now there is a person who is always staring at himself, thinking about the consequences of corruption. This kind of official really doesn't matter. After receiving this news, a small number of officials took advantage of the people from the imperial court before they were sent over, and they packed up and migrated collectively with their families and headed to the south. He fled to the south and there are official members, more people, especially people in Yangzhou area. King Army had the Yangtze massacre to the people around Yangtze brought great fear, no choice before, so they can only treat all under the Manchu cavalry. Today, the south-shaped trend is getting better. Some of the people have begun to migrate south to escape the calamity. Although the King Army will no longer kill people at will in the north now, who can say this kind of thing, in case one day the King Army suddenly sends out a brutal massacre. In short, for the sake of safety, anyone who has the ability to leave has chosen to migrate to the Zhenjiang area of Nanjing. The main thing is to go to Nanjing. Zhenjiang does not have much industry, and there is not much work for those outsiders. The land around Zhenjiang is all possessed. Therefore, in order to survive, most people came to Nanjing to find work. After all, Nanjing is now hiring a lot of workers, regardless of men and women. Men can go to any factory, while women mainly enter the textile factory and work separately from the male employees. Allowed many women to enter the labor factory. It is personally Wu Chengqing decree opening the grounds that those who give the poor a way out. But in fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to liberate women's productivity. The benefits of emancipating women are well known to all future generations. Nowadays, the common people's concept is still relatively pedantic, and Wu Chengqing can only change the poor women step by step. Then slowly, and then change becomes those rich girl. After the complete liberation of women across the country, the productivity of their society can at least double. There are some jobs that women do much better than men. A large number of people poured into Nanjing, Suzhou and Songjiang. Wu Chengqing hands of the Ministry of Yet there has been no statistics, but estimates after the Ministry of Nanjing after entering the Wu Chengqing, the population has increased from the previous 1.1 million about now 1.5 million. The size of this population is very terrifying in this era. The so-called big cities in Europe have a population of hundreds of thousands, and there are almost no cities with hundreds of thousands, and cities with more than 1 million people can't even think about it. It was only in China, to the current city of this size, the influx of population, almost all landless people, who were among the wealthy can do a little business. No money can only go to work, into the factory. Also losses. Wu Chengqing came up with so many factories, or the city of Nanjing simply cannot feed so many people. And now, a light steel plant will be able to accommodate nearly 5,000 workers, one worker's income. savings to maintain spending almost every point of a family of 3, plus other kinds of class variety of factories and workshops, and that makes those who have jobs, not to beg on the streets. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 238 chapters. Rural change. Hexi village, Jiangning suburb. After dinner, an ordinary farmer sat under the big tree and chatted. In an era when there is no entertainment, chatting is almost their only way of leisure. However, for some poorer families, chatting is not leisure. They are not in the mood to talk about nonsense. They talk about things related to their livelihoods. This is a family of 8. Both parents are in their 40s, 2 sons, 2 daughters, 1 daughter-in-law, and 1 grandson. The eldest son is 18 years old, has been married and has 1 son, and the second son is 15. He also needs to start thinking about marriage. The 2 daughters are between 13 and 15 years old. Although the family can survive, they have a very difficult life and there is almost no resistance to risks. Once a family member gets a serious illness, they can only rely on the body to endure it. If it passes, it will endure, and if it fails, it will die. This is basically the current situation in the countryside. Dad, I gained yesterday and 2 to the city's industrial sector saw the area, where workers a month, 6 pence it. I also want to try and make some money to support their family. The eldest son, Kinlin, opened the conversation. He went to the city with people from the same village yesterday to see the big factories. Those big factories opened his eyes and excited him. Those large-scale machines give people an unparalleled sense of strength. And those big factories, this she high in recruitment. Listen to say a month of wages has 6 pence. Kinlin on appeals. 6 cents of silver is 400 catties of millet. Farming in the fields does not yield such a high harvest on average. To downtown, in a factory that will do you live? If missed the fiscal classic thing that can give you money. National companies now offer tools God gave us free, more relaxed than before this field. You should stay farming. Father Kin reprimanded that with regard to the unknown. The elderly are much slower than the young in accepting them. They like stability but don't like risks. Is due to have free tools. I wondered if you could put a few acres of good food, so I just want to go home, earn a wage subsidy. Younger brother is about to say the door wife, gotta get some money repairing bride price right. Ginlin said, are not allowed. The second half I have another point of dry land reclamation grow some peanuts next year. Father Kin only believed in land, which made Ginlin very helpless. At this time, the head of the family is very powerful. What Kin's father says, others have to do what. In this family, the old father and Kinlin had a little right to discuss major family matters, and the other female relatives and youngest son could not intervene. He can only sit with the brother and father arguing, but they are concerned, but also in the so-called big Ginlinku factory, I heard all those machines are made of iron, 2 or 3 are so high. If you do not let me go to work, it must make me kind of chilly. Ginlin said. He not only looked at work yesterday Industries Zone, Nanjing East Market still stroll around. In Dongxi, he saw a condiment similar to cornmeal. According to the stall owner, this is a condiment imported from the West, called chili. The effect is very good when used for cooking, and it is the favorite of dignitaries. Because there are very few people growing this pepper at present, it costs 30 cents per catty. At such an expensive price, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Ginlin also heard that this kind of pepper is very easy to grow, and you can pick hundreds of catties on a single acre of land. He had the final say. If the stall owner hadn't deceived others, 1 mu of hot peppers could sell for 10 tals of silver. It is more than 10 times more cost-effective than growing rice and peanuts. As a result, Kinlin thought about planting peppers again. In short, he was unwilling to just guard the few acres of land at home. Even if Wu Chenqing's tax is not high now, they are still starving at most by relying on these places. And other younger brother married after natural child. The more that a few acres of land cannot support such a people person. Chili, what is it? Father Kin asked. At this time, It has not been many years since the pepper was introduced to China, and most of the people have never seen it or know it. Is a dogwood and similar condiments, Sheriff Elegant cooking to add flavor, because we had just reached the South Atlantic, so the kinds of very few people, very valuable. Kinlin said, "You haven't planted this thing before, can you plant it?" Father Kin was still a little worried. "Listen, say very easy species, we can first try an acre." Most final, Kin father agreed to the decision of the eldest son. After all, it's farming, and it hasn't exceeded his cognitive scope. His past life experience can more or less play a role, which makes him feel at ease. At the same time, Kinnair, who is the same village, and his father had an argument. Kinnair, who also wanted to work in the factory, but his father disagreed. The difference is that Lin and Kinnair, who no proper association, firm going. Due to, Kinnair, who is not the eldest son, is also not married. He needs to take into account the different things, and Kinnair, who after the separation of their own to worry about then how to divide the living, he would consider a marriage bride price money come from next. In short, he needs money, more than Kinlin. So, regardless of his father pro-how opposition, he expressed strong going to the factory. "I used to go to the army, you have allowed me to say dangerous, and now neighboring village of Liu, Malaysia has earned several ounces of silver," the family also says. The wife, "Now I'm going to work in factories, you have not let me go, I'll be a bachelor for a lifetime." Kinnair, who roared, "Asshole, dare to speak so loudly to me, I think you are itchy." However, his father said that he could only use his father's authority to pick up the wooden stick and wanted to teach Kinnair who a lesson. Regardless of Kinnair who's tall and magnificent man, he really didn't dare to fight back. He could only endure it. "Come on, child," his father, "then let him go try it." Tigers do not mean a thing. The factory is fortunate to live a bit bitter, not life-threatening. Kinnair, whom other parents stopped holding sticks of her husband, she also knew nothing about the so-called factory of the unknown, also worry and fear. However, she did not object to Kinnair's work. Due to, the family has really could not scrape together the money to Kinnair, who wife, son seeing more and more, she had a headache this thing a lot. Dad, or to let his younger brother to try it, after all, is the Lord of Public Yard Run. The country will certainly not lie to the public, our Lord. Kinnair's eldest brother also spoke to support Kinnair, who, of course, he was a little selfish in doing so. That is, after Kinnair who went to the factory, he planted all the land at home. So many people support Kinnair, who, his father, most end can only sigh. "I put a stick thrown aside and went to sleep." He just didn't care about this. Let Kinnair who toss about it. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 239. Chapter Microcosm of the Times. The next day, Kinlin and Kinnair who went together again financing. Not over, this time Kinlin is to buy pepper seeds, while Kinnair who steel plant is going to work. It's still a tiger. You are blessed. My father will not agree with me to go to the factory. Kinlin said with emotion that compared to growing peppers, going to the factory is much more stable. Those foremen said that they would conduct training and provide church services. But he can only grow peppers on his own, and he can't even find a teacher. Lindsay, don't be discouraged. If you grow peppers well, you will make a fortune. The two encouraged each other and walked towards the city. He had too. Just a microcosm of the changing times. Like him, so their people, there are many around Nanjing. When the opportunity each time now, a number of little courage and determination of the people will take the opportunity and meet the challenges. And he had them, will certainly be some bruised and wounded. But surely someone can seize this era of upheaval outlet, thereby changing the status. Life-changing. Wu Chengqing to bring this era of great change. This has a great impact on all sectors of this era. People in the face of pro-selection, reading people are faced with a choice. Large school enrollment notice a new one. The addition of some new subjects, such as foreign language. In order to meet the needs of translators in the ever-increasing overseas trade, Songjiang has opened a foreign language school early on. Not before. Those who have achieved, and most of them are entering the final major firm, to do things for businessmen. Furthermore, most of those people are some of the quick turn translated, basically only say, do not write. Songjiang, just a foreign language school, has been unable to meet the growing demand skyrocketing. Therefore, the university has also opened foreign language classes in keeping with the times. In the big school, outside the school language, it is necessary to learn spoken language translation, but also to learn a written translation. The difficulty is much higher. However, if they succeed in their studies, their future development will be relatively large. Like Wu Chengqing says, and later to set up a diplomatic institution, dedicated to dealing with foreigners and foreign authorities. If you want to be an official in this department, you must first master one or more foreign languages. In addition to the language, but also more of a medicine, designed to train doctors. Teacher temple, big school gate, countless people around the school before enrollment announcement. What kind of subject is this foreign language subject, and why the top 3 candidates in foreign language examinations can be awarded official posts of the 6th grade, the 7th grade and the 7th grade respectively. A scholar was surprised that the admission announcements of other disciplines did not directly state that the top 3 candidates would be appointed officials. Although this is already a practice, the government hasn't stated it clearly after all. And this foreign language enrollment announcement is clearly marked. As long as the top 3 are assessed, the officials will be awarded directly. Moreover, it is really tempting to be a high-ranking official from the 6th rank. Foreign language you do not know. It is the foreigners are saying and flown to say. Another scholar explained, isn't this just a dialect? What is the difficulty? It is much easier than learning the 4 books and 5 classics and writing articles. The scholar who asked the question was puzzled. He could become a 6th rank official by learning a few dialects. There is such a good thing in the world. Originally, he was planning to apply for physics, but now he has changed his mind and plans to study foreign languages. Physics, well, because people now to learn more and more, competition is very large. Expedition on a physical test. Test 80 multi-section students are not official. At the time when the university was founded, the physics subject was able to pass more than 80 points, and a 7th rank officer would never run. He had these people had not seized the opportunity. And then you want to succeed need to pay several times the effort predecessors. Whenever I think of this, there are countless scholars beating their chests, and those who regret it will die. Learning outside the language is still very promising. Even if there is no test to the top 3, you can go firm worked my uncle's firm. Please translation of a half-baked. The light would say not right. There are 12 monthly salary. If the after studying in the university hall, other firms will definitely rush to ask for it. A monthly salary of 20 tls is not difficult. Another scholar also inserted a sentence, which made many scholars who were already tempted to make up their minds. The monthly salary is 20 tls, which is already a month's salary for a 6th grade official position. Of course, the greatest good officer at that point is not salary, but you can use power to collect money. A monthly salary of over 20 ounces, certainly not as good as 6 products officer post, not even as an 8 office products. However, as long as you don't compare it with those who are in office, the job of 20 tls a month is definitely the top job of this era. Some students from poor backgrounds are still very satisfied with this job. Medicine, I have read these people, how to be reduced to a doctor to do it. Among the many discussions, some scholars expressed dissatisfaction. In this era when everything is inferior and only a high school, no occupation is more noble than a school official. As a result, many scholars look down on other industries. Even doctors who can save lives, when they are not sick, these scholars would not take a look. Now that they are required to study medicine and become doctors, some scholars feel that they have been insulted. Did the doctor have their line of any business is to do good way out? So the hospital is a 4 ranking government officials, physician 6 government officials. His Excellency said, after the hospital, must know of people who can serve as medicine also, even if it is just an ordinary doctor. The court will give the 8th grade subsidy and status treatment. It was wise Iwin who was talking. He just came out of the university hall and heard this kind of disparaging remarks about medical skills, and he immediately refuted it. I have seen Master Y. Many scholars salute, and now wise Iwin is also famous in Nanjing. Although his official position is not very high, his articles often appear in the eyes of the public because of the people's newspaper he is responsible for. So, his popularity than any other official members are much higher. Moreover, he was also a student of Wu Chenking, batch of people to be appointed officials in the university hall, and it is said that he was very trusted by Wu Chenking. He was a celebrity around Wu Chenking, and his promotion in the future was a sure thing. His Excellency had issued instructions to me personally, learning to be flourishing traditional Confucian talent, great governor who need new personnel discipline. His Excellency needs unpopular subjects like foreign language talents, medicine. These, His Excellency is also needed. Whatever you have to choose what subjects should seriously study, carefully designed study, to be top-notch in all of them. As long as you can achieve good results, your future will naturally be a smooth one. From Wu Waizewin also learned some means Chenking who will be encouraging people through speech. His remarks excited many scholars who wanted to choose foreign languages and medicine. Wise Iwan's words are tantamount to giving them a reassurance, and they can focus on their studies. Even then the more traditional scholar also excited. He who feared Wu Chenking too biased towards new disciplines, traditional classics have no way out. But after seeing Wise Iwin, they found that continuing to study the traditional 4 books and 5 classics does not seem to be a dead end. As long as the school is good, according to the sample can be an officer. Likewise Iwin same. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 240. Brick Factory. The governor's mansion. After Wu Chenking received the report from Zhujiang, he read it and threw it aside. The fundamental reason that determines the outcome of the war is the comprehensive national power behind it. So for him, as long as he develops the national power with peace of mind, victory will come naturally. This is just a small thing for him. His heir needs to deal with the exhibition. There are many issues. For example, the resettlement of migrants. Short-time Nanjing soaring population, leading to housing is very scarce. At this time, a large number of poor people build some thatched huts at will, which is very unsafe and comfortable. With the coming of summer, the rainfall in Nanjing area will also increase greatly. At that time, those thatched houses will be difficult to shelter from the wind and rain. Although, with the patience of the people of this era, a little bit of heavy rain will not make them despair. However, as the highest official in this area, Wu Chenking still hopes that there will be fewer tragedies in his jurisdiction. In order for these people to have a home, Wu Chenking had been preparing for the construction of the red brick factory. The bricks of this era are all blue bricks, and the corrosion resistance and weathering resistance of blue bricks are better than red bricks. However, the blue brick has a fatal weakness, that is, the manufacturing technology is relatively difficult. The process is complicated, and the cost is very high. Although the performance of the blue brick is far better than the red brick, it cannot be said that the product of the blue brick is better than the red brick. In everything, you have to consider the factor of money. It is because of this consideration that Wu Chenking decided to vigorously promote red bricks, and blue bricks can only be used as a luxury product for the rich. When Wu Chenking time to decide to do something, then it will be very fast speed of accomplishing. After all, Wu Chenking now holds all the power in the Jiangnan area, and he keeps his word. If you want to get promoted and get rich, you have to win Wu Chenking's favor and do things for Wu Chenking. No one dares not care. At present, the suburbs have been more than 15 large red brick factory, a total of 3,000 workers hired to work at the same time. In the initial plan, these red brick factories will produce 200,000 red bricks per day. It's solid, 200,000 really, probably only enough amount of 10 to house. In other words, The red bricks they produce in 1 month are only enough to build more than 300 houses. With a houses can stay 10 calculated, only a month before the placement of more than 3,000 people. For nearly 300,000 poor people who need a house, it can be said to be a drop in the bucket. However, this is the limit of their ability. It is not easy to mobilize 3,000 people for work. The food, wages, organization and scheduling required here all test the ability of the administrative team. Except Nanjing and the King Court, no other places currently have such a strong mobilization ability. Even Mayan Strong have such a strong mobilization capacity, they do not have such a high production efficiency. If the King Court mobilized 3,000 workers to make red bricks, it would be good if it could burn 20,000 yuan a day. In these red brick factories in Nanjing, machinery can be seen everywhere, saving a lot of manpower. The firing of red bricks has almost no technical content, but it has not been promoted because of the lack of machinery to improve the firing efficiency, and the cost cannot be reduced. So, people are willing to build wooden houses, or dirt brick house is not going to get behind this red brick house, really cannot afford. The common people can't afford it, so naturally there are no merchants to make it, and the industry cannot develop. A large number of red bricks were fired, cooled, and then transported to the resettlement sites for the victims. A large amount of foundation has been dug here, and load-bearing columns have been poured with steel bars and cement. Next, just put the red bricks on and cover with tiles. In order to reduce the difficulty and cost, not the cement floor of the building floor, but take some wooden beams. Then the future lay some wood. This kind of seemingly simple house is actually quite advanced in this era, better than most people's houses. Hundreds of houses are arranged neatly according to the plan, and the visual effect is very shocking. These houses were built for us to live in? An old Chinese disbelief asked. Nonsense. Isn't it built for you to live for? Don't kneel down to the governor to the east and thank the grandfather of the country for your housing problem. The grandfather of the country will build a house out of his own pocket and let you live for free. Yuan Ji, the official in charge of supervising the work, scolded that traditional officials like him could not understand some of Wu Chenking's policies. For example, in the current housing decree, in his opinion, it is good for these untouchables to live in thatched houses, but Wu Chenking insisted on building red brick houses for these people. You know, even a large part of the houses in Nanjing are wooden structures, and those who can afford masonry are rich businessmen. What? Even the untouchables are also eligible to live in such a good house. This Tostri red brick house is not cheap. Not only does it cost a lot of money, but its materials are more expensive. No cement or steel is cheap, according to calculations by the Ministry of Industry. The cost of a house like this is at least 20 tals. Moreover, this is still because steel and cement are supplied at a fair price. According to the prices of steel and cement on the black market, the cost of such a house would be at least 100 tals. You know, the north is very greedy for cement and desperately wants to buy it secretly. King army troops have been trying to buy some cement to build fortifications walls built with cement, rammed earth than the firm several times. You can withstand artillery bombardment. Wu Chenking did not stop the King army's behavior. Instead, he signaled that Tong Yui could sell them some cement to make some money to expand. Anyway, for Wu Chenking, it doesn't make much sense for the walls of the King army to be a little stronger. At this stage, Wu Chenking's most important thing is to desperately search for money, expand the scale of various factories, develop people's livelihood, and enhance national power. Yuan Ji's words were awful, but the old man being scolded didn't have any anger. When he heard you can avoid fees when staying, really heard the Yuan Ji, then knelt towards the government house. Kui Blue Sky Great Master. In front of survival, respect Yan is very cheap. Or say, in this hierarchical, popular worship times, ordinary people kneel down. Its real dignity did not particularly matter. The house is so beautiful and too strong. Is this really for us? Even Yuan Ji has been explained. but the suspicion voice has not been broken. The people in those slums do not believe that there is such a good thing in the world. If Wu Chengking builds a hut for them, they might be able to understand and accept it. However, for them to live in such a beautiful and seemingly majestic house, this benefit is so great that they can't accept it. It must be for us to live, but it should not be possible for us to live for free. At least we have to charge some rent. Otherwise, everyone is not rushing to ask for it. These hundreds of buildings are not enough. Another old hand speculated. You know a ball, my eldest son works in a brick factory, and I heard that the grandfather of the country wants to build at least 10,000 such houses. 10,000. How much money would it cost? I don't have to say, Grandpa Go is really the elder Qingshan. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 241 chapters build metropolis. Road to listen to the people are the way to say, without a real understanding of the situation of the people. A distant one outside makeshift tents. Ruan Daking and Ma Shiying watching this project in full swing. Listen, said the governor wants to build 100,000 this house. This needs money, too much of it. Ma Shiying said that based on the cheapest one, 20 tals, it would take 2 million tals to complete the plan. More importantly, these inputs are not as profitable as investing in steel plants. Ma Shiying also heard of Wu Chengqing's plan to build Nanjing into a super metropolis that can accommodate 5 million people. According to the plan, 100,000 red brick houses of this kind are far from enough, and more houses will have to be built by common people's businesses. Ma Shiying doesn't quite understand this scale of infrastructure. This is not one-off. It will be carried out in 3 phases. Batches 10,000 buildings. When you have enough money, you can build 30,000 buildings in the second phase and 60,000 buildings in the last phase. 2 phases are used for low-cost rental. The last issue is for sale. It's for sure to lose money, but after all, it's for the people. When Rwanda Wencheng Wu Chengqing that want to fight the Nanjing metropolis can accommodate 500 people, and it was severely shocked too. This idea is too crazy. Since ancient times there has not been such a big capital. This project is not easier than the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal. However, Rwanda after careful thought Wu Chengqing seems to find the idea is not possible. In just 3 months of this year, the population of Nanjing has increased by more than 400,000. If this trend continues, the goal will be reached within 2 to 3 years. I don't understand why the governor insists on building such a large-scale capital city. The population is concentrated in the cities. Who will grow the fields in the countryside? Ma Shiying said with emotion that he did not understand the logic very well. The governor explained to me that dense population can promote the development of industry and commerce. It makes sense to think about it. It is precisely because so many people gather here that those factories can recruit so many workers. And the population is too large, need to eat and drink lizard, the market will become larger. As for the rural land, people from the scientific research department are still studying some machinery that can save manpower. It is said that after the successful development of that kind of machinery, one person can plant hundreds of acres of land. These people like Ma Shiying and Ruan Daking are engaged in official struggles, but they are laymen on how to develop the economy, and naturally they do not understand the siphonic effect in economics. If the economy wants to develop rapidly, it is obviously impossible for the population to be scattered everywhere, which will cause the cost of collaboration to be too high. Only when the population gathers together can we provide cheap labor, various advantageous resources, and attract investment. To give the simplest example, a family that sells jelly can only make 10 bowls of jelly, and in a small town, they can only sell 10 bowls a day. Then there will be no people selling jelly in this small town, because the money earned is not enough to feed oneself. However, after coming to Nanjing, which is densely populated, one can sell 100 bowls a day, then one day's income will be 10 cents, and you can support yourself. And this industry will be born. Other line industry also have similar effects. In short, population gathering can promote economic development. This has been verified by time in later generations. The larger the population, the more developed the economy. The larger the population, the greater the investment opportunities and the better the investment environment. As for the problems in the countryside, if the population is smaller, more land will be allocated and life will be better. I always feel that the governor is a little bit overwhelmed with his achievements. He is a bit aggressive in doing things. For example, providing free farm tools and housing to the people. These decrees are good, but the speed is too aggressive and problems are prone to go wrong. Ma Xiang sighed with emotion. Judging from his experience as an official, many government decrees should be made step by step and not be impatient. Once too radical, good decrees will do bad things. For example, free fees to provide tools to the people, which almost led to the loss of steel mills. Poor management. Although this problem was finally solved by issuing treasury bonds, the process was still quite thrilling. With free housing now, the problem is even greater. Wu Chengqing just arranged for building a house. How to allocate houses built after, indicating that he did not need to deal with Ma Xiang. This is not an easy task. 10,000 houses are just a drop in the bucket for so many poor people. No matter who it is distributed to, the other people who have not received it will be dissatisfied. The event was off the drum to move some. It will be a big trouble. The last person to play this way was Emperor Sui Yang, who also liked to do all kinds of big projects, and finally tossed his finances. Sui original intention Emperor Yang dug the Grand Canal is good, but in the long history, the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal is absolutely great achievements. However, Yang Wang was too radical and ignored the objective reality. In order to achieve his own goals, he did not hesitate to squeeze the people excessively and cause chaos in the world. These problems naturally depend on us to figure out ways to solve them. Otherwise, what use is it for us as officials? Ruanda Cheng said an official thing, regardless of the leadership decision is right or wrong, they can do is try to assist. Ruanda Cheng smiled and continued, moreover, His Excellency is not necessarily aggressive. You see him, although a lot of large construction projects, but no damage to whose interests, but rather let most people it's all profitable. Do you think it's great? Wu Chengqing and the Emperor engaged in the project are essentially different. Emperor by the press people got money, and Wu Chengqing is to create wealth by caoutchouc construction funds. Wu Chengqing engage in these large projects, and did not press people. There is no pressing business, but have left them a profit. The wealth needed for construction was created out of thin air. Most people really don't understand the logical relationship in this. Not over, Ma Xiang. These people their IQ on how to create wealth already have some experience. Nothing more than to earn money elsewhere, and improve production efficiency rate. Wu Chengqing is relying on this approach. Crazy plunder the wealth and the creation of wealth from elsewhere, in order to benefit the people to support these large projects. And these large projects, once completed, can increase productivity and create more wealth, thus forming a virtuous circle. Really it is actually wonderful. I seem to have seen a dynasty can achieve common prosperity of the shadow. Ma Xiang said with emotion. In the past, the total amount of wealth was roughly constant. Officials and landlords could only get rich by exploiting the people. And this will inevitably lead to irreconcilable contradictions between these two classes, which will trigger rebellion. But now, Wu Chengqing wants to take them out of a path of common prosperity, which not only satisfies the extravagant lives of officials and wealthy landlords, but also allows the people to fill their stomachs. If this one succeeds, then Wu Chengqing's merits are enough to go to Mount Taitak and find the Zen. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 242 chapters Office Bank. At the governor's mansion, Wu Chengqing, after reading the report from the brick factory, brought Wu Zai and Guyan Wu together and discussed with them about the preparation of the bank. He engaged in a variety of engineering, construction, design are in need of money, so he spent a lot of time daily on how to make money. When it comes to making money, the most profitable industry in future generations will be banks. Therefore, Wu Qingqing also wanted to get the bank out. It's reality. In this period, people also have similar banking institutions, banks. However, in this period, the common people need to pay interest to the bank to deposit money in the bank, so the people's willingness to save money is not very strong, and the bank will naturally fail to develop and grow. Moreover, private property quality banks, its credibility is an issue. To convince the people of these banks, it is not easy to put money in the banks. Once there is a bit of turmoil, a run is prone to occur, causing the banks to dare not use too much deposits for investment to make money. These are the reasons why the bank cannot grow. From the perspective of Wu Qingqing's later generations, the people who run the bank are quite stupid. Why go to covet that little bit of interest? This is not forcing the people to put their money in their pockets and hide them in the cellar. Which bank in later generations will collect money when taking deposits from depositors? They are all rushing to send interest to depositors to absorb funds. It's not rare for people to make money, and they can make more money by using the money to lend. Of course, there are not so many investment opportunities in this era, and it is also a big problem that there are too many deposits to find high-quality investment industries. Moreover, the information is not developed enough times. Lenders accountable after business failure is a big trouble. And now Wu Qingqing, these problems can be the perfect solution to his premature opening of the Industrial Revolution, so that investment opportunities are everywhere. There is almost no possibility of losing money when entering the market to do business now. As for the issue of credibility, his prestige is more convincing to the people. In terms of accountability, he represents the government, and those who want to evade responsibility may have to weigh the consequences. Something indeed. Lenders are not the main purpose of Wu Qingqing. If no one borrows, he can invest himself. The profits of those emerging industries are scary, and there is no need to worry about losing money when investing money in those industries. The total sum, the people scattered money collected, concentrating power, the development has a big advantage. It is also due to this, so he was anxious to do a very large banks. This bank must be in the hands of his own family to rest assured, and at the same time, to prevent the family members from using the bank for illegal profit, he has to arrange officials in the bank to supervise it. Wu Qingqing decided to bring banks into something of the nature of the joint venture between officials and businessmen. Wu is responsible for the specific operations. The official responsible for monitoring and dealing with some personal problems cannot be solved. Giving interest to depositors, will the risk be too great? After seeing Wu Qingqing's plan, Wu was a little worried. From custody to the people charged fees, the interest on deposits to the people. The pace is a little big step, easily pulled eggs. It can be said that as soon as this policy comes out, other banks have to go bankrupt. Master Gu, you are worrying too much. The current business conditions on the market are very good. Most of the business is profitable. In the face of high profits, this little interest is trivial. Compared with the profit given by the national debt, the deposit interest of this percentage is already a big profit. The same is to absorb funds, and the cost is 40% lower. Wu Zhu analyzed, although the bank has the risk of a run compared to the national debt, the possibility of run is unlikely to occur with Wu Qingqing's endorsement as a guarantee. Wu pondered for a while, and found that it didn't seem to be too risky. Thinking of this, Wu reminded himself in his heart that he could no longer think about the problem according to his previous thinking. Nowadays, society is changing too fast, and many things have to be considered from a different perspective. First of all, the credibility will be improved. This bank will have a lot of responsibilities in the future. Nowadays, it is very troublesome to trade in silver for bulk goods, which can cost hundreds of kilograms, and it is troublesome and unsafe to carry. In the future, I will issue banknotes sooner or later. Wu Qingqing said, Your Honor, this bill cannot just send it. Once issued, the consequences are not worthy vision. Wu was in a hurry. He had no idea about running a bank, but he panicked when he talked about issuing banknotes. It has not been many years since the failure of Ming Boko, and today's people and officials have not forgotten that kind of disaster. Speaking of treasure money, thought that popped up in everyone's mind was a liar. Paper money is like a devil. Once it is released, it will be a big trouble. Master Gu, don't worry. I will definitely not print banknotes casually. Instead, I will decide on the amount of silver and the economic situation. Forget it. Don't worry about so much for the time being. Just set up the bank, and you will understand. Of Wu Qingqing now, no time to explain later. Anyway, the time to issue banknotes is still immature, and at least he will start issuing banknotes after unifying most of the major parts of the country. Guyan Wu and Wu Ziyu took the errand, and then set up the Guogong Bank. The reason for using the name Guogong Bank was to borrow Wu Qingqing's prestige. The people in Jiangnan now believe in Wu Qingqing's credibility very much. Wu Long fortunately, struggling to earn the support of the people, play a role at this time. Guogong Bank invested a total of 500,000 tls in the early stage, all funded by the Wu family. The same time, the official gives silver to keep the country among public banks. This amount of money is quite a lot, which is more than 400,000 tls, which are all kinds of expenses for the official office. The starting point of the Guogong Bank was very high. When it was established, those who wanted to please Wu Qingqing all put their spare money in the Guogong Bank. He had believed Wu Qingqing is to do great things, cannot use such means to get money. Depositing the money in the Guogong Bank not only can get Wu Qingqing's favor, but you can also get interest every month or every year. Why not do it? In just 3 days, Guogong Bank's deposits reached 3 million tls. Subsequently, Guogong Bank started lending business. Early release credit goal. All those wealthy family property in Nanjing, there is collateral, so do not worry about huge losses. Even if the other party fails to do business, the government can take the collateral away and transfer the risk to the individual. In addition to release loans to other people, Wu Qingqing also personally misappropriation of these funds to some very lucrative business. For example, his new toothpaste and toothbrush, 2 necessities of life, are also very profitable. Compared with the previous tooth powder, toothpaste is more convenient to use, and it is more comfortable when washing. At the same time, Wu Qingqing's toothpaste manufacturing process can produce toothpaste on a large scale, and its cost is also cheaper than toothpaste. The toothbrush is more delicate than the previous toothbrushes. The bristles are thinner and softer, and it is not so easy to bleed when brushing your teeth. In terms of comfort, it is much higher than previous toothbrushes. At least, those with the women of the Wu family after over a toothbrush and toothpaste are not willing to use in the previous dentifrice. This is enough to show that toothpaste and new toothbrushes have a crushing advantage when competing with tooth powder. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 243 Chapter Bombing City Gate. After 2 days of marching, Liu Hansen's troops arrived in Dean County. In order to make merit, Li Lianfan volunteered to play forward. He asked some soldiers to disguise themselves as broken soldiers who had escaped from Zhujiang and deceived the gate of Dean County. Then the group of broken soldiers showed their fangs and knocked down Dean County without any effort. A field no suspense, is not fierce battle. Eventually King killed more than 24 and wounding more than 40. And the remaining 2,000 people are surrendering. The Wu army does no one killed or injured, creating a precedent for 0 casualties. If it is not clear military died here some people, this battle, just like every family the same. This trick works pretty well. We ordered the entire city to be sealed off so that the news should not be leaked. Then we will continue to use this trick. Liu Han 3 laughed. Easily won the city. It is naturally the most wonderful thing. As long as you don't leak the news, you can use this trick repeatedly when attacking the city behind. The next day, Liu after 3 Chinese defenders left hundreds of people, led the army continued south. It took 2 days to reach Yongxiu, and then it took another full day to cross the river. Compared to the siege, the line army is their trouble. May 24th. Liu Han III arrived in Xixia town, followed by Li. Repeated large part out of 4,000 troops. Step 2 arrive at the city of Nancheng. Fast Kesong door. I is leaked to Hun. Li repeated the charge of guerrilla general, our military defeat in Zhujiang. Nancheng I ordered army retracement help garrison. Li Lianfan came to the city and shouted. Hearing Li Lianfan's blew up his name, the soldiers on the wall rushed to report to Nancheng's guard Zunhe. Quasi-Ha met Li repeated, a Li will be repeated to recognize out. However, the Quasi-Ha soul for Chinese generals have a natural distrust. In addition, he had already learned the news of the destruction of Zhujiang city before, and now he was more cautious. Because as fled from Nancheng, Zhujiang only a few soldiers shrimps, so now only knows on where Zhujiang city break, but specific information is unknown. He was also dubious about Li Lianfan's words. Li will be the military. Now Zhujiang, how the situation? Quasi-Ha soul asked. I don't know very well. When the city was broken, the general ordered me to go south to garrison Nancheng with General Gong Adai and ordered General Li to break the Queen. Adai with Gong will encounter when troops south of the Ming army to kill and containment. Gong Adai generals have been killed. The army suffered heavy losses, remaining 4,000 people. I hope that General Zunhe will open the city gate quickly, and the Ming army chasing our army from behind will soon arrive. And there will be no chance at that time. Li Lianfan's words were 3 points true and 7 points false, and they were all the same. Quasi-Ha couldn't judge whether they were true or false. If it is someone else, I am afraid that the city gate has already been opened, otherwise it will easily lead to internal conflicts and disagreements between the military. However, the Quasi-Ha soul due to innate distrust of Han Chinese, so subconsciously, he is more inclined to Li repeated lying. Thinking about it in this way, Zunhe found some situations that could verify his guess. For example, all the soldiers who escaped with Li Lianfan turned out to be Han soldiers. It is strange that there are no Manchu 8 banners soldiers. According to the Quasi-Ha soul understanding, in the face of volts when hit, the rear of the task must be handed over to Han. It is certainly able to escape the 8 banners military year. But now, the situation is reversed. The 8 banners soldiers have been wiped out. These Han soldiers have escaped. Isn't this weird? Even if Li Lianfan was lucky, the focus of the Ming army ambush was Gong Adai. However, Gong Adai's subordinates will not be annihilated. There will always be some people who escape. There is a doubt, since the king already suffered a big defeat. Li repeated this. Why did not surrender, but escaped at the last hundreds of years? We must adhere to Nancheng dying. When did the generals of the Han nationality have such backbone and loyalty to the King dynasty? In short, Quasi does not believe it. Li will be the military. Wait, he'll let people open the gates. Quasi-Ha soul subsequently ordered the city open the door. However, he ordered the city gates open only, and then arrange for someone at the Barbican in the series of required lead to lay down their weapons, and then people get into the city. If Li Lianfan refused, he would arrange for someone to shoot. If Li repeatedly accepts it, it will be easy to handle. Soldiers without weapons are no better than ordinary people, and they can control it. Although this will offend Li Lianfan, it is safe to win. Zunhe was used to being arrogant and domineering when facing Han generals, and he didn't care about offending them. Li Lianfan didn't know Zunhe's plan, and thought that the strategy had succeeded, and happily arranged his men to enter the city and let them attack as soon as they enter the city, and take down the city gate. The same time, he also sent a messenger rear horse whereabouts. First hit the front is a team of more than 300, they were passed door into the urn, and then found the second channel is closed, and suddenly the battalion commander to lead the troops a bit uneasy. The army said, to lay down their weapons first, and then into the city. Said the king army Zuling, who was in charge of the response. You are what this means, Kauthar does not believe us. I go through fire, the knife has never been away from the body. I want to lay down their arms, you come try it. Wu Baruch's long curse, if I put weapons into the hands of the other party, they entered the city, there is no way to attack. Therefore, No matter what the other party said, it is impossible for him to hand over the weapon. Moreover, he had vaguely felt that the other party was aware and prepared, and this time the deception of the city gate was probably going to fail. If you don't lay down your weapons, you will be treated as rebellious. King Army's Yuling Tough Road. Fuck your mother. The leader of the battalion suddenly got into trouble and stabbed the leader with a knife, and then shouted, "The matter has been revealed. Retreat quickly." The sudden change made the King Army who came to respond immediately became tense, and their number was much smaller than the Wu Jun in front of them. Not before. Wu never thought to kill each other, when they have been in danger, if not timely exit, waiting for the enemy to a gate shut, they are rat in a hole. See Wu Jun hurried retreat. Zonhua angrily, really as a group of rebel thief ordered archery. Although it was anticipated in advance, when the facts were true, Zonhua was uncontrollable in anger. At the same time, there is a concern. He didn't see any senior generals like Li Dian and Gong Adai, nor did he see the Manchu soldiers. Does this mean that the King Army suffered a big defeat in Zhujiang? After the city of Zhujiang was broken, Li Dian and the others could only retreat to Nancheng. Now that they have not waited for them, the high probability is that they have died in battle. Thinking of this, Sunhul felt a little panicked. His hand only 1,000 people. How can enough defensible this alone? Nancheng, Jiangxi, how defensible it? What's more frightening is that he has no retreat now. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 244 chapters. Oddmu. Chaos arrows flew. Wu Jun quickly retreated. In the panic, they lost dozens of people. Of course, the most frustrating thing for Li Lianfan was the failure of the plan. If they could reach a successful program, won the gates, then he is a great service. And now, he is not at fault. But don't think about the credit. For a future who wants to climb up, taking credit for him is as uncomfortable as killing his parents. You stuffy go depressed, Li repeated temporarily, but Nazhunha no way. He can only withdraw their forces with a KM and then wait for large forces arrived. Relying on his weapons as well as those who are behind this point, we want the siege is a joke. Damn it, at the end, was seen through by the enemy, and failed to seize the city gate. Li Lianfan knelt and said, forget it, it's not a big deal to attack without cheating. Yuhan 3, though some regret, but fighting a war that is the case, will always be full of all kinds of accidents. Li Lianfan's failure was not a crime of war, because as the weather has been late, Ambrose ordered the 3 camped security camp, ready to attack again the next day, and so on things. Nanching City, Quasi-Ha sold to see through the gates of Li repeated fraud count, but not happy. Seeing through the enemy's tactics, only to avoid one's own losses, and did not take much advantage. The situation of defending the city did not improve because of this. He was under great pressure because he only had 15,000 troops in his hands. Among them, the 8 banners soldiers that he could trust were only more than 4,000, and the rest were Han Army green camps. Yuhan 3 does, a full 3 million people, there are dozens of artillery pieces, all kinds of advanced weapons. You are all talk about how to do this late at night. But the Quasi-Ha Dole did not sleep, but called a few trusted men to discuss countermeasures. By now, with only the odd raiders seek to have a chance of winning. The defenders honest, although can cause some damage to the other party, but the result is that we will be lost. Quasi-Ha Soul hands a number of parameters. Collar said. What he said is right. In the case of insufficient strength, only by conspiracy can there be hope of victory. Not before Towers was able to be called Towers. Nature is most people cannot think of a strategy. If he can think of a conspiracy that even a small staff leader can think of, then it is not a conspiracy, at best it can only be called a conspiracy. The strategy he thought of was a night attack. Taking advantage of the exhaustion of Wu Jun's long-distance attack, he led the army to attack at night. As long as enough success, the enemy might be able to Shatui, or destroy Wu out of supplies. Night attack does not work, too difficult, and, as long as the other party is not a moron, it is impossible not to prepare for a night raid. Quasi-Ha Soul no decision of this proposal, it is the success rate is too low, but also the odd enough, too common. When marching and fighting, there is no general who cannot guard against night attacks, or promise, "We can put together the cavalry," came under the cloak out of the city, the ambush to Meishan. So tomorrow when the enemy siege, cavalry attack the enemy's artillery and generals. As long as he was their coach killed, the enemy will withdraw. Another attendant said. His words made Zunhar's eyes shine. This strategy is a bit strange, at least he didn't think of it. Moreover, Tsai thinks small, it really has some of the success. Wu Jun siege when the coach certainly stand behind the observation, and from Meishan will be very close, because the city gate is not far from Meishan. The place left to Wu Jun is so big. To time their cavalry out of the woods, only one charge will be able to arrive in front of Wu Jun, play a surprise effect. As long as he acted so quickly enough, you can react before Wu Jun, the senior general's beheaded. This plan is feasible. Nalanda, this task is entrusted to you. You must kill the enemy coach. The outcome of this battle is up to you. Don't let me down. Quasi-Ha Soul agreed to this plan. In fact, in addition to this plan he think of any other way. Moreover, even if this plan succeeds, he had just temporary safe. Killing a coach of Wu Jun can continue to send new coaches over, unless they can kill the 30,000 army outside the city. But this is obviously impossible. Quasi-Ha Soul now want only to repel Wu Jun, who then ready to take advantage of the offensive when the boat with a bodyguard retreat. This Nansheng has fallen into a situation surrounded by all sides, and there is no way to defend it. It is the right way to escape to the north. The plan was set, and then the King army began to act. He had a total of Kaochu 2,000 cavalry, all Manchu people. At this time, Zunhe is less credible than the Han, and if the news is leaked, the surprise attack will be meaningless. Taking advantage of the darkness, this group of cavalry went out of the city gate, and then quietly came to Meishan in the northwest. This Meishan is very close to the city wall of Nansheng, which is a natural barrier for Nansheng. At this time, it was an excellent cover for them. The next day, Wu Jun buried early in the morning to start cooking pot, began preparatory work before the siege. After all, there are still more than 10,000 king troops in the city. If the king troops are to resist to the end, they will also encounter considerable trouble in attacking the city. There is no problem in taking down the city, but Liu Hansen did not want to cause too many casualties. After all, after taking down Nansheng, he still needs to divide his troops to capture the surrounding counties, as well as to attack Fuzhou and other places. In order to reduce losses, Liu Hansen ordered a few stair cars and prepared troops to blow up the city wall. The preparations were done adequately. With premature meal, Wu Cannon launched attack. The king give a little psychological pressure. For some miscellaneous troops, the deterrent effect of artillery is quite large. Only experienced veterans can remain calm in the shelling, because the seemingly powerful artillery has a very low hit rate. However, this time the experience of the veterans of the King army was wrong. Although Wu's howitzer had a low hit rate, its damage range was large. There is no need to hit someone at all, just within the bomb's damage range. It is no longer safe. Quasi-Ha Soul this force and Wu had not played against. I do not understand this. So there is not much defensive deployment against howitzers. After only 2 rounds of shelling, Zunhe discovered something wrong. The number of soldiers killed and wounded on the wall dared to reach more than 100. This lethality is really terrifying. If he doesn't want to do anything, Wu Jun doesn't need to send people and ants to attack the city, and he can blast them to collapse with a cannon. Remove a person and hide first. Quasi-Ha Soul in the past seen the description of the howitzer's dispatches, but something on paper, it is difficult to imagine. But now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he has a clear understanding of the so-called howitzer. Terror, the real terror, to be worse than a solid playing too much. Ever since, he quickly ordered the soldiers to withdraw from the city wall first, and staying on it was tantamount to death. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 245 chapters Cavalry raid. Quasi-Ha Soul impatience, waiting for the Wu army siege of full time. After dozens of rounds of shelling, Wu Jun began to attack the city. He had carried the shells are not many, so there is no practice with walls Hong Tao. They would only use that tactic when attacking a tall, fortified city, or when there is no logistical pressure. Other times, it is not suitable. To siege the city, we still have to use traditional methods. See, Wu Jun finally began siege. Zonua heart relief, began to look forward to starting one's own cavalry raid will be. At the same time, he also ordered the soldiers to return to the wall to defend the city. Under the urging of the Manchu soldiers, those green camps reluctantly re-entered the city wall to defend. He did not want to fight an powerful Wu, but did not dare resist. When things are not connected, no one dares to take the lead. After all, even if you know that everyone has this mindset, the one who took the lead in rebellion has a low chance of surviving. No one took the lead. They could only start defending the city under the supervision of the supervising team. And not all and Wu army played against the army, as Zonua defense at the beginning of time, but also eat some losses. Only hundreds of archers, was killed 2 rounds volley Wu Jun 7,788. The remaining archers, no matter clear how military officers forced, they are not willing to stand up again archery. This is not a fight, but a death. These archers had previously been standing in the safest place for remote attacks, often around other branches of the military to protect, spoiled accustomed to. Suddenly, they suffered such a tragic death and injury, and they couldn't sustain it at all. This Nancheng looks better than expected. Liu Han 3 laughed. He thought King already very familiar with the force of their own. Like the King Zhujiang has mastered a lot of defensive skills. If that is the kind of words, they will have a lot of trouble siege. However, at first glance, it seems that the internal communication of the King army is not very good, and the defense experience summarized by the Zhujiang garrison has not been shared with the garrison in Nancheng in time. Also perhaps forgotten, perhaps negligence. Not to it is not important. Anyway, this is a big thing for Wu Jun is, under the cover of the flintlock troops, Wu Jun has reached the city wall and launched an attack. Liu Han 3 seem to have seen the victory beckoning, and I feel very good. If it were not Quasi-Ha Soul is a die-hard change for other people when they are in fact, this is almost the surrender. Surrounded by the enemy, the situation is no escape. This resistance does not make any sense. Li Lianfan complained about Zonga. And this time, in Meishan, several guards flew with the return to the front of Nalanda, the report said. Their military, siege enemy troops had come to the city, the ongoing siege ants. How is the enemy's rear defense? Narando asked. There are about 1,000 people in the artillery position, and there are nearly 2,000 people in the position of their coach. The sentry replied. More than 2,000 people. This is not easy. Nalanda frowned. If it were the Ming army of other forces, he would not pay attention to the 2,000 people, and he would just rush over and finish the matter. However, in front of Wu Jun, the Ming army in fighting the strongest army, one after another defeated Bologna and Li Dahan army. Although he has never played against Wu Jun, he can tell from the battle report that this Wu Jun is very powerful. Using 2,000 cavalry to attack 2,000 infantry, he was not sure of victory. After all, Wu other troops will not be too far from the position of the coach. They are not only a maximum of 2 engraved bell Sisha time. If the coach of Wu Jun is not killed within 2/4 of an hour, their cavalry will be surrounded and wiped out. Moreover, the test into account their own safety. Strictly speaking, they have only 1/4 of an hour. After killing 1/4 of an hour, they must retreat, unless they are determined to die. Your honor, or I have still to the impact of their artillery now. Artillery precious, if we can put them to kill hundreds of artillery, but also a great merit. Moreover, weak defense artillery positions, success is relatively high. One of Naranda's men said. This Zuling said nicely. but in fact he didn't want to die. Wu army artillery positions on the edge of a small risk factor. But the position of Wu Jun's coach is too deep, and it is difficult to come out after entering. Everyone, the time has come to be loyal to the country. We must not retreat with the whole body. We must kill the enemy's main general with the belief that we must die. Only by killing the enemy's main general can the enemy retreat. Just kill some artillery. No show. Nalanda hesitated for a while, and finally made up his mind to be loyal to the country. The main reason was that he could not see the hope of survival. After the fall of Zhujiang, this place in Nancheng became a place of death. Anyway, sooner or later, it will be a death. It is better to fight hard now. Even if it fails, a loyal name can be retained and family members can be treated kindly. Hearing what Nalanda said, the expressions of his generals were different. They were a little screaming, expressing that they would fight to the death. Some had a gloomy face and seemed to be dissatisfied with Nalanda's decision, while others were greedy, dead grey, with despair on his face. No matter how they thought, but the actions are still comply with Nalanda commands. Being a soldier is so helpless, knowing that it is a dead end. After all, it is not going to die faster. 2,000 cavalry rushed out of the forest, and when Wu Jun found out, the distance between the two sides was already less than 1 kilometer. Northwest, clear military attack. The protection of the army. Liu Body and 3 next to Wuhan quickly blew the whistle. The king, intentions too obvious, is rushing toward their coach's position. The army quickly launched. First withdraw from this place. Liu Han 3 bodyguard led to a horse, but also be prepared for his loss. At this time, it was relatively safe to mount and fled to the middle of the large army. However, Liu Han 3 did not. He shouted, "Calm down. Don't panic. Move closer to me left and right." Not that Liu Han 3 changes of temper, became afraid of death. The main thing is that he knows the consequences of his escape. Although the crime is not deadly, his future career will be completely finished. He has been climbed to this position. The future is bright. The future must be a number 2 man in the military. Asking him to give up all this is more uncomfortable than killing him. So, even if it was very nervous, but Liu Han on 3 surfaces are filled with very calm, he ordered the soldiers to resist the army, but those cavalry. The soldiers reminded them that among the 2,000 people in their vicinity, there were only 500 flintlock troops, and the others were cold weapon troops. Case of too few in number, to build hollow square array is difficult. Moreover, the enemy's goal is very clear, and that is Liu Han's. It doesn't make sense to place a hollow square at this time, and the other party can hit the square where Liu Hansen is in full force. Chong collapse the entire square is difficult, but a single impact, but added no problem. Different tactics have completely different effects in different situations. Liu Han 3 down, not pedantic. Hollow square did not call at this time, but the traditional way, so that the soldiers waited at the front of their own. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 246 chapter does not flush the past. Relying on flash literacy training time, Wu quickly divided into 6 rows in front of the cold steel troops. Stand behind the flintlock troops. At this time, one of Wu Jun's shortcomings was also exposed, that is, there were very few spearmen in their army. The main reason is that the spearmen are not as flexible as the swords and shields. In terms of function, they overlap with the bayonet in the hands of the musketeers. In terms of combat power, they are incomparable with the fire gun. So, Wu Jun is getting no place among the spearmen. Today, Wu several basic branches of the military forces is flintlock, matchlock troops and knife shield hand, grenadiers, archers. Among them, the number of archers is also declining. Mainly Wu army long ago have abandoned the cultivation of archers, a dead one less. Train archers and income not directly proportional. 1. Train a qualified handguns. Soldiers 2 weeks you can train a qualified archer was 2 or 3 years. Moreover, the role of archers on the battlefield is not as great as that of firefighters. Whenever people point right mind, I cannot go to train archers. It won't be long before the archers will be eliminated from the stage of history. and so will the spearmen. And this time, Wu lack of spearmen, cavalry against shocks went to eat a loss. In the hands of those knife shield hand weapons cannot scare the horses. Seeing the cavalry getting closer, the commander of Wu Jun shouted, "Keep the formation, and those who run away will kill you without mercy. Those who kill the enemy bravely will double the reward for silver and double the vacation. Wait under the reward must be brave husband." In the absence of a better way the case, Wu also to attract soldiers bravely fighting the enemy with generous rewards. Of course, its real effect of this little, even if the soldiers did not run away, but also because of his previous sentence, the escapees was given, not what reward doubled. Free fire hit. Step gun battalion commander also ordered the archers are ordered. There are too many high-ranking generals gathered in their place. If something goes wrong, they will be unlucky for those responsible for protection. And far from being the seat of the Lord, see some of Wu attack, this time is quickly rushed to the commanding position. Not before, or in the siege of the troops down to continue the siege. They are relatively far from the commanding position of the ordinary soldiers do not even know now to be behind the attack. While some refer to commanders saw through a telescope, but there is no chaos at the command. Is their distance too late to go back and rescue? Might as well continue the siege. The above command siege did not stop down. He had Gan Liuan ordered. If chaos under the command affects the siege of any service, they cannot afford to bear the responsibility. Peer. With the sound of gunfire, the cavalry of the King army began to fall continuously. Due to the King cavalry rushed out when too dense, so a fall of cavalry often can then take a turn. For as under normal circumstances, the cavalry charge course not so. Among each other they need to maintain a certain distance, before and after they have maintained the reaction distance. But now, they don't have time to adjust their formation, they just rushed over in such a mess. Why are these people still not running? Red in front of the King could not help heart-cursed army cavalry, infantry square on impact. The most help is the enemy of fear and escape. The enemy's escape is best for them, and now Wu Jun still maintains a complete formation, and their cavalry has no good way. Although it could crash into it, it caused a lot of damage to Wu Jun. However, when they collide, they will also block the path of the cavalry behind. They are fine sharper. Nalanda side, and Wu Jun's performance shocked him. It's near. The heart of the sword shield hand that was blocking the front had already mentioned his throat, simply closed his eyes, and used his whole body strength to resist the shield and hide behind the shield. Unfortunately, human power is really not worth mentioning in front of horses. Under the collision of the horses, the soldiers in 2 rows were instantly hit by the collision. Then the horse fell down, the horse crushed the people, and the people crushed the horses. And it was a mess. The cavalry who fell to the ground was chopped to death in an instant. After the 2 front rows of cavalry collided with Wu Jun, their bodies piled up into a small slope, blocking the path of the cavalry behind. These soldiers blocked the frontal charge of the King army with their lives, and the King army could only hack and kill from the 2 wings. High-ranking the cavalry began as a very dominant, not before, horseback handguns. Soldiers also given the opportunity, they do not have to worry about accidental injury to one's own esprit de corps. At close range, they can aim at the immediate King army to shoot, unless it is very unlucky, otherwise they will generally not hit their own people in front. The 2 sides cut each other into a killing situation, which is very unfavorable for the King. He need fast breakwas front, and then to kill high-ranking officers of Wu. Killing these little soldiers, no matter how much you kill, it doesn't make sense. Go around, Miranda shouted, if you can't rush over, then go around. Anyway, at the speed of a horse, it was only a blink of an eye to bypass this frontal formation that was less than 100 meters long. The Will Army Guard in the middle. Liu Han arrangement of 3 troopers began last line of defense to protect a number of high-ranking officers in the middle. The commander of Wu Jun who stood in front also began to order, tangle them and chop off their horses' legs. His task is not to let the King rush. It is not easy for a man to chop a horse, but it is much easier to chop a horse's leg. Desperately, Many people swung their swords at the horse's legs. There is no need to cut it off, and the horse can't stand it and fall down 100%. There is no threat to the cavalry who fell to the ground in his time were entangled. Their nearest support force has arrived. Although the number is small, there is only one battalion, but there are many grenadiers in this battalion. In hand-to-hand combat, whether the lethality is better than the grenadier. More than a dozen grenade bomb was thrown into the camp's king, immediately killing a large area. More importantly, these grenades caused great chaos to the king army. Those horses were not used to the explosion sound. They were all surprised by the explosion, and began to be out of the control of the rider. And some of pomegranate hand bomb debris shot. But the injury is not too serious and horses have been caught in the violent, the beginning of each species rampage. Some king army generals see this. We will know the action has failed. Although they still have a slight upper hand in the current battle, as long as they can't rush through, all this has no meaning. Some fear death. King army has quietly turned. The horse began to flee the battlefield. He had not even intent to return to the city, and fled towards the north. Once someone starts to flee, the morale of their army will be greatly reduced in an instant. Humans have jealousy. We die together. Or Hart's also able to balance a number. But when he went to die, others went to flee for his life. This person who was going to die was not happy anymore. With batch of soldiers succeeded in escaping to escape. The other clear cavalry also began to run away. Liu Han risk of third-class people, declaring lifted. Order the cavalry to pursue, and don't let one pass. Liu Han III ordered the road, since he was fighting a war, not encountered such a dangerous thing and stuck on. If these king troops are not eliminated, he will feel unhappy. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 247 chapters. Accidents continue. City walls. Zhou been concerned about the outside of the sudden attack. The defensive wall city link are not mind at ease. Anyway, Wu army could not immediately compromised. He could not long hold the key to breaking the attack on lies outside the city. She not too soon to Zhou were disappointed. At first, Wu Jun is indeed there have been some riots. However, the Wu Jun calmed down after a while, and became entangled with the cavalry unit of the king army. The king army struggled for a quarter of an hour, less than two. There have been a deserter took the lead, followed by that big defeat. Some of the remaining king army, not dead at the hands of Wu, was en route to escape. See, Wu Jun is still methodical siege. Zhou, we know that the attack failed completely. They did not achieve any success. Odd seek towers. Towers can be called a success. Of failure can only be called a mistake. It's up to people to plan, and it's up to heaven. It's actually normal to plan to fail in a war. However, now Zhou is somewhat unable to accept such a blow. Just at this time, the house seemingly endless rain, the section of the wall north of the city, some of the Han Green camp mutiny took place. To supervise operations of the king beheaded, the Wu placed on the walls. Quasi 8 soldiers of this soul hands to not much, only about 4,000. The order to attack was coach, as even the most elite 2,000 people were sent out. Only the remaining 2,000 people to the governor war and do reserve. At this point, the personnel allocated to the city wall seemed a little scarce. While defending the city, the soldiers of the Green Camp were frightened by Wu Jun's powerful offensive and wanted to escape. If you clear the number of troops to supervise operations team a lot, they have no way, but now the number of barrier troops king little. Some of the Green Standard soldiers launched a mutiny bold enough. And when he later discovered they launched the mutiny, the original high above the mighty 8 soldiers, in fact, no big deal. They are all made of meat and can be stabbed to death with a single knife. Someone took the lead, and everyone else followed. Subsequently, this section of the city wall quickly fell. On the city wall of Wu began to attack both ends, but also to attack the city. Such an accident caught the king army by surprise, and there was absolutely no way to save it. The army, QA is shit. Ready for the general boats. We can retreat from the water. Quasi Hasul's men urged. Gan River runs through the city and over from. They can board directly in the city, and then enter the Poyang Lake. If luck didn't meet Wu Jun's navy on the lake, they could escape all the way back to the north. Well, soldiers defeat as a mountain down our Quasi-Ha Seoul side, then began to retreat under the protection of a bodyguard. In the past, a large number of descendants who accepted the Ming dynasty quickly expanded their strength, but nowadays, the disadvantages have appeared. In a hard fight, these green camps cannot be counted on at all. Even, it will become a stumbling block. With bitterness in his heart, Zun He didn't think about revenge for those green camps now, but chose to run away dingy. Not before, and so he went down to the city when the city have been a lot of Wu, and he is very coincidentally, a Wu met. There is a big fish here. Miss, a company commander of the army shouted. Breach the wall is a collective credit, but if you capture or kill something important king generals in the city, which is the credit may belong to them alone. Squad. As soon as the company commander saw Hal's clothes and hat, he immediately recognized that this was a high official. So, he was excited to move. This is the rhythm of career and fortune. Yeah. Rush over. Quasi-Ha. What makes his bodyguard rushed past? His bodyguards than ordinary soldiers fighting much stronger. However, in the face of thermal weapons, the elite is only the offensive power, and in terms of defense power, it is actually similar to cannon fodder. As long as you get a shot, you have to burp. Several grenade bomb exploded among them. The so-called elite was blown off their feet, have been lying on the ground screaming, "Order combat." The kind of scene where you can rush up and kill after hitting an arrow only exists in film and television dramas. On the real battlefield, let alone hitting an arrow, even if you get a kick in your foot, the pain is enough to make a person lose combat effectiveness. More not to mention those who have been shot or fragmentation grenade was shot in the bow of the soldiers, lay still are extremely painful. Move it slightly, its use in the wound muscles, the pain will be doubled. This is purely human physiological instinct, and has nothing to do with bravery. It's real. Human pain is a mechanism of self-protection. Why hurt will produce pain? The brain tells the body, not his mother blind move, which would only more blood flow. The wound will get big. The most correct way is to lie down and wait for the wound to heal. It is also due to pain such self-protection mechanisms. Human beings can survive if the person class can overcome pain, but that humans become extinct. For example, if you don't feel the pain, you don't need to invent tools to fight with the lions and tigers. Downfield, can be imagined. In short, the severe pain is insurmountable. Those soldiers who were hit by the grenade wave instantly lost their combat effectiveness. Good luck did not suffer other injuries of soldiers suddenly panicked. Powerful weapons. So much time they encounter, they will fear. Waiting for him, after they almost react, Wu grenadiers and they have ignited the second grenade. Your Honor, I have quick detour. Ha quasi-body soul bodyguard. Edge a look at this situation. No for sure is not washed later, only to Zona detour. Quasi-Ha soul also no pretense, a small number of people leaving immediately bring up the rear, himself a bodyguard with another small part of the detour. Unfortunately, just after the delay, more Wu Jun has poured into the city. He had not yet come to 100 meters detour. Wu met again. The Wu Jun encountered this time was not a grenadier, but a matchlock unit. But when they tried to rush past, they were taught to be human again. A wave of close-range volleys, followed by a bayonet charge. Fire rope gun troops. Troops in face-to-face and cold weapons duel when occupy a lot cheaper. A wave of volleys killed nearly a third of the King army that charged, and the morale of the remaining King army dropped directly to a trough. At this time, Wu Jun rushed up with a bayonet, directly overwhelming the King army's last will to resist. These elites in the King army also began to flee and surrender at this time. Quasi-Ha looked at this scene. Suddenly an old blood spit out. This fight was really too awkward, and his petty temper was completely unbearable, so he was directly angry. Quasi-Ha goes wrong. Everyone suddenly gone backbone. Facing Wu Jun who rushed over, Many people had already thrown away their weapons. The few people whose brains were abnormal and still resisted were quickly stabbed to death. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. Chapter 248, Song Yingxing. Big War came to a close. Although the halfway there have been some ups and downs, but overall is still relatively easy. King Army mutiny is a pleasant surprise, so that they easily boarded walls. According to post-war statistics, their losses were not great this time. They also killed more than 800 people and seriously injured more than 100 people. The loss rate was less than 4%. Among them, the main ones who died were the soldiers who were responsible for protecting Liu Hansen and other generals. Those who faced time for the cavalry to eat some losses, casualties. This also reminds Liu Hansen that he should not be careless when he is dominant. The protection of oneself must be thorough. The enemy's dying struggle is sometimes terrifying. Wu Jun losses of less than 1,000. The loss of the king is not particularly large. Nearly 1,000 of those 2,000 cavalry died in battle, hundreds of others were captured, and 100 or 200 escaped. The escaped cavalry is a hidden danger, but Liu Hansen has no way to hunt. In addition to the cavalry, more than 1,500 people were killed in the King army defending the city, and almost all of them surrendered or were captured alive. Together with their coach Sun Ha, they were also captured. This is a big victory and we can report good news to Zhujiang. After the capture of Nancheng, Liu Han III broken down into smaller. Jian went all the way to 4,000, 10,000 people went to Fuzhou another way. The remaining part stayed in Nancheng, and part went to capture the villages and towns around Nancheng. To say it was a capture, in fact, to make an announcement and tell the gentry and landlords that to let them know that Wu Jun will be the master here in the future, and the tax will be handed over to them. Nowadays, the imperial power is not going to the countryside. That is to say, the countryside is still in the hands of the local squires. Relying on clan rules, the government does not have so much energy to manage the countryside. Only when taxes are collected, the government will intervene in rural affairs. At other times, large and small matters in the rural areas are settled internally by their clan. Soldiers from all walks of life acted one after another, and wherever they went, they were basically watching the wind, and the landlord and gentry expressed their willingness to obey. Compared to being ruled by the Qing dynasty, it is definitely better to be ruled by Wu Chengqing. After all, everyone is Han. Of course, county officials in a few places were very confused, or because they were not well informed, they did not know that the Qing army had been defeated. Therefore, some county magistrates and princes chose to resist Wu Jun's request to take over. And this kind of resistance, without exception, has become a joke. Those villagers who had been temporarily organized met professional soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. The scene was really horrible. Hundreds of courageous Wu Jun attacked more than a dozen people. Wu Jun fired a row of guns. Only 5 or 6 people died in the hundreds of courageous courage. The others were scattered. This is the most true portrayal of their mobs. The casualties they can bear are very limited. A little later with the triad gang war like did not play before one can pull with abusing the like, a once dead in the fight on a few people. Other people immediately began to slip. In this world, there are people who are not afraid of death, but there are absolutely very few people. After that, the recalcitrant magistrates were shot to death, and the army took charge of these places. In addition to these county officials, Wu Jun also encountered sporadic resistance in some parts of the country. Mainly because of communication problems, the gentry had already paid taxes to the Qing army. They were worried that Wu Jun would levy taxes again after taking over, so they clashed with Wu Jun. And the communication and explanation that these big soldiers don't understand, instead of asking them to reason with the gentry and policy, it is easy to directly suppress them. Due to such exchanges, misunderstanding died landowners and villagers. There are 5 or 6 dead. Comparative injustice. Not been. In general, Wu took over the perimeter of Nancheng are fairly smooth. big resistance and conflict does not occur. At the same time, Ambrose himself with 3 people came to the Fengxin County, found the Song Yingxing, those is in the former Ming court, is a 5th grade. Not before. Official of the 5 Ambroses, now the 3rd is not looked down on. In the previous era, Song Yingxing was not worthy of Liu Hansen's visit in person. However, the times are different nowadays. The status of those PhDs in miscellaneous studies is getting higher and higher. Anyone who has studied in miscellaneous studies will be valued in Wu Chengqing's regime and can mix well. Song Yingxing has very high accomplishments in miscellaneous studies, and he is the author of the scientific masterpiece Heavenly Creations. Wu remove those scientific works. Chengqing, on Sung's Heavenly Creations Canton is this era's most comprehensive scientific works of. It records dozens of manufacturing techniques and preliminary principles of agriculture, handicrafts, sulfur, textiles, dyeing, etc. In later generations, this book was called the Scientific Encyclopedia of the 17th century. Scientists like this kind of self-taught talents are very precious, and they have unparalleled talent in science. Liu Hansan know Wu Chengqing importance of these miscellaneous doctor learn, before it had made inquiries Sung's whereabouts. So, after the capture of Nancheng, his chief of any task is to find Sung. He was invited to Nanjing or Tai to go. This time the Sung Bong escaped the fighting in his hometown. He sent Long Wu Zouting had been recruited by invitation, but he said no, because he was not very optimistic about the Long military regime. More importantly, he heard said is pushing to promote mixed school in Nanjing. Wu Chengqing, very yearning. Only in Wu Chengqing men work. He was able to play to their strengths, realize their values and aspirations. He once asked a friend to bring a batch of books on elementary physics written by Wu Chengqing from Nanjing, and he was fascinated by it. Song Yingxing had originally wanted to go to Nanjing, but now Liu Hansen, a powerful figure with a heavy hand in his hands, personally invited him. This gave him enough face. Song Yingxing naturally had no reason to refuse. He immediately asked his family to prepare the luggage, and then went to Nanjing under the escort of Wu Jun. In addition to Song Yingxing, Liu Hansen also sent people to look for celebrities and talents. There are many academies in this place in Jiangxi. The style of writing is very strong, and the talents are especially large. And Wu Chengqing's talent has always been all comers, whether it is a PhD in miscellaneous studies or a traditional literati. Wu Chengqing can arrange work for them. Traditional paper people who did not understand science, but their IQ is much higher than ordinary people. Their learning ability is very strong. It is much easier for them to learn miscellaneous studies again than to teach a child to become a talent. Although children are the future, current development is also very important. These are talents that can be quickly developed, and they can master certain new knowledge in a short period of time, and then apply them to other places. These people can act as a transitional role. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 249 chapters go too far. Fuzu, when Xgairan led his army arrived, Fuzu was already occupied by Zhu Yujian. It turned out that Zhu Yujian's plan of persuading surrender was unexpectedly successful. The main reason is that there are no 8 banners soldiers in Fuzu. The garrison were all the green camps of the Han army, and they saw that the army was no longer good enough, so naturally they had to change their backing. And Zhu Yujian, this backer still looks very powerful on the surface. After all, Zhu Yujian's territory is big. The whole of Yunnan, Guangdong and Guangxi, Fujian, Hunan and southwestern Jiangxi are his sites. There are many people who respect Zhu Yujian as emperor, so Jin Shengwen, the guard in Fuzu city, chose to surrender Zhu Yujian. So far, Zhu Yujian's force in Fuzu has reached 30,000. Although the Ming army had 30,000 people and was still defending the city, Xgairan was not afraid at all. He directly sent an envoy to ask Zhu Yujian to withdraw from Fuzu, saying that Fuzu belongs to them, because, for them it is defeated by the king Zhujiang. Zhu Yuqi to be able to pick up this cheap. This statement cannot be said to be totally unreasonable. Without them, Zhu Yujian would have dreamed of taking Fuzhou. However, People Zhu Qi at any rate is the emperor of the Ming dynasty. The emperor granted such a request to the disk to give them those blind loyalty enough popularity to vomit blood. Wanton, outrageous. He Wu Qingqing, you want to rebel? Huang Ling would stand up and break large snarled while sitting on top of the keys are also Zhu gas back red with rage. If it weren't for worrying about intensifying the contradiction, he would now want people to drag the messenger out and kill him. But he can't. Killing the other party's messenger is tantamount to immortality, and there is no room for negotiation. He couldn't bear the consequences. To do this as an emperor, Zhu Yujian occasionally has a dull feeling. Huang adults fear death. Do wrong. My family is the governor Luan canonized, and Tankan no affiliation. What is said to rebel? Messenger cunning defense road. Long Wu Majesty is a positive system, has been the response of the world. Luang to step down sooner or later submission. Huang Shanling Barjak Barji said a lot, even he himself did not believe it. Luang would abdicate submission, is simply a joke. This is your family affair. In short, our general said, if His Royal Highness Tang takes the initiative to withdraw from this Fuzhou, our general will not be embarrassed. But if His Royal Highness insists on occupying this Fuzhou, then we can only see the truth on the battlefield. Wu Jun messenger completely ignored Huang Shanling's sophistry. Anyway, in the face of strength, eloquence in fact, did not have any great effect. Your colonel on a request to Fuzhou let out, not hit. There is no reason to tell, it is so outrageous. Well, hit play, really who would be afraid of you? Huang Shanling hummed. This time, Zhu was up the key first step to leave. He whose real idea already want to quit, but, this idea that he cannot say it, otherwise it is long and lost. This kind of concession can only be done by the courtier, and he must avoid embarrassment. Some officials have already understood his behavior. So he said to Wu Jun's messenger, the messenger will take a rest for now, and I will give you an answer after discussing it. Wu and other military after messenger down, everyone thoroughly discussed open. Before Huang Shanling's tough, not to be desired scenes. If he really wanted to fight Wu Jun, he didn't have enough confidence in his heart. Even the King army was defeated by Wu Jun. Can people like them fight? Although there were only 10,000 Wu Jun who came here, they may not have been able to fight this 10,000 people. Moreover, even if it is defended, Wu Jun will continue to increase troops. So, his battle after battle had to consider not only now, but also consider. To me say this put a big deal out of Fuzhou let go anyway. Nansheng has been accounted for by them, on a Fuzhou not much use. It's here and they consume, it is better for the time being retreated Ganzhou. Plot development. The conservatives said that they don't want to and dare not fight Wu Qingqing's army now. Laugh, then never let the imperial courtiers of the sight to the truth. If we back down, does it mean that the world is a joke? The rest of the courtiers will continue as before to obey us? Stimulated into the camp of people angrily, determined not to let them express, we hit a big deal, at least take the attitude to light up. Due to, as a key emperor Zhu, need to have some dignity. If facing Wu Jun and chose to retreat, wouldn't it be possible for ministers in other places to see his weakness? As a result, the courtiers in other places would be even more dissatisfied with Emperor Longwu's orders. Of course, it's real even now, there are a large number of surface surrender of courtiers actually refused to accept his orders. Then how to Teng Jiao, such as Zheng Zilong playing a field face a lost war there? The conservatives complained, and now they can retreat decently. If you retreat after defeating the battle, you will be embarrassed and embarrassed. Jin Xinghuan looked at him. They kept arguing, the heart is cold one, regret death. I knew this would happen, and if I killed him, I wouldn't surrender to Zhu Yujian. After a long time, it turns out that Wu Qingqing and Zhu Yujian are so incompatible. Moreover, when Zhu Yujian faced Wu Qingqing, he was so wasteful that he didn't even have the courage to fight. What's the use of this kind of emperor besides a title? It has completely existed in name only. Seeing those controversies of the Ming army, Jin Shengwen knew that he would undoubtedly lose in this battle. And he is beginning to test into account his posterior, and consider whether to surrender the chance to find Wu. After all, Wu Jun looks the most promising now. However, he had surrendered to the king, and later drop out, and now Wu went down, which some operation down. His reputation may really be completely stink. Even Wu army accepted him, he cannot be reused again, because the nature of his cartilage has been exposed. Thinking of this, Jin Shengwen couldn't help sighing. In this troubled world, even the leader of the army is often involuntary. After some argument, the main battle faction won. He expressed Wu only 1 million people, and they have 3 million people, the dominant number. As long as enough people hold this attack, Wu may not have so much to support the troops. Fuzzy might give up this place. Even Wu army bent on to play at that time and then retreated too late. Being able to fight a victory and then retreat is not a particularly shame. After all, the emperor is here, and everything needs to be considered face-to-face, instead of making decisions based solely on material gains and losses. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 250 chapters. Bearer strike. Zhu Yujian didn't kill Wu Jun's messenger, he probably still had some illusions, hoping that Wu Jun would not dare to attack him at the risk of the world. However, he obviously underestimated the ambitions of Wu Qingqing's soldiers. Now even if Wu Qingqing didn't want to claim the emperor, the soldiers under him would be unhappy. If you don't become an emperor, how can we be the founding hero? Therefore, Liu Han, Li Xiaobin and 3 other generals are intentionally or unintentionally, the intensification of the contradiction between one's own and the court would not hate. Now dry up. He had several military chiefs have done so, naturally following younger brother learn to match up. As for the loyalty to Ming, there may be another point among this literati. Among the generals, there are really few pitiful ones. Xgairan surrendered to the King army without any psychological pressure in the past, and now attacking the Ming dynasty Emperor Zhu Yujian, there is naturally no pressure. Quasi-prepared siege, so that these rabble experience what is the real elite. Xio benevolence disdain, although then he was the expedition did not take even a cannon, but he is not worried. With just 2 flintlock regiments, a grenadier battalion, and a sniper squad, the firepower of these people is enough to make the Ming army unable to cope. This is just a gap in weapons. In terms of the individual quality of the soldiers, Wu Jun even left the opponent a few blocks away. It can be said that the current Wu Jun can at least guarantee to continue fighting at a 30% loss rate. As for the mobs of Zhu Yujian, 2 adults died, and the remaining soldiers would collapse and escape 100%. And it was impossible for the supervising team to stop them. Or, governor team will take the lead to escape. With the orders, the Wu army outside the city to start the preparatory work. The city wall, see Wu really starting to bear the largest condemnation siege. Some of the courtiers' gas body trembling, cursed Nichen Zizi. Unfortunately, this kind of verbal abuse could not stop Wu Jun's footsteps. Soon, Wu army of fusiliers came under the walls, covering fire. The Ministry of Cold Weapons team, this time it began to build a pontoon bridge. He had not even filled motor lazy, take several pontoon for soldiers passing on the bin. Anyway, this time they have no large-scale siege equipment building cars and the like, only the ladder. Therefore, even if the moat is not filled, there is no problem. Of course, there are some hidden dangers if the moat is not filled. For example, if they cannot attack and need to retreat, the Ming army will take the opportunity to kill out of the city. Then they will have no way of retreating, and it will easily lead to a big defeat. However, Xu Expensive Jin did not believe his troops would attack high this little Fuzzu. I do not believe they need back. With such confidence, they saved the step of filling the river and attacked directly. Archery. See Wu Jun unbridled in their eyes to build pontoon. Huang Shanling gas does not make one out. This is humiliation, naked contempt. From its army, he had not been so despised. Huang Shanling quasi prepared to give them a lesson. However, such as their archers looked up, Wu pointed their barrels, cropped up white smoke, followed by gunfire and to the sub-projectile flying. Hundreds of archers fell, dozens of them at once. This was time they had seen the power of flintlocks. Many people were just ashamed, and some squatted down in fright. The rest of them shot arrows out, but the results achieved were extremely limited. Wu army helmet lived well protected his head, these soldiers. As for the arrows in other parts of the body, it is not a big deal. Soon, Wu army completed its second filling, opened a second gun. The Ming army fell again by 20 or 30 people. After 2 rounds, the Ming army's archers fell nearly 70 people, reaching a 10% loss. The fighting time before and after is just a few breaths. The remaining archers were scared to death. When have they fought such cruel battles? In previous battles, it was hard to die for a long time. And now, 10% died in the blink of an eye. At this speed, Wu Jun's pontoon under the city hasn't been built yet, and archers like them will die. He cannot hold a city they do not know, do not care. They just know that they continue to resist, survive. It was terrible. All the archers hid one by one. No matter how the chief scolded them, they refused to get up again. And yes, kind of executive did not directly kill courage. Fear soldiers face war, a time there is not even any way. This is the mob, the real elite, and the officers who dare to fight can cut first and then play. How can they be like this? Since there is no punishment for fear of war, who would bite the bullet and fight? Without an army that is absolutely obedient, there will be too many problems in battle. The army, how to fight this war? After the generals of the Ming army saw 2 rounds of volleys, their soldiers dared not look up. How to defend this kind of combat power? Huang Shanling, who asked this question, was a little angry, and he wanted to find someone to ask him how to fight this battle. He couldn't fight it at all. Just before the hearing, said Wu, handguns powerful, but now my eyes have seen. He did not know the true power of this gunfire, and it is terrible. The main reason is its loading speed, which is simply incredible. With this rate of fire, what other weapon can stop it? Huang Shanling was still suffering from a headache. It didn't take long for Wu Jun's pontoon to be built. Wu Jun rushed to the city and set the ladder to the wall. Not before. They did not hurry to climb, but wait until the grenadiers arrived, then began to climb. The grenadiers threw their grenade up, and the Ming army, who encountered this kind of thing for time, was a little confused. Although most of their officers already knew that there was a weapon in the Wu army called a grenade, which could be thrown out to explode and kill the enemy. However, the textual information or hearsay information seen from the battle report is still not enough. Therefore, the officer of the Ming army also froze for a while, and then realized that it might be a so-called grenade, and then hurriedly shouted, "He who will know to call it, do not know how to respond." Immediately afterwards, the grenade exploded. The sudden explosion, the city wall of soldiers blown up off their feet, chaos. This time, the rest of the soldiers either being scared silly, or is in disarray. Escape, where there are people going to think of defense. Soon, Wu army soldiers on climb on the wall. The extent of its success, let Wu are some ignorant. Fear is the enemy of this strategy. Not too. After seeing those panic Ming army face, on the walls of Wu finally understand, not what trick, purely enemy. 2 dishes. Bullying soft, literally afraid of human nature. To see such a group counseling package, already very fierce Wu, this time seems to get even more brutal. A 5-small team, dare toward the Ming army, killed more than a dozen in the past, and that momentum, though they accounted for as a big advantage. It is no more the language is that more than a dozen Ming army, really it was this momentum was frightened, and quickly retreat. Such a funny scene almost made Huang Shanling, who was watching the game, spit blood. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed.